Today we're at Castle Combe, where VP Racing Fuels is the official fuel of the circuit, taking a look at the best way in which to use racing fuel. And that's not just a question of picking a fuel and pouring it in. You really have to make sure that the car is mapped and tuned, especially to get the most performance. VP maintains that racing fuel is a performance component.
Fiesta ST180, and we normally run this on 99 octane fuel. We've done the 99 octane dyno test, we've got base platform power figures. Today we're going to add the VP octane booster. The octane booster is now in the tank. I've made the changes to the code to take advantage of this octane. We're going to just increase the boost ever so slightly. We don't have too much headroom with the turbo to increase much more. However, we can be more aggressive with the rest of the parameters with fuel and ignition. So now it's over to do a dyno power run and see what difference we've made. Dyno's coasting down, calculating the transmission losses from the wheel power to calculate engine power and obviously torque to see what gains we've made over the normal 99 octane. Before and after results, a fairly significant increase in ignition advance. Peak power having increased from 350 odd to now it's 374 horsepower.
Making power is really what the company is about. VP offers a huge variety of different blends of different fuels for different occasions, different vehicles and different races. Anything from 2 wheels to 4 wheels to no wheels, VP has a solution for everybody.
What makes VP's fuel so high quality is the 40 years that they've put into production, into development. They work constantly with manufacturers and with races. They have some of the best blending there is. The chemists are fantastic and it's always fresh every time.
Second test of the day, 102 octane fuel's in there. The new ECU map is in there, just completed that. So we're going to do some more dyno runs. This fuel, it's a premium product. You will need your car tuned for it, but the results you can get from it are certainly worthwhile. There you go, 1.6 1600 turbocharged engine featuring the 102 octane fuel, and we've just hit 405 horsepower. Final results with the 102 octane, really big gains in torque, quite amazing to see a little 1600 turbo engine break 400 horsepower and 330 foot-pounds of torque.
The results from today's dyno test were absolutely fantastic. It really proves the product works. We have tangible dyno results that we have graphs for, so we can show progression from our octanium boosters all the way through to the high end of the unleaded fuels that we are able to supply to racers.
VP Fuels is a world-renowned historic brand. It has a huge pedigree in the States, and I believe that makes it a standalone, standout brand in the UK.
There's a lot of ways in which you can spend money improving the performance of your racing car. There's practically infinite means of doing that. VP gives an option where you don't have to commit to an enormous sum of money. Really just pick the right fuel for the right purpose.
Good morning, welcome to Castle Combe. Welcome everybody that's joining the stream. I'm hoping it's coming out because I got a horrible feeling there's a slight issue with this because it doesn't tell me how many people are watching, and if anybody's commenting, it doesn't seem to be coming through at the moment, which will be a huge negative if that does end up being the case. Hopefully everything is going to be a-okay with it, and we'll be able to just sort of plow on. Quick word of warning is that there was 1 or 2, we had like electrical failures yesterday here at the circuit in the morning. It kind of hung together. We had bad pictures to start with. I'm pretty certain that we are all sorted in terms of the pictures that should be a-okay this time with a bit of luck. And the good news is, it's not just everybody at home watching now. We've got some people at Quarry Corner, and I'm looking up from the main box, looking towards you. I'm going to actually look in my binoculars to see how many of you are up there. And Wave if you can hear us up at Quarry Corner. Hey, hello everybody. That was fantastic. Great to see the waves. Welcome back, guys. It's so good to see some of you back there. And obviously, it's a test case for this particular weekend, just to see if we can have some spectators back. Please keep social distancing, no more than 6 in a group. When you go to the loo, wear your mask because you're going into an enclosed space. Equally, when you're queuing for food or drink as well, follow all the instructions up there. And of course, if you are then going to the loo, wash your hands, sing happy birthday twice. I think that's still the rules. We still need to stick to that one. So please do it, because it is a test case. People could still have a look and make sure they're comfortable that we're doing it. Otherwise, it could end again, and we don't really want that. We've got bikes next week, the Autumn Classic, hopefully the week after. I say hopefully because everything seems to be crazy in the world, doesn't it, at the minute? But welcome to this. We've got a day's racing to enjoy today. We've got our Castle Combe GT Championship's going to be decided. We've got the Hot Hatches with their final double header here as well. Obviously, that's a series. We've got the Formula Ford Carnival, our annual event, and we're going to see who's going to be the winner. And there's all sorts of prizes and sponsors involved in that, which is brilliant. We've also got MG Car Club Sprites and Midgets that are going to be here as well. Always entertaining. And I'm loving this. The 750 Motor Club sort of run, if you will, BMW Car Club event, which the cars in that just look epic. So hopefully we're going to have some serious entertainment with them. All the qualifying is finished. It's now wall-to-wall racing for the rest of the day. 9 races, and I'm looking forward to it. If yesterday's anything to go by, it's going to be epic. We had already the Formula Ford champion was crowned in Luke Cooper. Congratulations to Luke Cooper and the Swift Cooper Formula Ford car. Well done, mate. And the saloon car champion was Mark Sutton in his MGZR. So well done to Mark Sutton. But obviously, for every good result, there was misfortune and all sorts. We had all the drama as you'd expect, and it just dished up some massive entertainment. As did the Mazdas, the 5 Club Mazdas, the low costs. And what else did we have? We had something else yesterday. I'll tell you who's going to know, because I'm going to bring him in now. Our co-commentator over at Old Paddock. He's going to remember because my mind's gone blank. But it's Josh Barrett. Hello, mate. You all right?
Hello, Chris. Yes, it's good to be over here at Old Paddock for my one and only time this season. So good to see this great vantage point we have over here of what I'm sure is going to be some cracking racing.
Which one am I missing?
Did you say
yesterday?
The Minis?
No, that was it. Thank you. The Bark, the Mighty Minis and the Super. How can I forget that? That was epic racing, as always. And even the legend that is Roger Tello was here himself as well. So absolutely brilliant that they were here. So it was good fun. VP Racing Fuels, obviously, are the title sponsor. And you can see, thank you to VP Racing Fuels. I will very quickly actually just put up, wrong one. I need to put up the... Thank you, Emma Strawford, Mighty Minis. Thanks, Em. It is indeed. The other things to be aware of is that, as well as VP Racing Fuels doing what you expect, where you can obviously go to vpracingfuels.com, they've also got loads of cool apparel, merch. If you go to maxgapparel.com, and have a look for the VP Racing Fuels. They got some really good quality t-shirts. I had it on COMBE TV on Thursday, and I shall be wearing it again, I can assure you, because it's a good quality. They got hoodies, they've got for different genders, tops, all that sort of thing, caps. Some really good stuff. So go and have a look at that as well. And we thank you for the support from VP Racing Fuels. To sort of back this whole weekend. It is really, really decent to be back in the whole finals weekend. It is the VP Racing Fuels finals weekend. And on that note, I'm just going to very quickly, let's have another look at another ad break.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years, but VP isn't just race fuels. VP's Stay Frosty high performance coolant is perfect for your street legal vehicle. It contains glycol for freeze protection and reduces coolant temps up to 14 degrees while protecting against corrosion and scale deposits. VP's Stay Frosty Race Ready coolant is 100% water-based coolant designed to be track approved and ready to race. It reduces coolant temps up to 30 degrees while also protecting against corrosion and deposits, making it the best coolant for your race car application. For more information about VP Stay Frosty Performance Coolants, visit us online at vpracingfuels.com.
So thank you for that. And yeah, I'll just put a test in. I'm going to, now this could go very wrong, by the way, Josh, but I'm going to try it. And everybody that's watching, I'm going to press refresh because for some reason it's not showing how many viewers and the comments. And I know because I've even just sent a test comment and we need to be able to interact with you. So I'm going to just quickly press refresh. If it goes wrong, then we've got to go in with another stream. But bear with me. Here we go. It's worked. I'm back. You're still there. And now all the comments are in. Yay. Phew. Thank goodness for that. That was very weird what was going in there. So hello from Peggy Spackman. Dilly from the start line. It's Keith Rain. Where is he? I did see him earlier, but he's gone AWOL at the minute down there. But they're getting close. The cars are getting ready. We're due to start at 12:35. But just to let you all know that we're probably going to be about 12:20. Actually, I think we're going to start. Qualifying went rather well, didn't it, Josh? So through it.
Yeah, let's not speak too soon, though, had we?
No, quite. I told you off earlier for that, I think, didn't I? Attempting. Castle Combe Circuit. Hello, Dawsey boy. Hello. Shout out for Cafe Bar H and the Carvery. They're doing roast beef, and they've even gone out to get some horseradish as well to go with that. I'm very, very envious. But
is there any deliveries to the commentary box for that, Chris?
Absolutely, that would be wicked if we could get that. Although the current Mrs. Dawes, I think, is getting a roast ready for when I get home, which would be nice. Mike Cotton, the ambience was much better at Quarry. That's what I like to hear. The ambience was, I'm assuming you're saying as in genuinely it's good. That's what I like to hear. Tom Murray says, hi, Dawsey. Sorry you couldn't see me yesterday. Up at Quarry today. Good crowd up here. Dilly. Let's go racing. Can't wait for the BMWs. I agree. They're going to be entertaining. And good to see you up there, Tom. Yeah, I was looking for you waving, mate, wasn't I? But I couldn't spot you. Sorry, buddy. Out there in the Orange Army. Gerald Howell says, Gerald and Jed say, dilly from Bobby's. Dilly to the Marshals. It's the war cry. It's going to stick forever, that one, I think. Sean Neathling, good luck and enjoy racing today. Simon Fisher, PK Harvey, watching live. Love from the family. Hello, mate. Good to see you watching. This is what I like to see. Ray Ferrari Nut Ferguson. Dilly. Fergie is here at Quarry. Ray Ferrari Nut. And I'm looking through and being up binoculars. You got to wave now, Fergie, because I love the fact that Ferrari Nut. Go and get his autograph, everybody, because that guy races stupid amounts of racing in one day. Not always Ferraris, but does prefer them to be. Gary Elsom, waving from post 1. Now, I can't remember where post 1 is, to be precise, but I'm waving out there anyway, just in case. Another one of the mighty Orange Army. Julie Atwood. Good luck, Kieran Atwood, for today. That will be in the Formula Ford Carnival, of course. Carl Bonici. Tracy Jones. Okay, I think you're probably just tagging someone in there. Sorry, didn't need to do that one, did I? Dilly. Big shout out from Bobby's. And that's Jed, obviously, is up there with Gerald as well. So welcome, guys. Welcome. Now, I don't know whether it's fully working because it did bring up the old messages, but not sure if we're still getting the live feed. So I don't know what's going on with StreamYard today. Apologies in advance because I'm going to do it one more time, a quick refresh before we then take you through the grid for the first race, which is not a million miles away. So bear with me. Yeah, there's something not right with this because it's now suddenly brought up the messages, so it's not doing it proactively for some frustrating reason. But well, at least we know now, Josh, that I can do the refresh and I still come back.
Yes. Yes, it wouldn't be good to lose you, would it, Chris?
Well, some would disagree with you there, Josh, but yeah. Janet Jenkins, hi, Dawsey. I'd just like to say good luck to Team Flirtation. See you tonight, Jerry, because tomorrow is our holiday time. And that, of course, is the insanely quick Tigra that Ollie Bull will be racing. That, by the way, had a 105 in testing on Thursday. So that'll be interesting to see. They got the new brakes on. That was the problem they had last time. Anthony Quinton says, hey, Miss Combe. Fingers crossed we can get you back soon, mate. Ross Parker, lost all our oil in qualifying due to leaking sump gasket. Terry has gone to Bristol for parts, so hopefully out for race 2. Ah, Ross, that is a nightmare. I'm absolutely gutted for you there, mate. That'll be in the hot hatches. Tim Perry, hello, mate. Tim Perry, Dilly Dawsey from Post 2. Jed Daw, Dilly from the 2Gs at Bobby's. It is the 2Gs up there, isn't it? Jed and Gerald. Peggy Swatman, issues with the sump leaking. That's obviously Ross Parker's. Sorry, Ross, I'm going to say it. Better half. No, mate, no offense. Jay Golden. Shout out to Southwest Track Support. Absolutely, they're down there running a few people. Look at this. We've even got Steve Weston, support officer. He's wearing a couple of different caps here today, and we need those COVID officers. I tell you, police came in yesterday to make sure that they were happy with how everything was working, and thankfully they were. Cole Alden says, "Afternoon, Mr. Dawes. Hello, mate." Lee Groves Mab, hello from Quarry from the Grovesies. Dilly, hello, mate. Welcome. Right, so before I go through the grid, I'm going to do one last attempt at this. I'm going to shut this down and actually open up completely. I'm going to make one slight change there. Technology, eh, Josh? Who'd have it?
Yes, but it's a great way, though, as we've said before, to be able to bring these race meetings to much more people, isn't it? And that interaction is the key thing with COMBE TV. So let's hope that is something we can do, because it'd be frustrating for this final race day if we can't have that interaction with everybody at home.
Exactly. So I'm going to refresh it. I know I've still got the Twitter coming in. So Mark Bolch, hello, mate, from MG Car Club. He's here. Good to hear your voice here at Castle Combe today. My first visit, I made all the better by the sunshine. It is rather lovely out there, isn't it? The bad news, Josh, is it means we get pestered by all sorts of insects that love the hot weather, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in this commentary box down here. That's for sure.
They all just congregate in here, don't they? Right, give me a minute. I'm going to do more than just refresh. I'm going to close this down. I'll be right with you. Back in a second.
Okay, so hopefully we'll get Chris back shortly, as he's been saying. Lots of racing to come throughout the course of today. We'll be starting with the Castle Combe Racing Club's GT Championship very shortly, and we've got a champion to be crowned in that. We'll speak more about that when Chris is back. We'll also have the Formula Ford Carnival run by the Castle Combe Racing Club. First time that's been back since 2017. And then a couple... and of course, the series, the Castle Combe Racing Club Hot Hatch series, is out today as well, with a huge grid of cars once more. We've got a couple of guest series, the MG Car Club's Midget and Sprite Challenge. We heard from Mark in that tweet to Chris, who's head of race operations for the MG Car Club now, and also the 750 Motor Club run BMW Car Club Racing Series. And Chris is back.
I am. It still hasn't sorted it, so I apologise that we're going to have slight delays where I'll have to do the refresh each time. But I think it left you there and able to talk, didn't it?
Yes. Well, hopefully everybody could hear me. So.
Well, certainly when I came back in, it was working. So I'm assuming that's the case, which is good, because here as obviously the host and my commentator, producer, editor, the whole thing here. But of course, all of that being made possible by the quality of these pictures are amazing, and thank you to Kevin from Bristol Sound's done an incredible job setting up all of this stuff. And we're going to have his son Greg is going to be downstairs again, and he's going to be going through the cameras to sort of enable us to watch the action as it goes round. And we look forward to that. John Moon's also going to be joining us. He'll be down in Park Fermé at the end of the races and bringing us the interviews. And where's my cursor gone? There we go. Put that into there, because at the moment all you've got is the back of a van, and you can hear the birds tweeting in the background. Isn't that lovely? The birds tweeting in the background. See, we never had that when you were down there yesterday.
I scared them all off.
Yeah, you did, mate. You did. Kerry Long asked the question, are the public allowed in today? Yes, but it's advanced tickets, I'm afraid. The tickets opened a week ago. It was big. Keep an eye on the website and social media. It was being blasted everywhere that we were running a trial, limited number of tickets, and they went off sale at or 2 o'clock on Friday. So I'm afraid it's too late for this one, but keep an eye out during this week about whether we're able to have spectators here for the bikes, and then obviously Autumn Classic for the week after. So just keep your eyes peeled, and then it will say that they're on sale and you can buy tickets. And yes, we do have public up there in at Quarry Corner, which is just brilliant to see. Our very own. Oh, sorry, go on, mate.
I was going to say, it's great to see a great number of people too over there at Quarry. Got a good view of that from here. And it just like you say, it was pretty short notice, so people had to be pretty quick on the ball to get there. So it's great to see the commitment from the Castle Combe fan base, and great to see, as you've been saying, the people here this weekend.
Yeah, no, agreed. Absolutely. It's one of those things that hats off to everybody at the circuit here for making that possible. They're going to make a big loss by doing that. It is what it is. But they were desperate to try and get it so that the faithful could come in and watch some racing, which is lovely to be able to do. Our very own Chris Mason down in the medical centre says, hello from the Med Centre, Combe TV, BTCC and Le Mans, Motorsport Heaven. I'm honoured that we featured in that one there, Josh.
And number one, of course.
Absolutely. Not that he's biased at all. Nick James, congrats to Castle Combe Saloon Car Champion Mark Sutton and second place Chris Hignall. Pre-booked only, it said. Well, Matt Roberts was asking Kerry Long. You're absolutely right. That is the case. Karen Potter, good luck to local man and our friend Andy Abrams. I went and saw him yesterday. BMW number 21 from Quarry. He literally, what did he say? 11 miles away. He is sort of a village just outside Melksham. I forget the name of it, but it's a village just outside Melksham, and he's going to be in the BMW race.
And I'm told the car he's in is the ex-Simon Walker-Hansel M3 Cup car. And, of course, we saw
Correct.
Simon win in the low-cost championship yesterday.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So great to see him there. Dan Blake, afternoon, Chris, from Post 10. Now, this is Dan Blake that got a top 10 finish in the MX-5s yesterday. And again, stone's throw away, really, the other side of Chippenham and down a little bit for Dan Blake. And not only was he out racing yesterday, he's now out in as one of the Orange Army for today's race. So fantastic, Dan. Well done. Great to see. Enjoy it and then go and give something back as well. It's a really good one. So thanks, guys. Welcome. As I say, apologies. I have no idea why we've got an issue with. It's obviously a StreamYard issue that's not bringing the live stream of the comments for people, which is so annoying. I've done refresh. I've done even close down the browser and start again. It's not making any difference, I'm afraid. So it does appear that we've lost that capability. He says just making sure it's exactly the same on the other one. I'm just surrounded by so much equipment that yeah, it's the same on this one as well, as it's not going to come in live. So apologies that it means that we lose out a little bit on the bits and pieces. I'm trying to find mute on here now. I'm jack of all, master of none, I think, by the looks of that. Oh, there it is.
But hopefully we'll be able to refresh between the races, Chris, so we can still get some interaction.
This is what I've now sort of sussed, is that I can bring it up on here. So the one I'm refreshing is you'll notice that I've got. I know you can't see that. There's a Dorsey 2 now in the green room that is my other laptop, but it's not going to come in. But I'm able to see the comments. Haley Brock says, "Good luck, Alan. Team Hamilton will be cheering from home." That's in this first race, the GTs. Jeff, let me put that up. Jeff Cusworth, afternoon, Dorsey. Here's to a good day's racing. Jeff Cusworth, flaggy at Quarry Apex. Hello, mate. Welcome there, and thank you again for all your work. Ben Harris, Leslie Harris, Chief of Race Administration at Castle Combe for the last 10 years, sadly passed away on 8th of September 2020 after a short fight with pancreatic cancer. Donations to Cancer Research UK in Leslie's memory can be, and those of you that can see that stream, you'll be able to click on that link. If I can't copy it from where it is, and even if I pasted it, it's not a clickable link, unfortunately, the way we do it here. Our commiserations, obviously, Leslie Harrison, family and friends, and everybody for that, that was obviously involved here, very much so, in the circuit. Mark Thompson says, "Hello, me old mucker from sunny Snetterton." He is up there in the recovery crew for the trucks. You're going to be busy today, mate, aren't you? Goodness me. Haley Deacon, good luck, Daddy. Sean Deacon will be cheering you on. Love Chloe and Harrison. Then we've got Robert Bryan. Will this be available on YouTube? Well, it's already live on YouTube right now. And if you go to Castle Combe Circuit on Facebook, you can watch it back. If you have on YouTube, you go to look for Castle Combe Circuit UK. It's live now, and it will be there to watch back again afterwards as well. So yes is the answer to that one for sure. Dave Hardiman, just experimenting from the safety car. Only about 10-second delay on video feed today, so not bad at all. Thanks, mate. Good test. And I'm looking down, see if we can see there. So Dave Hardiman's down there. TSW dude, back again. Hello, guys. Castle Combe, greetings from Media Centre / Greenhouse. So that's what it appears down there for them, apparently. Right, let's get you through this grid because the GTs are now being released from the assembly area. The grid for this will be as follows. Pole position goes the way of Oliver Ball, 105.935 for Ollie. Alongside him, that incredibly rapid Caterham R300, Tony Bennett, number 24, whose son is also racing in the Ginetta, which one did I say it was? The GT5.
I think that's what you said on Thursday,
Yeah. Up at Donington Park supporting, obviously, British GT, and they're up there with them at the moment. Second row, 27 Bradley John, 99 Jamie Sturgis. He's actually here in his Golf TCR, although I've just noticed that Bradley John's missing as it stands at the moment. Third row, 56 Alan Hamilton, and it should be 75 Barry Squibb, but that white Evo is not on the circuit at the moment, which is a shame. Fourth row, number 8 Kevin Bird, and 40 Jazz Sapra, a pair of white BMWs, Josh, just so you know. That'll be fun. Fifth row, number 20 Tim Woodman, 21 Dominic Shepherd. Sixth row, 354 Mark Sear, 81 Neil Greenland. Seventh row, 86 Jeremy Cook, 59 Del Brett. In a new car for Del Brett. This is now a 911 instead of the Boxster. Still silver with the Future Inns livery on it, but it's a new car to Del Brett, so good to see that. And on the eighth and final row, 73 Michael Parsons in his Golf, and 231, which is a change of number, by the way. I don't know if you clocked that. We had him down as, I think, 123. He's now 231.
Just in a different order, the numbers.
Exactly, yes. It's the alternative dusty bin. It's 231 Alexander Baldwin in his Honda. So that is the grid. And we will get this, what is it? It's a 15-lap race. And it's very warm here. What are we at now temperature-wise? About 18 degrees. It feels more than that for me here. I don't know about you, Josh.
It's not too bad over here, but you've got the sun shining towards you, and I'll have that later on, I guess. But
and you've got windows and things in your commentary box.
Yeah, great big window, isn't it? It's great, though, that we've got good weather, isn't it, for the finals weekend, because it's not always like that at this time of year.
No.
But a note about those two cars that are missing, that's going to have championship implications for Oliver Ball, because it means he will be the only Class A starter, which will dramatically reduce the amount of points he can score.
Yes, good point. That is very unfortunate, actually. So Ollie Ball's probably been there trying to help Bradley John to get it sorted. So that is a real shame. He's currently on 34 points. Tony Bennett on the front row there in Class B. He's got plenty in his, at least three in his class. He's on 40 points, and it's really between those two, is it not? Yeah.
Alan Hamilton mathematically can win still. But there's only 6 points if you win. But obviously, Ollie Ball can only score 2 points for being the only starter. So therefore, I think if Tony Bennett finishes first or second within his class, he should win the championship in this race.
Yeah, that's such a shame. Just quickly add some of the comments. Can you get in with a season pass, says Paul Carpenter? The answer would have been yes, but you still had to contact the circuit to say that you're going for the whole track and trace purposes. You can't just turn up now with a season pass or residence pass, sadly. For all of the events, you still have to contact them and let them know that you're intending to come. Jed Doyle, Dawsey, we are missing your dulcet tones from the circuit speakers on the non-spectator side. I know, mate, sorry, it's going just round that one direction, not round the other. Sorry about that. Castle Combe answering advance tickets only. You should have contacted the circuit with your intention to come on the season ticket. Hi, says Callan Ruck. Hello to you too. Good luck, Ollie Ball, says Tracy Jenkins. I mean, it looks like he should be in control of this one in reality, shouldn't he?
Yes, he was on pole by a couple of seconds in qualifying. So I guess what he'll be liking to do is see how quick he can get that Vauxhall Tigra, because that car doing just over 65-second laps in qualifying is a mighty effort, and we shall see how fast he can do over these 15 laps in the race. But it's great battle behind.
Yeah, it's a big sort of like engineering feat that they're doing there, isn't it? Constantly sort of tweaking it and develop it. And thank you to Jeremy that drops me the updates on that car. Thanks to Jamie Peters-Ennis as well. He's just confirmed it is very warm down in the pit lane. Hello, Jamie. He's down there. I can see him with the pit board ready, waiting for this start to happen, because, of course, they have to stand away from the pit wall before they can actually start. But remember, this is a rolling start, so the field are being brought down towards Camp Corner to get this afternoon, the day 2 of the VP Racing Fuels finals weekend. Here they come round Camp Corner. Ollie Ball in control of the field towards the line. The red lights are on. Off they go, and off go the field. And Tony Bennett's got a cracker of a start, as has Alan Hamilton. He's managed to get past Jamie Sturgis up into 3rd place at the moment. But Ollie Ball, whilst he was threatened initially by Tony Bennett, guess what? He's managing to pull away in that incredibly powerful Tigra Silhouette.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. He's pulling away then through Quarry Corner from the 2 sports racers behind him, the 2 7-type cars. It's the Caterham of Tony Bennett, but being closely followed by Alan Hamilton. These 2 Class B cars then make their way through Old Paddock. There's a gap back to the first of the tin tops, and that is Jamie Sturgis, who's under pressure from Jad Sapra in his E46 M3, and then the similar liveried car, but I think it's the E92 model, Kevin Bird's BMW chases them. So that's a good battle for his 4th position then. The Volkswagen Golf ahead of the 2 BMW M3s, and then behind them is that Audi Super Tourer, the Danish touring car of Dominic Shepherd. Great to see that back out after an incident in qualifying at the last meeting.
Yep, so here they come round to complete their first lap. Interesting 2nd and 3rd place fight bubbling up. Tony Bennett, number 24 in the Caterham R300, has got Alan Hamilton at Westfield Aero pretty much right with him. So that could be a tasty duel between those guys. Remember, they are in the same class, Class B. Now, in fairness, Tony Bennett probably has got the championship on his mind. He's not going to push it excessively hard, I wouldn't have thought.
We shall see, won't we? In qualifying, Alan Hamilton was only half a second slower. Both these cars in the same class. So Alan Hamilton can take points away from Tony Bennett. So that's a good battle there. Jamie Sturgis now starting to get away from Jad Sapra and Kevin Bird. But the 2 BMWs are nose two-tail as they come through Old Paddock. So the GT4 model, the E92 car of Kevin Bird really putting pressure on down towards Tower Bend of Jazz Sapra. He's looking up the inside. He's got 2 wheels on the grass on the inside of the corner as he pushes on. So it's a great battle between the 2 white BMWs. They turn into Bobby's, Chris, and come back into your view.
Yeah, that looks tasty as heck, that one, doesn't it? Which is good because the others at the top 4 are spread out a little bit at the moment, but these guys aren't. Kevin Bird's posturing towards the inside at Camp Corner. Not quite able to make a move. Jazz Sapra just stuck to his racing line in the white number 40 BMW. This is a new car to him this year because they're working on it for 1 or 2 other. I mean, Jazz just races in everything he can. He's such a racing fan. So at the moment, he's got the march, but he is being hounded by Kevin Bird, isn't he?
And ahead of them, Jamie Sturgis going well. Now he's chasing after Alan Hamilton. So Alan Hamilton, who was putting the pressure onto Tony Bennett, is in turn coming under pressure from Jamie Sturgis, who's lapping quicker than not just the Westfield, but the Caterham too. So how far up the overall order can the TCR machine of Jamie Sturgis get? Behind him, you've got those 2 M3s. It's still Jad Sapra ahead of Kevin Bird, and they may also be caught by the Audi, the Dominic Shepherd car. So we might get a 3rd car involved in that battle down towards Tower Bend. Again, looking to the inside is Kevin Bird, but again, he can't go through. But just giving us a small taste of this, these 2 BMWs, Chris, for a whole grid of these types of cars later on in the day.
Exactly right. That's why there's a lot of people looking forward to that. Ollie Ball completes his 3rd lap and he's stretching his legs at the front of the field. 24 Tony Bennett sat there in 2nd place doing what he needs to do for his championship aspirations. As you say, Hamilton, Alan Hamilton in a blue number 56 Westfield Aero under massive pressure from Jamie Sturgis, this time out in the number 99, the TCR, the Golf TCR, rather than the Seat that we've seen him out so far. But the two BMWs cresting over Avon Rise. It looks like Kevin Bird's possibly, I think he's trying to almost pressurise a mistake from Jazz Sapra more than anything at the moment.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it, to overtake around Castle Combe in these types of car. Jamie Sturgis just made a mistake, by the way, through the S's. Had a big old slide. He saved it, but he's lost some time, therefore, to Alan Hamilton. The two M3s have been caught by the Audi, so Dominic Shepherd is making it a three-car battle for fifth position as they make their way down towards Tower Bend. And again, Kevin Burns going to the inside, but is he attacking or is he defending here? Because, of course, that Audi of Dominic Shepherd has caught them. He was lapping a second quicker on the last lap. They make their way down into the Bobby chicane. So not just two cars in this battle now, Chris, it's three.
Wow, that's what we like to see. This time round, Jamie Sturgis just fallen away from Alan Hamilton. Now, which way did that go? Wasn't a quick lap. It was Jamie Sturgis suddenly lost 3 seconds on that lap.
He had a big old slide through the S's.
That will explain it then. But all of a sudden, Kevin Bird's now about to be passed by Shepherd in that number 21 car. That incredible Audi Super Tourer GT, the ex-Danish touring car. Is that what you said it was?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just about to move past. He's done it. He's now splitting the BMWs.
It's an incredible piece of kit. It's, I think, unique to the UK. He has to source all his parts from Denmark, therefore. By the way, Jamie Sturgis has re-caught Alan Hamilton already. And is he going past on the way down towards Tower Bend? He's looking to the inside. And you can see it on the screens there. Sturgis trying to go through. Can't quite do it. What about the next group of cars? Can Dominic Shepherd make a move on Jad Sapra? Not quite again at Tower Bend, but two different battles there to watch for. You're seeing both of them on your screens. A great bit of directing down there to watch the two battles, Chris, as they come back towards camp.
Yeah, Jamie Sturgis in that 4th position, back on the tail of the blue Westfield Aero. Team Hamilton will be back at home cheering on Alan Hamilton, I have no doubt. Cross the line, the two of them go. Then it's this fantastic battle coming through camp. Jazz Sapra in number 40, just holding off Shepherd in that Audi Super Tourer GT. Kevin Bird at the moment's just had to sort of take a watching brief. I wonder whether he knows that Audi's going to get Jazz Sapra and he's going to let that happen and then reconvene his fight. And in fact, here it comes now, throwing it up the inside in towards Quarry, signed, sealed, and delivered.
But Jazz Sapra has managed to get back in line, and therefore that means Kevin Bird was unable to get ahead of him. So how quick can Dominic Shepherd go in that Audi now with a bit of clear air? Can he lap quicker than those in front of him? Those in front of him heading down towards Tower Bend with Alan Hamilton in the Westfield still ahead of Jamie Sturgis in the Volkswagen Golf TCR machine. So lots of aero on both of those cars, much lighter car, the Westfield. The Volkswagen Golf, 350 brake horsepower TCR machine coming back towards you, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie Bull's already up into Quarry. How amazing is that speed? He's just checked out completely. There's Tony Bennett comfortably in second. 3rd and 4th still close together. Alan Hamilton in the blue 56 Westfield trying to keep Sturgis behind him. Sturgis is there, but I'm not sure he's posturing just yet to try and make a move because I would imagine they've got strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuits, Josh.
Yeah, they're very different cars, aren't they? The light Aero, the light Westfield Aero, and then the heavier Volkswagen Golf TCR of Jamie Sturgis that dives up the inside into the S's, but again, he can't quite go through. So Alan Hamilton in that Westfield stays ahead. They're going to have lap traffic soon because that Honda Civic of Alex Baldwin is just ahead of them as they head down towards Tower Bend. So the Hamilton Westfield still ahead of the Sturgis Golf as they turn then through Tower, and they're going to catch the Baldwin Honda Civic into Bobby's. So how are they going to find their way past the Civic? He moves to the left-hand side of the circuit and lets those two cars go through. So that was good driving, but still Alan Hamilton is able to defend off Jamie Sturgis as they come to the end of lap 7.
Yes, of a 15-lap race, so they're nearly at half race distance now. Through goes second place Tony Bennett. Now, has that gap come down? I didn't clock what it was, but yes, it would appear that was suddenly a fairly slow lap for Tony Bennett, a 1:10.9 instead of a 1:09.6, which suddenly means he's a bit closer. Although he's clearly pushing this time, they just kicked up a bit of dust as they go left over the apex of Avon Rise. He's kicked up that dust. And so it kind of shows he's still trying his best, isn't he?
And this is where Sturgis can challenge every time he has a look into the S's. This time he didn't, in fact. So therefore he's behind Alan Hamilton. But yeah, as you say, they are closer to Tony Bennett in that Caterham. Just looking, how's Dominic Shepherd doing for lap times? He's just done a PB, a 109.9. On that particular lap was quicker than those in front, but only by about half a second. And as he is 8 seconds behind, I don't think Dominic Shepherd will catch them in this race, will he? As already, Ollie Ball's completed another lap, hasn't he? He's completed 8 laps as the rest make their way to you.
Yeah, he's just miles ahead, isn't he? I mean, he's only lapping in 107s at the moment, interestingly. Now, bearing in mind, he was down in the high 105s in qualifying, and I'm pretty sure it was low 105s in testing that they were very, very happy with on Thursday. Tony Bennett, is he back up to speed? I think he's just at a managing pace. He's now lapped quicker than the 2 cars behind him, but slower than his best. 5th place goes to the 21 car of that incredible Audi Super Tourer GT that has pulled away from the guys, the 2 BMWs. But sadly, it's kind of split those two apart at the moment, hasn't it? Jazz Sapper in control of the BMW fight.
There is another good battle to watch further back, heading down towards Bobby's. It's being led by that new Porsche 911 to the championship, the Del Brett car. He's just ahead of Michael Parsons in a Volkswagen Golf and Jeremy Cook in a BMW. So that's a good battle to be watching. They're all being lapped by the race leader.
Yeah, he's split in the Porsche 911. Of course, Del Brett's been in this plenty of times, but historically in a Boxster. It's in a lovely 911 he's got there now. And it's great to see the stalwart store here. Of course, Future Inns have been, he's the boss of Future Inns. It was him and his late brother, I believe it is, that ran that. And he was supporting Luke Cooper in the last couple of years. Not so much this year because, of course, the hotel industry is struggling somewhat here. But he's got through. But you're right, that is an interesting fight there between those guys that are now just behind the leader that's making his way towards you for the 10th time.
Indeed, and Michael Parsons was looking to the inside of Del Brett into the S's, but that didn't work out for him. Again, 2 very different cars, the Porsche 911 and the Volkswagen Golf. I noticed too, the Sapper and Bird BMWs are back together when they passed me. So there are a few battles to watch out there for sure into the final third of this race.
I'm glad the BMWs are back because they were throwing some entertainment. By the way, we have lost 2 cars. Neil Greenland, number 81, in that incredibly souped-up Mitsubishi Colt. That came into the pits rather early on. But we've also lost the 354 car, another Vauxhall Tigra of Mark Sear, I'm afraid. They've both come in, not into the pit lane, so they'll have gone straight into the paddock. Hopefully they'll be back out for race 2, as will hopefully the 2 Mitsubishi Evos of Barry Squibb and Bradley John, but we'll wait and see. Leader's gone through and already have been heading up in towards Quarry, and at the moment Sturgis has dropped away in that 4th place behind Alan Hamilton again.
Yeah, much slower lap again. Didn't see what caused that one. Alan Hamilton did do a personal best, 1 minute 10.035. So he's only 2.8 seconds away from Tony Bennett. But then Jamie Sturgis comes across the line and does his personal best lap of the race, a 1 minute 08.751. So he's catching them again, Chris.
Yeah, and of course he's leading Class D as it stands at the moment, 1 point ahead of Neil Greenland. Neil Greenland's retired, whereas of course, Jamie Sturgis still out there circulating and winning that Class D. The next person in Class D is Jazz Sapper in the 40 BMW, isn't it? So he's going great guns. And of course, he is last year's champion here in the GT Championship.
Indeed, he is, and he's right on the tail of Alan Hamilton going down towards Tower Bend. So he's going to give it another go to get onto the overall podium in that Golf TCR machine, but he just can't work out where you can overtake round here. He takes a tighter line out of Tower to down into Bobby's. He dives up the inside and he goes through. So just as I say, you can't work out how to go through, he does it into Bobby's, into 3rd position for Jamie Sturgis.
Unbelievable. I mean, yeah, it was almost as if maybe he just took a couple of laps, cool everything down, and he's down here and got a bit of daylight. It doesn't matter for points-wise for Alan Hamilton. Team Hamilton, fear not, because he's still running 2nd in Class B to Tony Bennett. That he's probably frustrated that Bennett's there in sight up the over Avon rising towards Quarry, but he can't do anything about it. Jamie Sturgis is Class D and leading comfortably Class D. 21 Shepherd leading Class F, which I think is largely a sort of invitation class type thing because there is no championship standings for Class F. And Jazz Sapper is Class D. Class C being led by Kevin Bird.
That Audi's a great sounding car too, isn't it? First time really heard that was today, and it really does sound the business, doesn't it? The Dominic Shepherd car.
And on noise, as Ollie Ball goes across the line for the 12th time, by the way, in this 15-lap race, so just 3 to go in this pure domination. Still, he's done a 106.7 as a fast time. But another one that is sad he's not out there sounding amazing this year is Bradley John's Evo. Seems to just have a new sound to it that just is mind-blowing. So hopefully we'll see/hear that one out later.
Yes, definitely. The COMBE GT Championship does bring some great sights and some great sounds too, doesn't it? It's been a real place where you can just bring whatever you've got, and we'll welcome your car into this championship. And it's a type of cars in some of these instances you just don't see in club racing elsewhere. So it's great that people can bring them to Castle Combe. There's been a change, has there, for second? No, not quite, but the gap's come right down. Tony Bennett is being caught by Jamie Sturgis, and they're amongst the lap traffic coming into the S's here, and Tony Bennett's now put the other Gulf, the Michael Parsons car, between himself and Jamie Sturgis, but Sturgis is catching Tony Bennett for second position overall. So this is a great drive in what is a touring car, the TCR Gulf of Jamie Sturgis. Can he get second place away from Tony Bennett? And of course, it looks like Bennett's going to win the championship this year, and he's being chased by the outgoing champion, Jamie Sturgis.
Yeah, I did spot that last time round. I mean, Bennett's not lapping that much slower than his best time out there in this session, but Jamie Sturgis suddenly put in a 108 personal best and was closing, and he's taken Hamilton with him, who got a 109. So you'll notice that both of those two are kind of together trying to pick their way. Brett, understandably, just takes the race in line, and now Jamie Sturgis will try and get the pedal to the metal and get past him on the start-finish straight with Alan Hamilton right with him. Such was the compromise that was done there. Well, interesting, we've got a oil flag going through Folly. Well, it might not be oil, it might be some debris on the circuit. But are they going to catch Bennett? There's only 2 laps. I think he's probably got enough in the bag, though.
Yeah, that traffic didn't work for Jamie Sturgis because he was pretty much with Tony Bennett heading through Quarry on the previous lap. But the gap has gone back out again. And as you say, Jamie Sturgis back under pressure from Alan Hamilton in the Westfield. So this has been a really interesting battle throughout this race as they turn their way through Old Paddock. They're half a minute or so away from the leader, Ollie Ball. So Ollie Ball looks like he's going to win the race by about half a lap. But behind him, there have been some really good dices to look forward to, and hopefully we'll have some much more of it later on. As you say, Chris, double header all season for the Castle Combe Racing Club Championships this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Shorter year. The leader's probably sort of roundabout with you now on his final tour, but it is about sort of picking up on these key fights up and down through the rest of the field, because the domination you see on the screen there goes Ollie Bull in the Flirtation-sponsored orange and white Vauxhall Tigra silhouette, number 41. He's going to take the win here. He's going to be gutted that there isn't another Class A. He's going to hope that at least one of them will be back out for the next race. But the rest of the field have gone through. I'm just trying to pick up where the key fights were, actually. I think they're probably back with you at the moment. But here comes, I'm going to take Ollie Bull round Camp Corner to take the checkered flag, and a dominant victory as the 2 BMWs ahead of him get through to complete their last lap. There goes Ollie Bull. Takes the checkered flag, a great win for Ollie Ball, and he did it fairly comfortably because he only had to get down to the 106.7s during that particular race, not overstressing the engine. I wonder if he might well push it in the next race, though.
I somewhat expect he might. That's his 4th win overall in this season. Jamie Sturgis has caught Tony Bennett, but Tony Bennett is going to provisionally win the championship in this race, Chris.
That's, quick maths. Please don't shoot us if we're wrong, but that's what we believe is the case. Here he comes, Tony Bennett. We believe the 2020 GT Championship, and I think he believes that too, because that is some huge punching of the air as he crosses the line. Second place on the road, which gives him a win in Class B as well, of course, and it looks like he certainly has done the maths and worked out that he's now champion. Jamie Sturgis just behind him, winner of Class D in that 99 car, the outgoing champion just in the shadows of this year's champion. 4th, number 56, Alan Hamilton. Great job there, gives him 2nd in Class B. Then, of course, it's number 21, that awesome Audi Super Tourer GT. Dominic Shepherd gives him a win in Class F. Jazz Sapra takes the checkered flag now, gives him 6th on the road in number 40, 2nd in Class D. The other white BMW, I wondered whether he wasn't sounding too healthy across the line there. Kevin Bird, car number 8. That's a victory in Class C. 8th, number 20, Tim Woodman, which gives him 3rd in Class B. Brett, number 59. Great outing for that car for the first time. in Class C. That gives him runner-up spot in Class C, so some good silverware there. 73 Parsons in that Golf, third in Class D. 86, which is Jeremy Cook, third in Class C. And then the final finisher, car 231, Alexander Baldwin, which gives him a win in Class E. And again, don't forget, and this is a message also for the for John Moon. He's running. John Moon's running. That also we need to make sure we pick out a driver of the race for this at some point as well. And just very quickly, I'm going to go in as John makes his way towards the people. And again, sorry that we can't bring this up. Tracy Jenkins, go, Ollie. And here's a good question. You might know the answer if we get time before the drivers go in. It says, hi guys, what makes a car a GT and not a saloon from Modfix? Do you know that, Josh?
What I would say is a GT is a proper racing built car. So like the Volkswagen Golf of Jamie Sturgis, that is built by Volkswagen. Therefore, we don't class that as a saloon because a saloon is a production based car that has been modified by the competitor rather than by the manufacturer, like the Volkswagen Golf, which is built for racing and obviously races in things like the TCR championships over the world.
Okay. I just pressed something and I'm suddenly got new messages coming up. So I think that I've got now a new full screen that I can view. So John Moon is down there. Let me have. My simple answer to that question, by the way, was going to be something about steroids. It's just pumped up massively, isn't it? Right, John Moon's down there and he's just handing out masks to the drivers as you would expect. And
do you want me to just quickly go through what I reckon the points are, Chris, if we've got time?
Yep, go for it, and I'll interrupt if we need to.
Okay, I think Tony Bennett's then on 46 points, so that should make him provisionally the champion. But then Oliver Bull and Alan Hamilton will be equal on 37 points going into the last race. So wow. all up for grabs for second.
I like the sound of that, so we'll have that when we go into to that particular race. And I'm just watching. John Moon's down there. We're going to have the Midets and Sprites up. I'll tell you what I'll very quickly do while he's completing that. Nope, he's ready. I'm going to bring in the man himself and take him up. Hello, Mr. Moon. Over to you, my friend.
Hello. Hi. Sorry about the delay. I was just doing a bit of maths because I don't think you're correct, actually. I think Tony has got to, because he didn't get past his lap, so I don't think he's quite champion yet. But anyway, more importantly, I'm going to talk to Ollie Bull, who's very, very clearly the winner of that race by some margin.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I mean, it was measured back end and didn't want to do anything. There was a gaggle of 3 back markers having their own race, which is awesome. And the point being is that you kind of gap it so you can go through there very, very safely and then go again. And yeah, very pleased. Side by side off the line, all very good. First corner, first chicane, and then straight out there. So yeah, thanks again to Jerry and Flirtations for supporting us. The florists in Bristol, they've been fantastic, and the car at the moment is just amazing.
Yeah, it looks great. It's
so much fun to drive.
It's obviously a hot day, so you know,
it is noticeably so from this morning.
Yeah,
the car was quite different in terms of grip and pace, and so I didn't quite have the edge. I managed 1 minute 6 lap, but I don't think I could have got near to what I did this morning. And I know you don't want to think about it too much, but there still is a chance you could take it. There is.
There still is a chance.
Coming into this, the only chance I had was to win and fastest lap in both races.
Yeah.
And that's still the goal.
Yeah, you've done your bit.
Whatever else happens around me happens. And I've been there many times. Yeah. Sometimes it falls your way, sometimes it doesn't. But that's all good.
Absolutely. You've done your bit. That's
Thanks
the
very
thing.
much.
Right, let's see if we can grab Tony over here. Tony. So Tony Bennett in second place, a great drive, and did almost as much as you could do, but that elusive point for fastest lap, not quite there.
I'd like to got it, but I wasn't going to take a risk at the end of the race.
No, not at all.
Just because but it went really well. But you know, Alan's a bloody good driver. He always gives me a hard time. So. Yeah. Really
there was not much in it. You know, he just dipped into. I think he did an 8.9 or something.
Yeah,
so
you can't slow down.
Yeah, We have to, obviously, you've had a clean sweep of wins all this year. It's just those fastest laps where sometimes Alan's beaten you.
Yeah.
And as it happens, he did that today.
Yeah.
But the next race, really, all you've got to do is win it, win your class. Nothing else. Simple as that.
I think all I got to do is finish. Actually, I think I need 4 points.
Actually, yes, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You're right. Yes.
Yeah. So I've got to just not be stupid.
Yeah. Of course.
So not see any redness.
Yeah.
But,
absolutely.
But,
okay. All right. Jamie's
much,
waiting
anyway.
there. Thanks
Cheers.
very much. Jamie, don yourself a mask so that you're fully compliant.
Thank you.
And while you're doing that, we commend you on your pass of Alan Hamilton, because we know Alan's already put a faster lap than Tony.
Yeah.
And yet in your saloon car, you managed to get by that mega quick Westfield.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to. Right from the start when I was chasing him down, and there was places where I was stronger, and I could always get sort of almost alongside into a braking zone, and then not enough to sort of make it stick or intimidate him enough. And then I think that I have to confess I hung back for a couple of laps just to have a kind of a really fast couple of laps, because I wanted to chase the fastest lap as well, and then came back on him, and I think I sort of made a move into Tower. He closed me off, and then he whooshed a little bit wide. I think he felt he was compromised, and then so when I got the nose down inside, he kind of decided that discretion was the better part of valour and bailed out on me. So I'm really chuffed. I'm great. I'm really happy to be sort of third today as well.
Yeah.
But qualifying, that's the best qualifying I've ever done in the GTs here. The car's absolutely superb. The guys at Zest have done a phenomenal job over the past few weeks. They've refreshed the whole thing in the last couple of weeks, and it's faster than last year. So I'm super happy.
Yeah. So obviously last year was a real high for you.
Yeah.
You know, winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
You've got the class this time. Perhaps not quite the same, but nevertheless.
Well, I couldn't do every round. I had a important family, but even though it's in lockdown, we had an important family birthday to sort of celebrate, and so I knew I was going to miss that one. With 3 cars in Tony's class, then it was always going to be difficult to beat him anyway, because chances are he's going to come in first and second, getting fastest lap. So it's I didn't really think that the championship was on again this year. But I'm just really pleased with how it's gone, and at the end of the day, I'm just pleased with the pace. So I think we may have dropped the lap record a little bit for the class there, which was one of my targets for the year. We were testing on Thursday and got down to that sort of pace, and my last qualifying lap was that sort of pace, and so I was just chuffed.
Excellent, well done. Well, you can try and do it again in the next one.
Absolutely.
And you've got a mask now.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Okay, that's it for GTs, or the first round of the GTs. Second round coming up a bit later. But right now it's my beloved Sprites and Midgets.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. We'll pop you back in there. In the middle of all of that, I managed to do a quick refresh, and sadly still no difference. So apologies. But what am I doing now? Add to stream. I don't know what it's playing at now, to be honest with you.
It's all changed.
Yeah, it's playing silly games at the minute. I'll put it up to that one for now. That's the one I was looking for, so that's the one I should have done, but it doesn't matter. We'll put it up to this. Right, the grid for this, the Midgets and Sprites. On pole position, 99, Richard Wildman, alongside number 7, Pippa Cow. Second row, 19, Ian Bergin, 57, Robin Lackford. Row 3, 15, James Fettyplace, and 35, Edward Easton. Fourth row, 40, Philip Stadder, and 52, Carl Chadwick. Fifth row, 140, Mike Henney, and 60, Barney Collinson. Sixth row, 27, Andrew Caldwell, and 21, Nicholas Rose. And on the 7th row, it should be 38, Steve Ridley, and 6, Martin Morris. But there was only one on that back row. Now, I don't know whether that means someone else has managed to sneak in, or whether we've lost one off the back. We'd already had an amended grid, because we had cars 25, 103, and 401 all sadly had to withdraw.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got Steve Ridley at the back. Did you say Martin Morris was due to be there? But isn't
Yes. Is that the one that's missing, is it?
Yes, I think so. I know that Ed Weston had a gearbox failure before qualifying. They've been trying to change that. Obviously, they haven't been able to change that in time.
Oh, he's out there.
Uh,
Ed Easton, 35.
Ed Weston.
Western,
43.
sorry, of course. That's that
Sadly-
joys of this, isn't it? The Eastern and Western Edwards.
Exactly. And they've now taken the engine out of Ed Weston's car, and they're going to try and get it out for race 2, so I'm told.
Hannah James, who's going to be down on the pit wall for this, says Mike wants to know if the G&Ts are being delivered to the pit wall for us. Not a chance. They don't even get delivered up to my commentary box, and you know I love a bit of a G&T, and no, I don't even get those, sadly. But hey, there we go. All good fun. Right. So this one's going to be a standing start, of course. Let's not forget, different to the GTs. 20-minute race. I just love these cars. Sadly, obviously, with everything that's impacted everybody with cancelled schedules or rearranged schedules and whatever else, is that this is a series this year rather than a championship. So there's no championship standings for us to be considering for these guys. Which, with the maths of trying to remember things like fastest laps and points for depending on whether. Now, I don't know whether that means that John's not remembered that actually there was less points because there was only one in Ollie Ball's class. I'm not sure, but we'll find that all out a little bit later. 5-second board is on. They're already looking towards the lights. Nothing's happening yet. There we go. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. On goes the 4th. The 5th light is on and hold, and off they go. And Pippa Cow gets a fantastic start off the front row. Wildman was about to lose 3rd as well to the 19 car of, now, do we know who's in that one? It's Bergen, Ian Bergen, because there's 2 drivers down to be driving that one. But now Wildman's got that insane midget at the front there, wound up, and Pippa Cow is going to take the outside line over Avon Rise, probably knowing full well that Wildman's going to come through. No, Pippa Cow's, yes, she has. She's let that one go. I don't suppose there's much point trying to fight against him, is there really?
No, because Richard Wildman in that Class A, slick, tired, full race spec MG midget. So he's won every race this season with more competition. He certainly should win this race if all is well. But watch out for the Class E battle for 2nd place, because Pippa Cow's already under pressure from Ian Bergen. And then you've got Robin Lackford behind. So that should be a good battle. And then the Class C and D cars for the standard cars towards the back of the field should create some great racing too. But it's Richard Wildman that leads in Class A and outright. Out of a second is pretty close, with Pippa Cow under pressure from Ian Bergen. Ian Bergen, last time out, Chris, at Snetterton, started last and got inside the top 10 in both races on lap 1. He overtook something like 20 cars in 1 lap.
Wow, fair play. That is amazing. And of course, it's it is a shame this year. We'd normally see a lot more of these cars out there, especially the Class A's. Quite a few of these. Another steroid comes to mind with the nature of those cars. But Wildman 99 is the only one, and he's dominated this year. In reality, I think we looked yesterday. He's won every race so far this year in the Midgets and Sprites series, as I say. Pippa Cow doing a great job, because the 3 cars behind her are all Class E cars, so that is legitimately fighting for Class E honours. But Pippa Cow is controlling it there, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Pippa Cow won the 2 races at Donington Park within that class, but was beaten by Richard Perry. In the first round of the championship, Richard Wildman only led 2 corners of it. David Morrison led the whole race and then had some engine issues right at the end. And on the last lap was able to take the lead into the chicane at Donington Park. But today it should be much easier for him. They were only racing at Snetterton 2 weeks ago, where they had a much bigger grid, and I think that might be some of the reason why the grid isn't so good today, Chris. It's been just a couple of weeks to turn the cars around, perhaps a little bit more difficult for some of them, which is a shame. But as we've been saying, there's some good battles out there, absolutely nose to tail there through Tower Bend on the screens.
Yeah, the already Wildman's coming down towards Camp Corner here, and just coasting that round as it stands at the moment. Just sort of listening to that to make sure all was okay, but it looks fine at the moment. Pippa Cow now under pressure from the black 19 car of Bergen to some extent. Probably not needing to drive defensive just yet, but she's going to be aware that Bergen car is growing quite dramatically. That Sprite Mark 1 obviously looks very different, doesn't it, that car? I do love these cars, and they look like they're great fun to race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They give away a big toe, so therefore the battling is really good. And the three of them make their way down into the S's. Pippa Cow then ahead, still of Ian Bergen and Robin Lackford. At Snetterton, Bergen and Lackford were side by side for most of it. Ian Bergen here has got a really good run through the S's and right back onto terms with Pippa Cow as they make their way out of Old Paddock and on the run down towards Tower Bend. So that's a good battle. Then a bit further back for some of the standard cars that running within Class C and Class D. You've got Cole Chadwick just ahead of Ed Easton, and then a couple of the invitational cars involved in that battle too. Philip Stader, and the other one is 140, Mike Henney. So that's a good 4-car battle, just turning their way in towards Tower Bend there. And Ed Easton looking up the inside of Cole Chadwick. Can't quite go through, though, and that may allow Mike Henney to have a look down the inside as he does. So in the end, Ed Easton loses a place instead of gaining one.
It's good to see as the leader's already up Avon Rise, but the second, third, fourth battle, and I'd include the fourth now, is that the 57 car of Robin Lackford Motor Engineering, of course, is closing in on them as well. So it's going to become a 3-car fight very, very soon. Stader's pulled away from Chadwick, Easton, and Henney and Easton. So that's become a 3-car fight rather than 4 at the moment, by the way, Josh.
Okay, we'll keep a lookout, but Pippa Cow getting away then from Ian Bergen. But as you say, Robin Lackford getting back onto terms with Bergen. But Bergen's so quick through the S's, it's absolutely extraordinary. So then he's able to pull away from Lackford and go back after Pippa Cow. So that's where Ian Bergen's able to pick up lots of pace, really quick through the S's. Looking further back, Ed Easton has got back past Mike Henney. So Edward Easton back into 8th position and right back onto the tail of Cole Chadwick as they turn their way through Old Paddock. Cole Chadwick raced in the Cockshoot Cup before, but moves over to the Midget and Sprite Challenge this season and took 2 wins at Donington Park within this class. Ed Easton won the 2 races at Snetterton.
And they've just changed places into Tower there, I notice. And through goes the red car of Henney, 140. Up ahead.
That's Easton. He's got past both.
Oh, sorry, Easton. Yeah, of course he has. Yeah, that's why I got thrown there. I was there going, no, it can't be Easton. Yeah, he's got past 2 in quick succession there. So fair play. Class C/D. So they've mixed. Is that sort of like in between? Is it between Class C and D?
I think it should be Class D, and there might have been some sort of error in admin, but I'm not 100% sure. But generally, Ed Easton runs in Class D, so I think the cars that say C/D will go for Class D.
Ah, fine, okay. Which means there's a lot of those because there was others that were down as Class D already. But great fight there, and fair play. Easton got himself up into 7th. It was already leading the class. Well, no, by overtaking Chadwick, if that's D, that means he's now leading Class D.
Yes, I think that's what we go with, not unless Mark from the BMW Car Club tells us otherwise. But certainly, previously, I've never seen a car being mixed between 2 classes. So we'll go with them all being in Class D, I think. And Ed Easton is now onto the tail of the invitational car of Philip Stader. So he started to get away from Cole Chadwick and now going after Philip Stader as they make their way down towards Tower Bend. He looks to the left-hand side of the circuit, which will give him the outside line for Tower. But I think Stader, they're just able to stay in front. And Easton chucks the car into Tower Bend. Carried as much speed through there as he can. On the last lap, he gained a place here and straight on going off the road. Now, is that a problem for Philip Stader or a mistake? I think it might have been a mistake because he's rejoined him, but he's lost a number of positions because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he didn't just sort of like weave his way through those tyres there, to be honest, because he had to just pause, didn't he, for the rest of the field to go through. Leader's already probably up by you by now. Wildman 99 comfortably in the lead by 4 seconds, although he's only lapping marginally quicker than Pippa Cow. Surely that 119. What did he do in qualifying? Let's just double check that. 117. So he has taken it steady in that Class A car, isn't he?
Yeah, so if all is well, or if he's just driving as quickly as he needs to win the race, we'll perhaps hear from John after the race with Richard Wildman if all is okay with that car. He's still got to get through another 12 minutes of it, a 20-minute race. We're 8 minutes into it. So Richard Wildman leads Pippa Cow, who's starting to get away from Ian Bergin now, and Robin Lackford in 4th. 5th is James Fetty Place, and 6th and 7th for the 2 Class D leaders that are turning their way through Old Paddock, with Ed Eastern not that far ahead of Cole Chadwick. So Cole Chadwick is chasing Edward Eastern. These two drivers have shared the wins in the class so far this year, and they are pretty close here today at Castle Combe. They turn their way through Tower.
Yeah, I've just realised another car that didn't say withdrawn but isn't on the grid is that another Class A we should have had here, number 6, Martin Morris. So sadly, they obviously had issues. That I don't know if you heard anything about that car.
No, I don't think I've heard of that from Martin Morris.
No, because he was down to be in, wasn't he? But
mechanical issue. Thanks, Mark, who's listening down in the paddock.
Ah.
So, some sort of mechanical issue for Martin Morris. It'd be good to see if he's out. And there's a car pulling off here too, just in front of the leader. That's car 21. So Nicholas Rose's MG Midget has pulled off at Old Paddock. So that's another one we've lost, unfortunately, because we did have a decent grid of pretty much 20 of these cars. It's just a shame that there's quite a few of them having some car dramas over the course of today.
And which one did you say that was that we lost?
21.
Okay, so that's a shame. So that's out. I love the car it might be sort of in last, but the number 38 car of Ridley, beautiful looking car, that one, isn't it?
I have to look out for that. Not seen that one before, I don't think, Steve Ridley. So good to see him out here today. Just take my attention taken there by Ed Easton, who I think was on 3 wheels turning his way through the S's. He's really pushing on. And Cole Chadwick is still going with him. So remember, these cars are much less tuned than those further up the order. So therefore, they're sort of softer sprung. And therefore, like you were talking about the minis yesterday, these cars going up onto 3 wheels as the inside wheel ground.
Like a dog having a wee. That's what I said, wasn't it, yesterday for the minis? Keep an eye on it because Wildman's going 120, high 122s instead of 119s. And it means that the gaps come down between him and Pippa Cow and Bergen in that 2nd and 3rd place. We need to make sure that's not an issue for our leader. But still Pippa Cow under pressure from Bergen, and Lackford's fallen away from them.
He has, hasn't he? Yes. And the leader's car does sound a bit flat. So whether he's just stroking it home or if there are some problems with it, because as I was saying, these cars raced just a couple of weeks ago at Snetterton. So it's a lot of racing to do in a short period of time for them. And as you were saying, they're very highly tuned, highly strung cars. And Pippa Cow is really being caught by Ian Bergen. This is a great drive by Ian Bergen to go after Pippa Cow, who's normally a little bit further up the road. They come down towards Camp Corner. They are together, 2nd and 3rd.
Right, so there's, they're still together now coming towards us and across the line. That's 8 laps completed with 9 minutes still left to go in this because it's a good, healthy 20-minute race for these guys and girls. And the leader, now, that was suddenly a new fastest lap of the race for our leader, so that kind of slapped us in the face, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he's obviously only pushing when he needs to, isn't he, Richard Wildman? So he can just see his car now coming out of Quarry Corner. Leads by 4 seconds over the Pippa Cow and Ian Bergen battle. This is where Ian Bergen is so quick through the S's. You might be able to see on the screens here how much he catches Pippa Cow through these sequence of corners. And then through Old Paddock, he's sort of half the gap. It's incredible how quick he is through that sequence of turns. But as you say, Robin Lackford dropping away. He's 3 seconds off the pace he did earlier. So real shame there for the championship sponsor, the series sponsor.
Yeah, because it was really looking tasty for between the 3 of them, wasn't it? In the early stages, leader coming down towards us, not far from an interesting fight between 20.
There's been a drama here for the 5th place car of James Fetty Place that you will notice is much, much noisier. And that's because his exhaust just fell off as he turned through the S's.
Okay, sorry about that, Josh. When you talk, the sound balance out, and it's like every time I paused, I could hear something in the background. So apologies, mate. I wasn't meaning to talk over. Wasn't sure there. 2nd and 3rd are split out now as well. Pippa Cow's just put in a personal best 1:19.7, and she's now pulled over a second clear of the 19 car of Bergen. You'll see about to come into your view.
Okay, it's looking up towards Quarry. And the run up towards here, certainly Pippa Cow is, yes, she's got a much bigger gap, as you say. And with that personal best lap, she's not that far away from the overall leader. So, assuming we're correct and Richard Wildman's just driving at a pace, Nossi has got an intermittent problem, and then Pippa Cow could be on for an overall victory, which would be pretty impressive. And doing those personal best laps, she's pushing on all the time, isn't she?
Yeah, I think you might be right though in saying that maybe Wildman's just doing as little as he needs. It's the old rule, isn't it? Try to win it in the slowest speed possible. Chadwick, number 52, the yellow car is about to go up Avon Rise under massive pressure from the 140, the pale blue car of Henny. That's a really interesting fight. But as the leaders come down towards us, into the pits goes one of the red cars. So I'll wait and see which one that was. But Wildman goes through, lapping largely okay, and Pippa Cow still putting in personal bests, bringing those times just down ever so slightly. Black and orange flag for number 15, Feta Place. They're not happy with the exhaust falling off, and it's 60 that's into the pits, by the way, Collinson.
Yes, it's. I suspect it's gone over the Castle Combe noise limit because of that.
Yes.
So, being brought into the pit lane for James Fetty Place, which is a shame for him, but hopefully he can retrieve his exhaust at some point during the course of the day and put it back on for race 2. Here's Richard Wildman, Pippa Cow and Ian Bergin making their way through Old Paddock. They're just lapping car 27, which is Andrew Caldwell. And I missed, didn't I, that battle between Cole Chadwick and Mike Henny. So they should be coming back towards you. So you'll see if there's been a change.
No change. It's still the yellow car of Chadwick, number 52, that has the nod at the moment. Of course, crossing the line ahead of them in view is the 35 car of Easton, still going strong. As I look towards the right, here comes our race leader. Where's Bergin gone? Bergin's fallen a long way back from Pippa Cow this time, the 19 car that sat there in third. There goes our race leader, lapping in a low 119. So back to almost on a par with his fastest lap. Pippa Cow still bringing the lap time down, 119.3 from a 119.7 last time. Brilliant lap, but Bergin suddenly put in a 121 and has dropped nearly 3.5 seconds back when it was only around about a second last time round.
Meanwhile, that battle for his 7th position turns its way through Old Paddock in the traffic, lapping that car you liked, Chris, the MG Midget of Steve Ridley. The novice driver, novice cross on the back of that car, he'd just been lapped by the Cole Chadwick and Mike Henny battle. Cole Chadwick stays ahead as they turn their way through Tower Bend and make their way down towards Bobby's. But these are the 2 closest cars on the circuit as we head into the final quarter of the race. Cole Chadwick in 7th, hanging on.
Yeah, that's such a fun fight. Just exited from Bobby's. Those two coming into my view now. And it's not quite that Henny in that pale blue with the white stripe, number 140, is actually making a lunge. But you can see coming down to camp this time, was actually positioning as though he was thinking of it, just trying to force Carl Chadwick into a mistake. But that's a driver that's been around in these MG etc. based races quite a lot. So a big ask, although they're about to go side by side heading up Avon Rise, and not quite a possibility. He's tucked back in again. So I would suggest it's one of those things that we love in the commentary box, where you get cars with strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit.
Absolutely, and some of these drivers that don't race at Castle Combe very much either, perhaps are quicker on some, not just the cars are quicker on some corners, actual drivers that are more happy with particular corners as well.
I just thought we weren't supposed to say that.
It's still Cole Chadwick, though, ahead, heading out of Old Paddock. They are about to be lapped, though, by the leader, Richard Wildman. Now, are they being caught by Philip Stader? Yes, they are, because he's just done his personal best. Remember the driver that went off at Bobby's earlier? He did a 124.9, which is a couple of seconds quicker than the Chadwick and Henny battle. He's only 5 seconds behind, so we may, although we've only got 3 minutes to go, we may get 3 cars in that battle before the end of the race.
I like the sound of that. So again, it's this usual thing where we got some great fights up and down through this order. Our leader's about to put a lap on this great fight between 52 Carl Chadwick in the yellow MG, just ahead of the 140. And in fact, he's about to get past them right now. The 140 Mike Henny in the Austin Healey Sprite. And he's get through now. And if anything, the Sprite's trying to take advantage of that, was trying to see whether he can sort of just latch onto the back of the very rapid Wildman. Upavon Rise. Now, has that enabled Henny to do anything? Not quite, but you could see the intent was there. Cheeky intent, but it makes sense.
Absolutely, and they may be lapped by Pippa Cow 2 before the end. That might be another opportunity to use the leaders as a way to pick his way ahead of Cole Chadwick. But Cole Chadwick doing a good job still to stay ahead, to stay in 7th position in the midget, ahead of the Sprite as they make their way back down towards Tower. Pippa Cow just lapping the Philip Stader car, and I don't think Stader is going to catch those two before the end because they've picked their pace back into the 25s, Chadwick and Henny, although Stader did do another personal best, 124.96.
Yeah, it's the again, it goes back to that. Some of them look like they were just trying to win it at a reasonable pace, but if the need comes and they can ramp it up, right? 1 minute 2019, last lap hold has indeed gone out. Hand up to acknowledge there from the 99 Richard Wildman, the Peter May Engineering Run MG May Midget, and just knows that it's happening. Still, that Chadwick and Henny fight is raging through Folly. They're on their last lap because they've been lapped. There's Pippa Cow up behind them, and you're right, she may well put a lap on them, which would probably be almost a shame for that fight, because as they go round Quarry Corner at the moment, still the pale blue car of Henny determined to move one more place up into 6th, that would be.
Yes, because of course they're placed higher up now than earlier because the James Fetty Place car that had to come into the pit lane. Meanwhile, Richard Wildman turns his way out of Old Paddock and he's on course to win for the 5th time this season in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. I'm sure he'll be disappointed not to have other Class A rivals today, because last time out at Snetterton he had to work hard to beat the likes of Martin Morris and Michael Chalk that fought him pretty hard in the early stages there, but hasn't had to work so hard here at Castle Combe. But great to see this Class A race spec midget of Richard Wildman that's about to win, Chris, for the 5th time this year.
Yeah, it's been pure domination. Down towards camp he comes, Richard Wildman. Domination under control, hand up in the air. He's pleased with that one and crosses the line, takes the victory in a very steady 122 at the end there. 35 Easton comes across the line, being lapped in 5th place. Then it's this great fight. Pippa Cow split the fight actually between Chadwick and Henny, but all Pippa Cow cares about is she came 2nd overall in that silver number 7 car, which gave her the Class E honours ahead of Ian Berg in car number 19, 3rd on the road, 2nd in Class E. We wait then for the red number 57, who actually came into the pit. So Robin Lackford, who we said seemed to have a bit of an issue, was running in 4th, 3rd in Class E, has come into the pits, Josh. So that's a shame, but confirmed what we were a bit suspicious of, weren't we really, sadly? But out of the race, Easton at the moment still showing as 5th.
Yeah, because Robin Lackford presumably won't be classified as he hasn't taken the checkered flag, means that Ed Easton should be classified in 4th position, which would be a remarkable result for a Class D car.
I've just had a message. I have no idea who this is from because it's Bob Honeysett that sent it to me, and I'm guessing forwarded it. Can you get a message to Chris Dawes to mention Pete is at Quarry but wish he was out on the track racing? Agreed. So, hello, Pete. If there's multiple Petes, then let's just assume that I'm speaking to all of you. I don't know. Sorry about that. In 6th place, number 52, Carl Chadwick. 7th, 140, Henny. 8th, number 40, Stader. Coldwell in number 27 in 9th. 10th, 38, Ridley. And then the final finisher is the number 60 car of Barney Collinson in his MG Midget in 11th place. Well, that's we do get them back out again a little bit later for another 20-minute race. Hopefully some of the ones that withdrew from this particular race may well be back for the next one. Some of them that have had issues here, hopefully they can get it sorted in time for race number 2. That will be due off at about due off at 5 to 4. It may, with a bit of luck, be slightly ahead of that. So we'll see.
Going back to the question we had before that race, Chris, about the difference between GT and saloon cars. Of course, the other difference is in the GT championship here at Castle Combe, you can run on slick racing tyres, where in the saloon car championship, you can only race on treaded tyres. So I was thinking about that in the interviews earlier, and that's another answer to that question. So hopefully that viewer is still watching, and there's another answer. And if you look at the regulations, of course, on the Castle Combe Racing Club, that will give you full definition over what the difference is.
Right, I'm going to jump. There's John Moon. He stood on a mic. Hi, John. I can see you, but only you.
Yeah, hi, Chris. I can just about hear you. It's a lot of stuff called racing cars going on in the background that distorts things a little bit.
But yeah, I was just saying, you got any drivers down there, mate?
Not yet, no. Here they come, look, as you can see. Here's Richard Wadman, and he's parked conveniently close, which is great. We'll get them organised, and I'll be back with you very shortly.
Okay, thank you, mate. I'll just pop you back there so that we're not overstressing that situation at the minute. Where have we gone? I want to go back to. We've lost the. Oh, there we go. That's okay. It's coming back now. The footage went momentarily, but that's coming back in again. Okay, refreshing the cams page during the interviews. That's fine. Thanks, Kev. I just had that message. I know that Lee Simpson put a comment up that said, real shame we can't hear the engines, but still happy to watch some racing. Absolutely. Listen, it's static cameras. This is, no extra cost, is that we're trying to make sure that everybody at home can watch it. And I know that, thank you to be happy to watch some racing and happy that we're able to bring something to you is CCTV cameras, if you consider it that way. And it's still supposed to be better to be able to come here. Remember, keep an eye on the website and everything, because we are able to bring some back again. So thanks for that, Lee. And John Moon looks like he's ready. Over to you, mate.
I am ready, yes, and Richard Wildman is here as well. And and he's waving, yeah, what a dominant win that was. What a dominant drive it was. We know you're the only Class A car, but nonetheless, it was a great drive from our side of things anyway.
Well, I enjoyed it, and I'm still developing the car, so it's like an extended test session. But yeah, it is what it is. But I would like to thank all the organisation. I think it's absolutely top class. All the marshals, red hot in all them overalls. Couldn't wish for better. Thank you very much.
Excellent, good. Your car looks lovely as well, by the way.
Oh, Carol polishes for me.
Of course, yeah. Anyway, great drive. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay. Next, waiting patiently in the wings is Pippa Cow. Another great drive from you. Obviously, Class E car, managed to fend off Ian there pretty well. And fastest lap, that must have been good from your side of things.
Yeah, fantastic. I got away off the start amazingly well. My starts have been a bit rubbish recently, so I was really pleased about that. And I had Richard to follow, so that was good. Ian was doing a great job keeping up, and he wouldn't go away, so he had a great race. And I just got my head down, and I wanted to try and break the lap record, and I think I might have done it. We just need to check. But brilliant. My son Freddie's here to support me, and yeah, and to echo what Richard said, everybody with COVID and everything, that we've managed to get this going is fantastic. So really grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely. All the exhaust fumes keeping all the nasties away.
Yeah, brilliant.
Great, excellent stuff.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next in line is Ian Bergin, a man I know very well. Raced against him many times, but never interviewed you before.
No, this is a strange first experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's better for you or for me, but anyway, let's not go into that. So, a good drive from your point of view?
I was trying to keep Pippa honest. I mean, she is quicker than me, and I got quite close at one point. And then the back markers, it ebbed and flowed. I won on one back marker and then lost on another one. And then in the end, it was 2 seconds, and it was probably too much, to be honest. So stick with what you got in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very enjoyable.
Yeah,
Great
good
fun.
stuff. Yeah,
And,
you've been going well this year in what limited running you've had.
Yes, exactly. It was a very short season, but yeah, it's been going very well. Looking forward to a proper one next year.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And of course, you hand the car over to another one of our compatriot racers for the next
racing legend later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
much like yourself.
Well, some might say, some would not. The observant among you may notice that Ian is wearing, of course, the McLaren mask. So, an insider at McLaren. Anything you can tell us that we shouldn't know?
We're not fast enough.
It's not bad though, is it, this year?
It's all right. It's okay.
Good.
It's okay.
Okay.
Cheers,
all right. Well done.
And
Thanks
I'd like
very
to
much.
echo Richard's comments as well. Brilliant. Everything at Castle COMBE is always brilliant. Love coming here. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, John. That is lovely to hear from them, and I know that everybody is, much appreciated when the feedback comes in. As we'll pop John back to there, and we'll go to that for now because the cameras are just being refreshed. We'll be right with you. Still, bless him, Kevin's working wonders, trying desperately to see whether he can now get a thing up where it might include some car audio to see if we're going to do it. I don't think he should, to be fair. He's working so hard anyway, but Thank you to Kev for trying that. Right, we got the hot hatches up next, and they are making their way onto the grid, and I will show you that in a second. It does look like we got one or two gaps out there, though, like no Jonathan D, no Ross Parker, we know wasn't going to be there for this one, hopefully for race 2. But the grid, the massive grid, is as follows. On the front row, 98 Mark Wyatt and 180 Jordan Kerno. Good to see Jordan back. Second row, number 14 Nick Gwinnett and 15 Sean Govard. Row 3, 47 Tony Cooper, 81 Tim Adams. Fourth row is should have been Jonathan D, but is Darren Duffield. Sixth row should have been 89 Ross Parker, is number 8 Nick Adams. Seventh row, 140 Damian Harris, 24 Sophie Morgan. Row 8, 9 Mike Wyatt and 117 Lewis Clark. Row 9, 12 Lee Waterman, 39 James Blake. 10th row, 211 Chris Southcott. He only had about a lap in qualifying, and he had a blowout with slightly bigger tyres. And there was then a big, it basically cut the tyres. So he's gone slightly smaller tyres this time to try not to have a blowout, basically. Alongside him, number 68, Nick Misden. 11th row, 153, Martin Hathaway and 55, Graham Cox. Row 12, number 20, Michael Bowl. 95, Paul Dickinson. 13th row, 113, Sean Deacon. 71, Simon Hughes. 14th row, 26, Mark Sutton, the saloon car champion, and 79, James Campher. Row 15, 53, Paul Bird. 171, Justin Holloway. 16th row, 54, Lewis Bird. 23, Matthew Barrington. 17th row, 78, Simon Fisher. 265, Gary Franks. 61, Ben Ogborn. Got a message that he hopefully thinks he's sorted out. It was a fuel issue that he had in qualifying. Alongside him, 987, Mark Pope in the Ford Puma. 19th and final row, 575, Georgia Speed. And 22, Jonathan Whedon, who didn't make it out in qualifying at all, but he's out there on the back of this grid. What about that? 38 cars, Josh. What a sight.
It's magnificent, isn't it? This has been the star category, really, hasn't it, this year in the Castle Combe Racing Club, the Hot Hatch Series, or at least for the numbers of cars. It's started pretty recently, didn't it? And it's absolutely grown fantastically, particularly this year. And you've got a fantastic mix of cars too. You've got Mark Wyatt, who's an experienced driver on the circuit with a Astra. Then you've got the Honda Civic of Jordan Kerno, the Renault Clio of Nick Gwinnett, and the Peugeot 106 of Sean Govard. And that's only in the first 4 places. So 4 different types of car in the first 2 rows.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for all the comments that are still coming in. We still see them, and 99.9% of them are positive. So thank you very much for that. Lovely, especially like Paul Wiltshire, morning Dorsey, dilly recording everything else to watch Combe. Bless you, mate. That's brilliant. You're all doing a great job again today. Absolutely, and that's everyone, including those behind the scenes. Jason Skelton says, great show, lads, from sunny Cornwall. Looking forward to seeing Darren Duffield do well in his BMW Mini. So he's out there and he's been trying to put pressure on Stephen Jensen. Of course, that's a big task because Stephen's done 1 or 2 laps around this circuit in the past, so he's quite proficient, to be fair.
In qualifying, he was just half a second off of Stephen Jensen, so I'm sure we're going to have another good battle between the 2 of them.
Which is actually more than it has been. That's the key point here, is he suddenly goes, I'm not happy because he suddenly found a bit more and he's pulled away even further. So he's a bit gutted. Amazing to hear the story that I didn't realise this, but Darren Duffield actually, when he completed the second race, such was the adrenaline and the focus and everything, he got out of the car and actually collapsed, and he had to be treated in a medical centre. And lovely touch is that he did with it turned out there wasn't enough oxygen getting to his brain with the way he did things, probably holding his breath, because you hear people do that in adrenaline fueled situations, which doesn't work. He into the medical centre, and he was ill everywhere over the circuit, and they had to use dustpan and brush, all the dustpans and brush, which then of course had to be thrown away. So a lovely touch. Saw him this morning walking over with a couple of new dustpan and brushes to give back to the medical centre. What a lovely touch that is, though.
Absolutely is, and it's a learning process, isn't it, for these some of these novice drivers, is how to deal with a race weekend, because there's lots of new processes that they would never have gone through before, and working out how to cope with adrenaline is certainly one of those.
Indeed. Thankfully, he's fine and he's back out there and probably learnt a few things. Hang on, I'm just keeping people updated in other plans that we've got for later.
It's absolutely amazing, this field, isn't it?
It is just fantastic, and it just grows and grows and grows. It's a series, not a championship. Got such a wide array of cars. We got a familiar driver on pole position in Mark White in that Mark Richard Insurance Vauxhall Astra, the yellow Vauxhall Astra that we know well, and we're still getting them into place at the moment. The last few making their way round, and Ben Oggs hasn't resolved his issue because he's you possibly can see sort of middle above Mark White's car there. You can see he's basically pulled in towards the pit lane and they're having to push him out of harm's way. So that's a real shame. Hopefully it will be able to still get the race underway. Green flag has been waved, but the fuel issue clearly not resolved there. 5-second board. This is going to be a 20-minute race, the first of two for the hot hatches. Looking towards the lights. Here we go. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. On goes the 4th. The 5th light. The engine notes are up. And off goes the lights. Off goes the field. Tony Cooper from the 3rd row is getting a good start, trying to make his way round. Mark White's got an issue, and he's gone towards the grass. And suddenly there's all kinds of contact here. That everybody just not able to go anywhere. We haven't had one of these for a long time. And that came from Mark White. Wasn't able to get away. The Tony Cooper car had nowhere to go other than just slightly into the rear of Mark Wyatt, and he's still stationary on the infield. But it meant as he went there, I think that may have been Chris Southcott that took evasive action, but they still unfortunately made contact. And I think it was the concertina effect behind there that meant that a few sort of span or made contact with the stationary cars. And I think one possibly went into the pit wall there, which is a real shame. So unsurprisingly, red flag is out for this race. Fingers crossed nothing looks excessively serious. I think the 55 car looks like it's got a Graham Cox on his Wayne Paul Racing Renault Clio. Sadly, that's got a bit of a crunch on the front there in the middle of the track. But actually, no, it doesn't look like anybody else has gone into the walls. In fact, Graham Cox, I'm just looking at the multi-camera view, does look as though he has got the rear damaged as well as the front. So that's an all-rounder that either means it's going to be a very busy Wayne Paul Racing team to try and get that sorted for race 2, or that could be the end. That's not the start we wanted there, is it, Josh? But we haven't had one of those for many a year here at Castle Combe.
Real shame, isn't it? And that is sometimes the problem when somebody had an issue at the front of the grid, when there's so many cars coming behind, there's just nowhere to go sometimes, and nobody's fault. It's just a real shame when it does happen. There's a damaged Mini that's parked up here at the S's.
Yes, because I think there was a Mini involved in the incident, but obviously thought that it could carry on and then hasn't been able to.
I think it's some bodywork rubbing on the tyre, so the driver's trying to pull that away and then to try and get it back. So we'll see how many cars are for the pit lane at the end of this red flag lap, Chris, because I suspect there might be a few damaged cars that were able to carry on but might not be able to take a restart.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it was all really born from the fact the worst case scenario really is that the pole man, Mark Wyatt, just that car, it moved, but it was not very quick. And I think that, you never want it to be one of the lead cars that suddenly got an issue, do you? With a field of 38 cars, that's always going to cause problems.
Certainly. The Mini, by the way, is 153, which is Martin Hathaway. It's the front left corner where the tyre's rubbing on the bodywork. So he's just driving it back slowly and hope that won't puncture the tyre, but it is smoking pretty badly, it must be said. And he started...
Bad for your health, that. It's bad for your health, that, Josh.
He started right in the middle of the pack, and it shows you, we saw it on the screens, how much of the field were involved, and those towards the back, of course, were accelerating, not knowing that there was problems right at the front.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at one of them that stopped against the pit wall is the 9874 Puma of Mark Pope. And of course, he was sort of on the second from last row of the grid. But yeah, they're accelerating. Suddenly cars dart out of the way and you're suddenly presented with a car. I've got a feeling that it's Chris Southcott. It's certainly what looks like a red 205 is on the infield as well. And of course, as you can expect, is that what happens here is that medical services will attend to every single one of them. They have to go to the medical centre, even if it's just the tiniest little knock, because we're so hot on concussion these days that they have to go and get checked out. They then have to get cleared to show that, yep, that's fine. You can carry on racing. and it is understandable. The majority of the time they are signed fine and off you go, but yeah, sadly I'm trying to make out whether, I think that's all the cars involved, but I can't tell whether there's another one up against the pit wall that I can't quite see. But you got 55. Graham Cox is in the middle of the circuit. Mark Pope, we say, is on the outside there. Mark White, we know the pole sitter car is the 98 car is on the infield, and then in fact I should be able to tell, is that Chris Southcott? No, that isn't. So who is that going to be? Let me have a look and see if I can tell. Or is it a Saxo? No, it's definitely a red Peugeot 205. And the only one I knew of was Chris Southcott.
I think the only other 205 in the field was Will South, wasn't it? 34.
And that, where is that? Yes, it's going to be him. Sorry, I completely forgot. I don't know why I had White in my head for Will South. I'm not sure why. I would suggest it's Will, sadly. He started back further than we'd expect, didn't he, on the 4th row?
Yeah, so he would have been right close to where Mark Wyatt, where he struggled, and then there was that bit of contact. I just tried to look back at some of the pictures on the feed, and yeah, there was that bit of contact, and perhaps Will South was one of the drivers involved in that.
It was quite weird that there was contact, because Mark White had already now sort of like, you know, a mixture of pulling off and squirreled off, because Tony Cooper just went straight into the back of Mark Cooper. Mark White went onto the infield. Will South was already trying to go around him on the grass, and it didn't quite work. But I don't think I can see any other roofs of cars. Oh no, there is. Yeah, there is one just behind the wall, out of my view there. So there's one that I haven't been able to account for. Looks like it's a black car. Now, am I able to ascertain? Ross isn't there, so it's not his. I don't think it's Nick Adams, but it might be. Let me just have a look. No, Nick Adams is over there, so it's definitely not him. Thing is, though, it could just be a black roof, which might not be fully in line with my my notes necessarily. And we've already established it could be anywhere on this field, couldn't it, really?
Yes, because even though the incident started with the front, it ended with the people at the back. So, and there's 38 cars to try and work your way through who is who, and see the some of the Castle Combe rescue vehicles are moving around this side of the track. So whether there's any external circuit damage that needs seeing to, I don't know.
See, I'm looking through the binoculars. The cars are obviously stopped up sort of by the pit entry, because they could make a decision that the car actually could end up having to come into the pit lane rather than back to the grid, which I'm sure they will come back to the grid. And I'm looking at the front of Tony Cooper's car that obviously made the contact with the rear of Mark Wyatt's sort of slow getting away car. And it doesn't look like any damage at all. And I'm sure there's going to be some marks there. But the point being is there's nothing I can even see through the binoculars to suggest anything untowards there. So it wasn't a big hit on the rear of Mark Wyatt, because he was moving, just not at the speed you'd expect him to do.
Yeah, I did have a look at Tony Cooper's car when he came past here, and he didn't seem too bad, like you say. So that's good for him. So hopefully he will be out in this restarted race. And of course, because we were running ahead of schedule, this is why we started after lunch a bit early. We have got time to play with ahead of this restarted race. And as we haven't done any laps, the grid will go back to the original grid, but there will be a few holes from whomever can't restart.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just catching up because there's plenty of comments coming in as expected. They'd love all of this. I love the fact someone's asked the question, can we see some details of the cars, e.g. engine sizes, state of tune, etc.? How? I'm not sure how we'd put that out there. We're running CCTV and things like that. If you go on to Where's the best place to go to? Go to ccracingclub.co.uk, castlecomberacingclub.co.uk, and go to this particular event. It's probably under past events now, bizarrely, because it had yesterday as the first day. Go to entry list, and it should give you some more information on these. Otherwise, get in touch, and you'll be, if it's like you thinking of racing, David, get in touch with either the circuit here or people that run some of the test days, like say like Ross Parker and have a chat with them about how you get involved in racing if that's what you're thinking. Thanks, Kev. Great guy. Agreed. David Vass says, good luck to all the hot hatch boys and girls. Sorry I'm not with you today. I'm now retiring from being your coordinator, having been with you from the start. I put it down to old age and health. Eye hospital appointment tomorrow. Oh, mate, that's sad. I didn't know that. I'm really sorry to hear that you're stepping down. And on behalf of everyone, I'm sure, thank you for all of your work, David Vass. But more importantly, definitely focus on your health, mate, and get well soon, my friend.
And hope to see Dave back next year doing a few other things. I know he doesn't want to be doing coordinating next year, but I think he's very keen to be back at Castle Combe. I know he helped Ian out in the when he's over at Old Paddock doing his lap charts and things like that. So look forward to seeing Dave back at a circuit next season. Absolutely. Right, let me just look through the binoculars because I can then... Yes, that red Peugeot was Will Self. That is indeed who it was. Big thanks to Castle Combe for getting Quarry open. We are all being frazzled in the gorgeous sunshine. We will all be going home with the classic Castle Combe sunburn. Bring it on. Can you give a big shout out? So this is from Rob Atwood, by the way. Big shout out for Elfyn Evans, who has just won Rally Turkey and is now leading the World Rally Championship. Massive shout out for Elfyn Evans there. Well done, mate. That's brilliant news.
Hopefully nobody had that on record.
Good point. Yeah, sorry. I probably should have thought that. Sorry, Rob. Hopefully you haven't got me in trouble there, mate. But Tanya Mizzen says, good luck, Dad. Dad being obviously Nick Mizzen. So definitely big luck. Good luck there. Go on 71 says Jonan. 71 being Simon Hughes in the Honda Civic. Class B Castle Combe Formula Ford champion from yesterday. Nathan Ward says, good luck, Stephen Jensen. I'm going to put this up, even though at the background we can see the car being pulled away. Sadly, there is Deborah Humphrey says, good luck, Mark Wyatt. Jake and I are cheering you on from home. Go Interceptor Racing. I'm afraid they will probably be quite busy, won't they? Which is a shame. And let's keep this going. What we've got here, Steve Waite. Go Gary Franks. Go Mark Sutton, says Holly Long as well. Obviously, Mark Sutton is our 2020 Castle Combe Saloon Car Champion. Ted Cooper, great job with the coverage of the racing with only CCTV cameras. Good luck, Tony Cooper. Thanks, Ted, and good luck to Tony Cooper indeed.
Well, hello, Ted. I haven't seen you this year. Hopefully see you at one of the future Classics.Catch rounds.
Good, absolutely. Adam Perrett, superb grid again for the hot hatches. Gutted we had to miss this weekend with car issues in testing. Yeah, of course, you're not out there, are you, mate? Because the grid's so big, we can't do that process of elimination of suddenly pick out who's missing, sadly. Jake Olden says, shout out to iTech Racing. Tabby Govard, good luck, Dad. Go, go, go. That's obviously Sean Govard. That will be the dad in question there. And Brenda Weston says, thanks again for the racing. Football on the tablet, darts on my phone, and racing on the TV. What a day, eh? If Heineken or other beers are available, could make days. That's what we'd go with, isn't it? So apologies that we've got a situation here where, for whatever reason, it's not showing everything. The viewer numbers and the comments from everybody, so I have to do a refresh, which means the reason I'm looking sideways is because I'm basically having to look at my secondary laptop here and keep refreshing that rather than refreshing this feed. So that's so you understand that. So as you can see, the cars are now being regridded. Now I can see what the other car was. Oh, it's Blake, 39. So it's he's had a torrid weekend as James Blake in his MGZR. The Seat had issues in race one in the saloons yesterday. And he's got a bit of a crunch on the front of that MGZR. And that's been put up on the low loader. That's certainly a shorter nose on that one. without needing to go to a surgery. But let's have I missed anybody? Let me. Unsurprisingly, there's quite a few that have come in now. Lee Simpson says, I'm guessing as it's CCTV, there is no replays. You're absolutely right. We're not a film production here. We're basically just making sure we got something. Hence, it's not costing anyone any money. It's bringing it to everybody so that they can watch some footage. However, what you can do is that you can actually watch it back. If you consider that you're watching a feed now, you can scrub it back on the time. And you'll be able to catch up with it that way. So that's how the best way to do it. So you can have a replay, and I think you were just doing it yourself, weren't you, Josh?
Yeah, certainly on YouTube, it's an easy feature on there. Probably a lot of people at home watching on Facebook. But if you go to the YouTube Castle Combe Circuit channel, there's certainly an easy feature if you do want to look back. And of course, as you were saying, Chris, anybody that wants to watch back the coverage in the coming days or weeks can do so.
Yeah, thanks, Tim Perry, Persian number 34. Sorry, mate, because it's not bringing up the live comments for me. I couldn't see that in time. Is the Caroline Sutton says, is the car from the grid orange? That was one of the ones that was just parked up against the pit wall. We saw that one. That one's already gone. And I think we're basically now, that car's still there to be removed, but I think that's going to be the easiest removal. Ollie Hall says no replays. Let's just catch up. Tabby Govard, go dad. Ben Oggs, good luck, Barry, in your K24. How are you sending that, Ben Oggs? You were into retirement early, so I guess you're sending that from the paddock. Sophie Shaw says, good luck, Soph and Damon. And again, still some major support. Tabby Govard saying, go dad, for Sean Govard. Abby Morgan, good luck, Damien Harris at DH Alley Works. Good luck, Sean Govard, all watching at home from Lily Govard. Good luck, Michael Bowl, number 20. First time out in this car. Hang on 2 seconds. I think I need to just have a quick chat with somebody.
Okay, well, we wait for Chris Michael Bowl there, who we just heard from. He's out in his Honda Integra, so let's hope he avoided that incident. But you can see on the screens everybody now lining back up in this original grid with those cars missing. So hopefully we're not too far away now from a restart for this, the 7th round of the 2020 Castle Combe Racing Club Hot Hatch Challenge, supported by EBC Brakes. And it's been 3 different winners over the course of the season, by the way. Chris Southcott won the first 2 rounds in July. Josh Harvey won the 2 rounds at the beginning of August. And Gary Preble won the 2 rounds at the end of last month. We've seen over podiums too for Dan Brown, Tony Cooper, Sean Govard, Nick Gwinnett, Sam Stride. So lots of different drivers at the front of the field. But Chris is back.
I am, yep. So I was just getting an update, which we will make more of a thing later. Barry Squibb should be back out in the GT race later. And it sounds like it's his last race after 45 years.
Wow.
It's incredible, isn't it? Or certainly maybe his last in the GTs. They've only just found this out, so we're not sure. Debbie Humphrey says, hope Mark White is okay and Interceptor Race can get the car out for race 2. The good news is, Deborah, I'm sure you saw it, is that it was actually just being towed. So in other words, it was freewheeling. So fingers crossed, that's always a better sign than when it's up on a low loader, because that means it's not freewheeling. So hopefully that they'll be able to get that one sorted. Good luck, Daddy, Darren Duffield, get that mini class win. And Peggy Spackman says, fingers crossed everyone involved in the hot hatch accident is okay. Certainly looked like it. As you can imagine, they then sort of just make sure they don't move around excessively. Sue Adams has just messaged to Facebook, and I've just seen it. Good luck, Tim Adams, like father, like son, nervous mum. I bet you are. Yeah, hope they'll be back out for race 2. Had a message from Ross that they're hoping to be out for race 2. Sorry, that's Ross. He's hoping to be there. Good luck, Damien Harris and Sophie Morgan from Adrian Saunders. So thanks for the comments. We do just have Mark Pope's car is the... Oh, can you? Kevin's just said he can replay it, but it's part of a CCTV view. I have no idea how he'd be able to do that, but he's telling me he can. If you suddenly see it on the camera, do it, then we thank Kevin. Oh, blimey, look at this. Let me hide the comment. What's going on here? Now this is live action. We're actually getting a replay. Honestly, Kevin is a legend. I can't believe the things that he's able to do. So this is looking back at the grid. And obviously the only reason we're able to do this is we know that everybody is okay. So Mark was a bit steady getting away. Suddenly that little bit of contact pushes them into the middle, and then basically everybody into avoiding action in that packed grid. So it's a very, very unfortunate situation. Great replay there. And it is just that nature, Josh, isn't it? Where you've got everybody hurtling down towards that very fast right-hander of Folly. And it's like concertinaed from the front. I mean, it's a terrible situation, but not a lot we can do about it. Thanks for that, Kevin. He's just showing off down there now, isn't he, though, to be honest?
It almost looked like a secondary incident, didn't it? Because the other cars had gone off onto the grass on the right, and then you had this other incident going on. But it's probably, like you say, some drivers in front were sort of coming off the throttle because they saw what was going on, and those behind didn't have any vision of that, and they were pushing on. And then, as you say, once the incident happened, then everybody else was in trouble further back. But yeah, I think Kev's been enjoying all these experiments, hasn't he, with the technology this year?
He's a legend, honestly. It's amazing what he's doing. Ollie Hall, go on iTech. Best of luck, Michael Boll. First time out in the new DC5. I meant to say that it's great to see him out. What do we normally see him in? A Renault Clio from memory, and he's out in this DC5. Still gone with the pure white, which is quite nice. Sam Needling says, go, Simon Fisher, PK Harvey. We are all watching you live now. Love from the Fisher family. Come on, Mike White and Nick Adams, says Ollie Hall. Obviously, Mike's not. Mike White, sorry. Mark White's the one that's out. So Mike White, yes, he's still going to be there. John David Allen says, can you wish Anna Hiller happy birthday? She's working in the bar on Quarry Corner. Are you drinking all of the supplies up there then, Anna, celebrating your birthday? Happy birthday either way, and great to see you doing that. Chris White says, good luck, Georgia Speed, in your second ever race and first time in that car. Ben Oggs confirms fuel pump died a death. I thought it was the fuel again, mate. The way it just ground to a halt. That's a real shame. Stephen Monster Dog Dow, good luck to our granddad, Darren Duffield. Granddad as well, eh, mate? They're aging you, Darren, I tell you. Go on, Zebra Prent Mini. That's Stephen Jensen in that one. Hence, you've then got Edward Myatt says, come on, Jensen Racing. Best of luck, Georgia K from Ireland, and Legend Kevin. I agree, Ollie. What an absolute hero that Kev is down there. He's. I didn't know we had that. I didn't even know that was an option, to be honest with you. But it goes to show that he's just got one heck of a setup. I know that occasionally there are things that aren't great. We, because of the nature of what we're doing. This is not a TV production. We don't have all the production systems. That's why I have no idea how he's managed to do that down there. But he's been able to bring all his knowledge of all the other stuff that he works on and bring it together as one. So very, very interesting. Right. It looks like they're now happy that the clear up is completed at sort of nearly at the end of the start-finish straight, certainly at the end of the pit wall. And everything basically getting back into position. So we'll end up taking these guys off for another green flag lap, obviously. You see that the front row now only has the one car, with the demise of Mark White from this one. Hopefully be back out for the second race. Went well in that car yesterday in the saloons, and hopefully he'll be back out for this. Jordan Kerno, therefore, 180 is on his own in the 180 car. I need to just update something on my spreadsheet about him. Oops.
Jordan Kerno, Chris, is that, I don't know if you know, the same guy did Formula BMW sort of 10, 15 years ago?
No idea, I'm afraid, mate. Sorry. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I know he's been racing here a lot. I mean, I wasn't aware that it was, but that doesn't mean he definitely wasn't. Second row, still Nick Gwinnett in a red Renault Clio. And alongside him, Sean Govard in the white and blue Peugeot. As they make their way off on their green flag lap. They've been sat there for a good while. Sean Govard in his Peugeot 106 GTI. Tony Cooper was still there in the silver, now with day-glow yellow flashes on that Peugeot 106, obviously his own company, Cooper Car Southwest, sponsor that one.
I thought you were going to say the yellow flashes were from Mark Wyatt's car.
Yeah. Certainly will have been added to now, wouldn't they? That's for sure. Of course, that's the big one with Mark Wyatt for later. Is it may have been freewheeling, so didn't look like anything great in the way of damage. But what caused him to be steady away from the line? That's probably going to be the biggest issue for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just the damage to repair. It's perhaps a clutch or something like that, an issue that meant, because like you say, he got away, but never really accelerated like you'd expect, did he? So
no, exactly.
So that's a shame. But here come the cars, and who old Paddock behind the Castle Combe pace car. To be honest, that from here, the Cooper car doesn't look like it's got any damage at all. So it must have been such a light touch, but it just meant that Mark Wyatt's car got out of control. Even though we have had a start line accident, there's so many cars left, Chris, which is amazing, really. And
no, exactly.
And some really well turned out cars too. So they really do look good. And
well, it was that big thing, wasn't it? It was obviously track days are a massive thing. Seems to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then people kind of went, well, actually, I'd quite like to be able to race, and it facilitated that possibility to sort of give him a platform to be able to come and race these cars. And so they turned up just as well presented as they invariably were doing on the track days, and it's just unsurprisingly, in my opinion, exploded in terms of its popularity.
And in these types of cars, there's an ideal way to go from a track day car to a race car, a Honda Civic or a Renault Clio. Perhaps it's something you have for the road and you think, actually, I'd like to track day it. So perhaps take the seats out, put a roll cage in, and then done a few of them. You think you're enjoying them. What can I do now? Well, I can go racing. And of course, here at Castle Combe, perhaps if you're local, you can do your track days here and then get in touch with the racing club and you can go racing too. So if anybody at home is watching and thinking, I'd like to have a go at this, do get in touch. There's plenty of details, aren't there, on the website?
Yeah, Castle Combe run their track days there as well. So, have a look and get the opportunity. And then, yes, look at taking it a step further and getting into racing. It's a series. You're not committing to a whole championship. That could potentially come later if you really take to it. Right, let's pop this up to full screen then. We're going to get ready to go racing. The last handful of rows making their way in. I love the fact that we got a father and son both racing together towards the rear. Paul Bird and Lewis Bird, and they're actually line astern looking at each other on rows 15 and 16. Lewis Bird, his first year of racing. Right, last car is in. Green flag, I think, has it been waved? I think they're still waiting for it to be waved. I think he's possibly radioing back at the minute. As far as I'm aware, everything is fine, but the marshal at the back is not happy with something. Just keeping an eye. I think there might have been a car that stopped somewhere around the circuit, maybe the thing. But now they're ready. Now they're happy. They've made sure that all the officials are fine, that we're going to go racing. 5-second board has been given. We look at the light gantry. Nothing yet. Still waiting. Engine notes are rising now. We've got 2, 3, 4 lights. On goes the fifth. The engine notes to their max, and off go the lights, off go the field. Again, Tony Cooper gets a cracking start from that third row. Up past Nick Gwinnett he goes. He's alongside Sean Govard, who also got a good start, but still Jordan Curnow in the lead. Tony Cooper into second place. Nick Gwinnett muscles his way back up into third in the red Renault Clio, and Sean Govard into fourth position as it stands at the moment. But is that Stephen Jensen, I think, is just about to get involved in this as well as they turn right at Quarry Corner. It looks like it is Govard from Tony Cooper at the moment.
Okay, let's have a look. I think it's a Cooper challenging on the outside into the S's. It's the Civic, though, Jordan Curnow, that leads it, but he's run out wide. He's on the grass out of the S's. He's having a big old moment. He just misses the marshal post, and he's back on the circuit. It's Tony Cooper that leads. Nick Gwinnett is second. Jordan Curnow is down to third. He might go down to fourth because Sean Govard is alongside him. So despite that scary moment, Jordan Curnow is still very much in that leading package, side by side through Tower Bend with Sean Govard. There's contact. Govard's on the infield. He's had a big spin onto the grass. Well, that was a dramatic first lap once again, Chris.
Wow, absolutely incredible stuff going on. Now, where is Govard? Because we didn't quite see that one. There he is. I think he's just gone through the camera, so he's still going. Tony Cooper, he's loving this. I bet in the front of this field, having a cracking time in that 47 car. The Peugeot 106, Nick Gwinnett in the number 14 red Renault Clio in second. Sean Govard trying to come back from that, what looked like a fairly scary moment at that time. Oh, slowing on the start-finish straight is 117. That's the Fiesta of Lewis Clark. He's going to probably just pull off at the end of the pit lane. But the leader's up now. Is Jordan Kerno going to be able to reel them back in again? I think he's up ahead of Gwinnett now into second.
Yes, he is. So just got to get back into focus, really, after that moment down here at the S's. Got all grassy tyres too. We should say this is a 20-minute race still, so no time was lost despite that lengthy red flag period. Tony Cooper then leads with Jordan Kerno second and going after him. In third is Nick Gwinnett. There's a big gap back to fourth place. Fourth is 81, which is Tim Adams. And then I think that's Stephen Jensen behind, and the rest of the field follow their way through Old Paddock. But what's happening for the lead? Down into Bobby's, because Jordan Kerno is catching and is almost with Tony Cooper now. Free for the lead, though, because Nick Gwinnett is there too.
He is, isn't he? It's all very well. We knew that Jordan Kerno was going to get that thing cranked back up again, but fair play. Nick Gwinnett is doing a sterling job closing these guys in, down in towards camp, and they've pulled away quite dramatically, as we know. Double wave yellow flags down here as they're trying to move Lewis Clark's Ford Fiesta to back up the pit lane, the pit exit, if you will. Now, Jordan Kerno looked like he distinctly slowed down there all of a sudden. He put in a new fastest lap of the race, but you're going to now see coming around you a surprising gap there as Jordan Kerno got an issue that arose along the start-finish straight because Gwinnett's now trying to go around the outside, and he's done it up over Avon Rise before even turning right into Quarry.
And of course, it was one lap ago where Jordan Kerno managed to pass Nick Gwinnett in that section of circuit. So Tony Cooper in this Class B car leads the way with this much bigger margin now over what is the Renault Clio and Nick Gwinnett. But Jordan Kerno's back up to speed and he's putting the pressure back onto the Renault Clio driver as they turn their way out of Old Paddock. Kerno quicker through there, so he's trying to draw up alongside the Clio going down towards Tower Bend. He's on the inside line of Nick Gwinnett is Jordan Kerno, but Kerno backed out of that move then. So he didn't quite get past as they go now down towards the Bobby chicane. Nick Gwinnett in second, hanging on, but he's only just ahead of the Jordan Kerno Civic.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see what the number 81 car, the Adams, Tim Adams in his Honda Civic, the white Honda Civic that's in fourth, pulled away from Stephen Jensen now and going to try and see if he can reel these guys in. Tony Cooper leaders a little bit less than when they went up Avon Rise last time, although that sort of belies it, actually, if you look at the lap times. Gwinnett up into second, but Kerno's coming back at him, heading up Avon Rise. Surely he's going to have put himself in what will be the inside line for Quarry Corner. So it looks to me as though he's got an intermittent issue in that 180. There he goes, boom, straight up into second. Cracking job by Jordan Kerno.
Yep, so he's back into second. So he'll try again to go after the Peugeot 106, so Tony Cooper. And it does look like they are catching Cooper then. As you suggested, that gap coming down. And Cooper is almost actually been caught already by Jordan Kerno and Nick Gwinnett trying to go with him. So Tony Cooper, remember, smaller engine car in Class B in the Peugeot 106. They turn their way down into Tower Bend then. It's pretty much free for the lead again. As they make their way through. Just saw Sean Govard. He's just got ahead of Stephen Jensen, so he's back into fifth. So that's been a good recovery from that spin he had at Tower on lap one. So he's another driver to watch coming through the field. We're still 15 minutes of this race to go, Chris.
Yeah, the interesting thing is Sean Govard's comfortably leading his Class C at the moment, but he's now quicker than all of the four cars that are ahead of him. But Tony Cooper's under massive pressure from Jordan Kerno. Jordan Kerno's now the quickest, back down into the low 115s and flying in that Honda Civic up Avon Rise. Surely Tony Cooper's just going to be a sitting duck in that Peugeot 106. I mean, it is David and Goliath somewhat between those two, and they got back markers to contend with soon as well. In fact, I think the back markers have compromised all three of them there.
Yep, so they get past that first car. I think that's Georgia Speed, who is here and having one of her first races today. But Tony Cooper has been able to hang on to the lead. The three leaders are together as they make their way then through Old Paddock. It's Cooper leading, but trying to take the title line is Jordan Kerno. He's up over the curbs on the inside of Old Paddock. And now is he drawing alongside the Peugeot 106 of Tony Cooper? Is he on the inside line going down towards Tower Bend? Can he make it work this time? He can. So the Honda Civic passes the Peugeot 106. 6 for the Renault Clio in close pursuit. But it is Jordan Kerno, our new race leader, on lap 5 of this hot hatch race.
So there seems to be a yellow flag up your neck of the woods there as well. Is someone off between you and Tower there or something?
Let's have a look. There's one, there is a car going off. Can't really see it though, so perhaps we can get Tower on the... Oh, there it is. So there's a car off at Tower. Can't tell you who that is at the moment.
No, I'll keep an eye on the timing screen to see who goes down. It's only as they went past, I was seeing flags waved, and I thought they were wrongly waving the blue flags, which would have been wrong thing to be waving. But no, although it looked like it was too dark to be a yellow, so I thought it was a green after the incident. But no, it clearly is yellows up at that section. But leader already through to you, not Jordan Kerno, not only taking it, but now over a second clear of the rest of the field.
Okay, I think it might be Chris Southcott, is it, that's gone off down there at Tower?
Yes, that would make sense.
He's dropping down the order, as is Damien Harris. So perhaps those two having a come in together. Meanwhile, the leaders are heading into that area of circuit with Jordan Kerno with a much bigger lead now over Tony Cooper. And Tony Cooper being chased by Nick Gwinnett. But of course, no overtaking into Tower Bend with that yellow flag being waved after that spin on the previous lap. So Kerno, Cooper and Gwinnett, the top three. In fourth is Sean Govard. He's only 4 seconds behind them. That's been a great drive. Oh, there's another car off there, isn't there? But this has been a great drive, hasn't it, from Sean Govard after that spin on lap 1.
And that'll be Harris in 140, I think, on the infield there. But whatever the flags were, would have been not for Chris Southcott's issue. I wonder whether they were waving like slippery surface flags or something, and Southcott's gone off on it because he went off after the leaders passed that section, not as the leaders were going through. So interesting to know what has happened over that neck of the woods. But yeah, there's a couple of them off there. Leaders already up towards Quarry. Gwinnett in that third place is really pressuring, but keep an eye on Sean Govard, as you say, because he is reeling in those lead cars ahead of him. He doesn't need to for his class, but we've said that never matters to these racing drivers, does it?
Indeed not. And Sean Govard has been on the overall podium. In fact, he comes second last
Red
time
flag.
out. Okay.
Red flag.
So those two cars off at Tower and Bobby's. So second red flag of the race, which probably will mean this race will be abandoned then, maybe put to the end of the day, because we haven't even had half of it. But generally, 2 red flags means the race will go be the end of the race, or to the clerk of the course's discretion, goes to the end of the day. So we shall see what happens. But real shame, isn't it, Chris? We were saying how great it was having this huge grid. There was some great racing while the race was going on, but it's been a little bit too instant packed.
Yeah, it has. And, well, Lewis Clark, we lost 117. The Fiesta pulled off at the end of the pit straight and got pushed back in. That was a mechanical issue. Whedon, the 22 car that didn't make out in qualifying, came into the pits as well. Speed was still going, wasn't she? Georgia Speed. And then it was the 140 car of Harris. Oh, where's my cursor gone? Let's have a quick look at that. Where did... Damien Harris start in the DH Alley Works Honda Civic. There's too many numbers to look down. There we go. In 13th place on the original grid. So on the 7th row. And that, I think, now would that have been the one on the infield? We couldn't quite make out the colours in the distance, could we? White, luminous yellow and red. Yeah, that the Honda Civic, possibly. That could have been the car that was off at, that was the infield at Bobby's, isn't it? We can just sort of see it in the distance there. That I would say that is
Yeah, and then we think it's
Harris.
And we think it's Chris Southcott at Tower, isn't it? And that is where the attention is by the looks of it. You can see that actually on your screen now, can't we? So
yeah, which, I mean, that looks, I don't know whether he's had another blowout, which is what he had in the qualifying session, but he thought that going for smaller tyres was going to stop the tyres fouling on the bodywork. And he just seemed rather dismissive, going, "Oh yeah, I just need to go for the smaller tyres." And he was gone to Avon, that are obviously here as major sponsors of the and supporters of the circuits. Which incidentally reminds me, Honda of the UK manufacturing that supply circuit vehicles, including the Civic Type R safety car and CRV medical response units. Kia Motors supply the Seed course car. Volvo UK for supply of vehicles. Avon Tyres, Simply Sweepers, and of course Wiltshire College. This Hot Hatch series, of course, is sponsored very proudly, as you see on the screen, if you're looking, EBC Brakes, thank you for the support of this very popular, as you can see, series. The promising news, by the way, Josh, is that they are holding them at the end of the pit-in, as though we may well get these guys gridded up. We still got, like, well, it was 11 and a half minutes. It has gone finish flag up on the digital display now.
I think that's a TSL thing sometimes that happens. So maybe that might not be definite, but I wouldn't generally...
It's on the start-finish line, the grid at the digital display there showing finish flag.
But with 2 red flags...
Oh, no, we are going to go racing again. That's good news.
Really? Yeah,
Yes.
It's unusual, isn't it, to get 2 red flags and get another restart.
I think exactly. It depends on the program, doesn't it, I think?
Yeah. When we got today's timetable was due to finish at 5:30, so we thought, this hour to play with, haven't we, today? Which and race control at Castle Combe always work very hard to make sure everybody can get their races in, and I'm sure they'll be factoring in what today's action is and what therefore is allowed. And I'm guessing the next thing I see is how long it takes to recover what needs recovering, and then a decision will be made. But by stopping the cars before the pit lane means that any decisions can be made from there without everyone having to go around the circuit again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate this happens. It's very unusual for the hot hatches, to be honest with you, isn't it? And this one clearly is nothing more than the cars are in just risky positions. They're like magnets, aren't they, when they're off in places like that? They'll just attract other cars to have their moments with them. So they are understandably just going to be overcautious, red flag it, get the cars out of the way, and then we'll get things back on circuit racing again. Just to see that the comments are still coming in. Thank you very much for that. Is good luck, Damien Harris and Sophie Morgan. Love Emma, Joe, Caden, and Jacob. That's from Emma Morgan. Teresa Adams says, good luck, Nick Adams. Love from your girls. John David Allen, thanks, guys. She's blushing, and that was the birthday shout out from Anna up at the bar. That was from memory. So good. I'm glad you're blushing, Anna. That's good. And Chrissy Jamie says, go Simon Hughes. Try not to crash. Me and Ben are watching. No pressure then. No pressure at all. Simon Hughes, number 71. Way. So they're cheering on. Also, Castle Combe Circuit have said big shout out to Carl Tilley, who is ex Formula C Class C champion here in the Formula Fords. Very creditable, 15th overall at Le Mans 24 Hour.
And remember, we spoke on Thursday about this car being destroyed in practice.
Yeah.
Dwight Merriman, who had the accident, he wasn't able to race. So Patrick Pilet, Porsche Works driver, took his position. So that was a good substitute. I heard I listened to Radio Le Mans last night, and they interviewed Kyle Tilley, and both of our mates. Johnny Palmer was on the commentary there, and he gave Castle Combe the mention for being a former champion.
Good. That's what I like to hear. Good man. I'd like to think that JP would. Ollie Hall says British touring cars on TV and Combe on my tablet. Good skills, my friend. That's thank you for that. It was Dean Clayton says it was Ross Curnow in Formula BMW. You smart Alec, Josh.
So that means this weekend we've had 2 ex-Formula BMW races, because we had Simon Walker-Hansel yesterday and Ross Curnow today. So that's interesting, because Formula BMW, that was a works.
Sorry. Sorry, that means no, it isn't. It was so actually no. You're not a smart Alec. It's Ross Curnow. I did the same mistake then when it was, but no, got it wrong. It was Ross Curnow in the Formula BMW. This is Jordan Curnow. So that's where you made the mistake. Phew, at least that means that you're the font of all knowledge. Yeah, but with the occasional mistake, I feel human again now, Josh. I must be honest.
Think you know too much.
Yeah, exactly. I know the feeling. Right, Ollie Hall. Well done, Mark Sutton, on the Saloon Car Championships. Absolutely. Ollie Hall cheering on Jordan Curnow, because he was coming back through the field brilliantly after a big scary moment over by you to just miss the marshal's post, and then clearly intermittent issues. Yeah, it did look a bit scary, that one, didn't it? I'm not sure whether I fully get this. Sorry, another question. Which class would you compare the Minis to in regards to performance? Well, they're class, as Ollie Hall says, they're Class E. They're in their own class, so the Minis are in Class E. So that's probably the only answer I can give you on that one, I'm afraid. Peggy Spackman says, wow, what a race. Josh, you're a delight and definitely makes streaming these races just as exciting as being there in person. Chris is lucky to have you.
You're going to be out of a job, Chris, at this rate.
I know. You got Peggy Spackman flirting with you now. Josh, what's going on? I'm gonna tell Ross on you, Peggy. No, good, absolutely. You know, I echo his comments. I love it when you and I get to work together, which is not as much often as we'd like, really, Josh, is it?
No, I think this is the first time that I've been out here and you've been in the main box. Normally when you're in the main box, I'm down in the pit lane. So this is, I think, the first time we've actually done this together at COMBE.
But we have commentated. We commentated earlier this year at Donington, didn't we? The Ferrari Challenge UK, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's more time to chat off air than on air that day, wasn't there?
It was an odd one, wasn't it? It was. Talking of which, while we're just getting the final cleanups done on this, I'm just going to quickly make sure we remember that this, of course, is the VP Racing Fuels Finals Day. Thank you to the guys for supporting this, and let's just make a point of remembering their support and saying thank you very much.
Today we're at Castle Combe, where VP Racing Fuels is the official fuel of the circuit, taking a look at the best way in which to use racing fuel. And that's not just a question of picking a fuel and pouring it in. You really have to make sure that the car is mapped and tuned, especially to get the most performance. VP maintains that racing fuel is a performance component.
Fiesta ST180, and we normally run this on 99 octane fuel. We've done the 99 octane dyno test. We've got base platform power figures. Today we're going to add the VP octane booster. The octane booster is now in the tank. I've made the changes to the code to take advantage of this octane. We're going to just increase the boost ever so slightly. We don't have too much headroom with the turbo to increase much more. However, we can be more aggressive with the rest of the parameters with fuel and ignition. So now it's over to do a dyno power run and see what difference we've made. Dyno's coasting down, calculating the transmission losses from the wheel power to calculate engine power and obviously torque to see what gains we've made over the normal 99 octane. Before and after results, a fairly significant increase in ignition advance. Peak power having increased from 350 odd to now it's 374 horsepower.
Making power is really what the company is about. VP offers a huge variety of different blends of different fuels for different occasions, different vehicles and different races. Anything from 2 wheels to 4 wheels to no wheels, VP has a solution for everybody.
What makes VP's fuel so high quality is the 40 years that they've put into production, into development. They work constantly with manufacturers and with races. They have some of the best blending there is. The chemists are fantastic and it's always fresh every time.
Second test of the day, 102 octane fuel's in there. The new ECU map is in there, just completed that. So we're going to do some more dyno runs. This fuel, it's a premium product. You will need your car tuned for it, but the results you can get from it are certainly worthwhile. There you go, 1.6 1600 turbocharged engine featuring the 102 octane fuel, and we've just hit 405 horsepower. Final results with the 102 octane, really big gains in torque, quite amazing to see a little 1600 turbo engine break 400 horsepower and 330 foot-pounds of torque.
The results from today's dyno test were absolutely fantastic. It really proves the product works. We have tangible dyno results that we have graphs for, so we can show progression from our octanium boosters all the way through to the high end of the unleaded fuels that we are able to supply to racers.
VP Fuels is a world-renowned historic brand. It has a huge pedigree in the States, and I believe that makes it a standalone, standout brand in the UK.
There's a lot of ways in which you can spend money improving the performance of your racing car. There's practically infinite means of doing that. VP gives an option where you don't have to commit to an enormous sum of money. Really just pick the right fuel for the right purpose.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years, but VP isn't just race fuels. VP's Stay Frosty high performance coolant is perfect for your street legal vehicle. It contains glycol for freeze protection and reduces coolant temps up to 14 degrees while protecting against corrosion and scale deposits. VP's Stay Frosty Race Ready coolant is 100% water-based coolant designed to be track approved and ready to race. It reduces coolant temps up to 30 degrees while also protecting against corrosion and deposits, making it the best coolant for your race car application. For more information about VP Stay Frosty Performance Coolants, visit us online at vpracingfuels.com.
Yeah, thank you very much. A few words from our sponsors there, VP Racing Fuels. And I'm not sure whether this is going to work, but what I've also got in the background now, and you can possibly just about hear it, I don't know how well it's coming out, so do let us know. But it's Kev's sort of like tried to put some track sound. Unfortunately, I think we're getting feedback from me in the background there. So I'll bring that in a little bit later because we might be able to have some engine noises, which I know some people were mentioning about. And he's being strong. We're trying to sort these things out, isn't he, Josh? To be fair, but it's amazing. But the good news is that we're now getting these cars on the grid. It's going to be an 8-minute race. We were down to something like 11 minutes, something like that, just over. So they've not even lost an awful lot, have they? To be fair.
No, and they've had 3 goes at doing a standing start, so they should perfected it by the race later on.
Well, the interesting one is Tony Cooper's going to be on the front row now.
Yes, and we know how good his starts have been so far today, so he'll have another go at taking the lead and seeing if he can hold off Jordan Kernow in this restarted race. Because, of course, as you say, we've got a new grid this time because we did more than 2 laps of the original or the previous start.
Yeah, it's instead of it being the original starting grid, we're where they finished for that at as well. Quick shout out from Chris Pearson, who's certainly here with taking the photograph. Shout out to Mrs. P for supporting me while I disappear to photograph race cars. Fly, baby. I'm guessing you may not be here. Lucy Goverd was Wilson. The suspense of this race is killing us. Now, that's interesting. That's somebody who's going to be happy with this, isn't he? Sean Goverd was coming on great guns there, and he suddenly gets to do this start again from the second row.
And his pace could put him on for a very good result, I think, overall. I know we were saying he was leading his class, but if there's perhaps a chance of an overall victory, I'm sure he may go for it.
Well, he was matching, and I can't remember how close, but he was in the 15s, as was Jordan Kernow at his quickest. So he was on a par with as they were at that point. Now, if they're neck and neck, we'll see how it's going to pan out. But that could be very interesting. Tony Cooper off the front, you can assume that he's going to get an absolute lightning start again in that Peugeot 106, the silver number 47 car you see just on the front there with the day-glow yellow flashes. But he was being hounded there, wasn't he, before the red flag by the red number 14, Nick Gwynedd, in that red Renault Clio. Of course, someone that we've seen in the Tricolor Challenge in the past as well. Stephen Jensen starting on the third row with, again, the very rapid number 81 car. Tim Adams in that white Honda Civic was coming on very, very quick. Stephen Jensen looked like he suddenly briefly slowed and then got back up to speed again. So hopefully whatever issue that was has cleared its throat and is going to be okay. We've then got Nick Adams just behind in the number 8 car with Sophie Morgan, car number 24, alongside him. Now, Sophie started the first race in 14th place. He's now going to be starting in 8th. So fair play. Sophie's done a sterling job. Darren Duffield and Mark Wyatt, Lee Waterman and the number 20 car. Now, Michael Boll started 23rd, and he's now on something like, was it the 5th or the 6th row? I've lost track there. There's a good few here have done some good stuff. Sean Deacon in the 113, the yellow and black Peugeot 106. That was looking mighty quick and is going to be starting alongside Nick Mizzen as well. So, there's quite a few that have come up where they were in the qualifying session up through this field. They're going to be hoping that it's going to be all nice and clear, and they're going to be wanting to come through. Now, somebody's left fluid on the start grid here. Now, where's that? The 4th row. Sophie Morgan. I think that's Sophie Morgan's car has left some kind of fluid from where she was stationary. So keep an eye on the number 24 car, Josh.
I think she's still there. So it's been a bit of an interesting race, hasn't it? It's not quite gone to plan. What started an hour ago, something like that. So it's been a race of attrition because the grid is somewhat smaller than what it was. Here's Sophie Morgan's car. It looks okay, I think. I think that's an ex-Civic Cup car. Novice Cross still on the back, so she's going really well, isn't she, today? She's inside the top 10, so hopefully all is okay, and hopefully whatever fluid is down there isn't something that's going to be a problem.
No, I mean, they haven't gone over to it as though they're concerned about it. The officials were looking down at it a second ago, but yeah, on the fourth row there, it's kind of just there and just sort of ebbed towards. Now, I'm assuming that's fluid, and I haven't missed the fact that there was like a tarmac thing there, but it certainly looks like fluid, and the officials next to me were looking down there, but still going, and it doesn't look like it sort of like was dripping. There's nothing else past that, as it's pulled away, so it's just on her grid slot there, and maybe she had the aircon on. Don't blame them. The other someone already mentioned is that they were wafting the doors when they were parked up over there to try and get some fresh air in on them.
Well, we were saying the race did start about an hour ago originally, didn't it? So the drivers would have been sitting in these cars. We heard yesterday, how hot some of these cars get inside. So I think it certainly could be a factor, couldn't it? So you have got the aircon. I know a lot of people may have taken it out of their race cars, but if you've still got it in, something to make the most of.
Yeah, indeed. So I brought in that other feed now, which is just audio, and see whether we get some noise from these cars. Let's say the unfortunate thing is I know it was also grabbing us coming out the speakers. And again, hello to everyone up at Quarry Corner. Remember, keep your distance, social distancing, no groups bigger than 6. And just keep everybody safe. Masks in the enclosed areas, and washing your hands for 2 happy birthdays and all of that sort of stuff. Please look after yourselves and those people around you. Right, cars are in the back. Green flag has been waved. 5-second board has been shown. 8 minutes of racing for these hot hatch, sponsored by EBC Brakes. And I'm looking towards the gantry. There we go. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. On goes the 4th. The 5th light's on. The engine notes are rising, and off they go. And Nick Winnett's missing from the field. So the number 14 Clio was not there when they started, but Tony Cooper's got a fantastic start. Jordan Kerno second, Sean Gerverd in third. But what a shame we lost the red Renault Clio from the start of this race, and I don't know where to.
No, I didn't spot that, Chris. So see what happens. But it's Tony Cooper that leads into Quarry Corner. So he made that good start as we expected. But he's got both Jordan Kerno and Sean Dover driving their way into the S's. Free for the lead. Kerno quick here through the S's, getting right onto the rear bumper, right onto the hatchback of the Peugeot 106 of Tony Cooper. But then I think got too close. He had to back off. There's one car going grass tracking through the middle of the S's. That is 119. That is Darren Duffield. So he's dropped right to the back of the field as the leaders turn their way through Tower Bend, and Jordan Kerno was trying to come around the outside of Tony Cooper. He couldn't go through though. So Tony Cooper leads as they turn their way through Bobby. The top 3 are at 1 as they come back towards you.
Yeah, wow, fantastic to see them absolutely glued together there. Into my sight they come. Jordan Kerno's got a good run down towards Camp Corner. Tony Cooper just sticking to his racing line, tempting him with a little gap towards the inside, but it was not enough, and so he's just hugged it enough to force Kerno to sit behind him, which has then brought Sean Goverd into play yet again. The 3 of them making their way up Avon Rise. Surely it's just going to be relentless for Tony Cooper to try and hold this one off. Up in towards Quarry Corner. Jordan Kerno looking towards the inside in the 180. Done.
And Sean Goverd through, doesn't he? He followed Jordan Kerno to get ahead of Tony Cooper. So Tony Cooper was leading. He's now third, or is he? Because he's trying to fight back on the outside of Goverd. He couldn't make it work though. So it's Jordan Kerno then that leads in the Honda Civic, being chased by the 2 Peugeots. It's Sean Goverd though ahead of Tony Cooper, and Goverd going after Kerno now. He was really quick there through Old Paddock. A big gap to the rest. The rest is being led by Tim Adams. So it's Tim Adams in 4th ahead of Stephen Jensen. Then another gap to car number 8, which is Nick Adams in 6th position. But the leaders make their way down to the Bobby chicane. It's Kerno, Goverd and Cooper. They're still pretty close together, Chris.
Yeah, they are. Although that was a bad run through Bobby's there by Sean Govard, which has just lost him a little bit of ground on Jordan Curnow, and back into the clutches of Tony Cooper. Here they turn right at Camp Corner for the second time in this restarted race. And at the moment, Curnow's just pulling away. He knows he needs to work hard because he's now down into the low 114s because Sean Govard in the very low 115s is trying desperately to pedal that 106 to get himself back onto terms with Curnow at the moment, but Tony Cooper, he's ready to mop up any pieces if they make any mistakes.
Absolutely, and this is lap 3. There's 5 minutes to go, so a really short race. It's an 8-minute race into the S's. Curnow getting away. Then you've got these two Peugeots, the two Peugeot 106s battling for second place. Govard ahead of Cooper as they accelerate through and out of Old Paddock. In fourth position is 81, so that's still Tim Adams ahead of Stephen Jensen. Then 6th, 7th and 8th are pretty close together. That is Nick Adams ahead of Michael Bowl. So Michael Bowl in that Honda Integra has come up to 7th now, Chris. You said he started way down the order. And then it's Sophie Morgan in the Honda Civic in 8th.
Yeah, that was a big move by Bowl there. If he's brand new to him, this number 20 car, the Honda DC5, is looking very, very good. Here comes the top 3, spread out now quite a fair bit, sort of almost equidistant. But what are we going to see from Sean Govard now? Thumbs up as he crosses the line to his team that are just hanging information out. That's a very low 115s. But look at that from Jordan Curnow, 114.2. The gap is a 2 3/4 now between him and Govard. But let's not forget that Curnow's leading class F, Govard leading Class C, Tony Cooper leading Class B.
Yep, so they all come away with a prize, don't they, by the end of this race, if it stays as it is. We're on lap 4 of what should be a 6-lap race. And through the S's into Old Paddock comes the race leader, the Honda Civic of Jordan Curnow, who looking to become the 4th different winner in 2020 in the Castle Combe Racing Club Hot Hatch Series. The battle for 6th is close coming through the S's. It's still Nick Adams ahead, but Michael Bowl in the Honda Integra DC5 that originally started back on 23rd position is battling now for 6th as they make their way down towards Tower Bend. It's the Civic ahead of the Integra. The Integra breaks a bit earlier, Michael Bowl, which means Sophie Morgan is challenging him as they turn their way through Tower Bend and down towards the S's. So this is the best battle on the circuit, I'd say, Chris.
Which one was that, sorry?
The battle for 6, just going through your screens now.
Yeah, I see that one. It's about to come into my view as the leaders have crossed the line to complete their 4th lap. 2 3/4 minutes left to go. Here comes the battling question. Nick Adams in the black, white and red number 8 car has managed to actually pull away slightly in his Honda Civic momentarily from Bowl in that DC5 that suddenly closed in on him through there. I think it's yet another one of these prime examples. Sophie Morgan chomping at the bit, strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit. As their power part kicks in, the two of them are able to slightly pull away from Sophie, but she closes in. She's very brave under the brakes, isn't she?
Yeah, that's where she caught at Tower on the last lap. So they make their way out of Quarry and down towards the S's. And they're side by side behind them as well. So that's Darren Duffield recovery. Remember, he went off at the first lap of this restarted race and he goes past Mike Wyatt at the corner where he went off. He goes through then at the S's. So Duffield back to 9th in the Mini. And then just behind them, the next car through is the winged Peugeot 106. That is Paul Bird, who runs in 11th position. But he's a bit further behind that battle that you're watching on your screens, going through Tower Bend and down towards Bobby's with a couple of laps to go, Chris.
Yeah, Paul Bird, that is dad of the two Birds. Lewis Bird's the son in his first season of racing. Good to see the families coming racing for this one as well. We're down to the last minute and a half. The leaders have already gone through, so this will be their penultimate lap for these guys. But this battle that we've been talking about, 6th, 7th and 8th, there goes Adams, the 20 of Bowl, Sophie Morgan. Darren Duffield's reeled them in, so it's massively become a 4-car train. Looks like Wyatt's not really able to stay with these guys, but as they go up Avon Rise, I'm going to just take you through this because, as you say, this is the prime battle as it stands at the moment in towards Quarry Corner. They're kind of staying equidistance, but it's Darren Duffield that seems to be the one that's most on the move amongst those 4.
And his lap times are actually quicker than Stephen Jensen. So after that off at the start, Darren Duffield really pushing on. He looks to the inside of Sophie Morgan into the S's. He couldn't make that work, though. But what about through Old Paddock on the run down towards Tower? Surely that may be a chance in his Mini. The Mini Cooper then, 119. Darren Duffield chasing Sophie Morgan. Sophie Morgan knows it. She runs her Civic on the right-hand side of the circuit to defend into Tower. So Darren Duffield cannot find a way past. So Duffield 9th, Morgan 8th, into Bobby's they turn.
Yeah, the leaders have gone through to start their final lap, and Jordan Curnow comfortably in the lead. Long gap back before Sean Govard, then a long gap before Tony Cooper, but they're all leading their respective classes brilliantly. There goes the 81 car of Adams, the white number 81 Honda Civic of Adams, and then Stephen Jensen. But look at this, Nick Adams. There's Michael Boll. Michael Boll's trying to make a move, looking towards there. Darren Duffield's actually lost contact slightly with these guys, so I wonder whether he just made a little mistake trying to make a move, because it's back to the three of them heading up Avon Rise, absolutely glued together in towards Quarry Corner. They're going to turn right, and it's like they're on a piece of elastic. 1 minute it's Boll in the white Integra trying to make a move, then suddenly it's Sophie Morgan attacking him.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're right together, heading down towards the S's. Sophie Morgan goes round the outside into the S's, but she can't quite make that work. Meanwhile, Chris, I think the leaders are back towards you.
They're not into my sight yet. Here we go by the looks of the speed. Here he comes now, Jordan Curnow coming towards the checkered flag. I've got the sunlight making it a little bit harder to distinguish, but Jordan Curnow, 3 times he's had to start this race, and he's managed to do it. Takes the victory. Sean Govard in second, number 15, giving him the Class C victory. There goes Tony Cooper. Great on those starts in that little 106. Number 47 wins Class B. There goes 265 Franks being lapped, taking a win as a finish as well. There goes 81, which of course is Tim Adams in his white Honda Civic. That gives him second in Class F. Stephen Jensen, number 69, the zebra print, wins Class E for the Minis. Nick Adams comes home in sixth place, which gives him third place in Class F, because of course those three were battling for the final step on the podium of Class F. That's how important it was. Michael Boll 20 in seventh place, fourth in Class F, and Sophie Morgan 24 in eighth, just challenging them. Darren Duffield did come home in ninth place, which gives him second place in Class E. 10th place is the number 9 car of Wyatt. That's Mike Wyatt, obviously, not Mark Wyatt. Mike Wyatt in 10th place. In 11th, number 53, Paul Bird, second in Class C. In 12th is number 12, Lee Waterman, second in Class B. 68, Nick Mizzen in 13th place, more importantly, third in Class C. Only just ahead of the 113 car at the end as they cross the line, Sean Deacon. And they were battling for the last step on the podium of Class C as well. 71 Hughes, 26 Mark Sutton, our saloon car champion, also finishes third in Class B, so gets a bit more silverware today. 79 James Camphor, is third in Class E. 18th, 54 Lewis Bird. 19th, number 23 is the number 23 car. Sorry, where did that car start in my grid? I can't even pick up where he was. So he's done a good job moving up through the field. 23 started in 32nd place. Matthew Barrington in that Renault Clio comes home in 19th. 78 Fisher is your top 20. So we got there in the end, Josh. But as expected, it was the entertainment that they always dish up.
Yeah, that second start, that battle for the lead was brilliant, wasn't it? Throughout that, the second part of the race, the middle part of the race, and that the actual race, the bit that counted, the part 3, it was that battle in the second half of the top 10 that was really interesting to watch. And hopefully we get some of the cars prepared for the second race. There'll be plenty of work going on in the hot hatch part of the paddock, won't there, to try and get as many of these cars out as possible. But despite all those incidents, what we heard about 25 cars still take part in that race, which just shows you the strength that hot hatch has got this year at Castle Combe.
Yeah, absolutely. I see John Moon has opened the back there, just waiting for the drivers to make their way in as well. So we'll hang fire before bringing them in. But thank you to EBC Brakes, obviously, for supporting the and sponsoring the Hot Hatch series. Just very quickly, then, let's get you through the grid for the next race, so that John Moon's got plenty of time to grab interviews. I'm keeping an eye because I don't think he's got any drivers there just yet, So let me bring up the Minis grid, the BMW's grid, sorry, it is as follows. On the front row, it's 146 Michael Pensaval, 28 Brad Sheehan. Second row, 44 Michael Gutt, 47 Niall Bradley. Third row, 26 Paul Cook, 140 Jazz Sapra. Fourth row, 80 Mike Eustace, 15 Graham Crowhurst. Fifth row, 59 Jim Benson and 67 Adrian Williams. Row 6, 7 Kevin Denwood, 83 Gary Burstow. Seventh row, 76 Stuart Pywell and 21 Andy Abrams. Eighth row, 1 Adrian Bradley, 66 Mark Colmer. Row 9, 43 Stephen Schweikart and 30 Dan Harborough. 10th row, 40 Sean Jackson, 37 Cavan Granger. On the 11th row, it's 9 James Dalzell and 23 Thomas Singleton. On row 12, 77 Paul Travers, 60 Carl McMillan. Row 13, 64 Gareth Montgomery, 31 Paul Larami. And on the 14th row, 72 Matthew Smith. Also 2 rows back, plus a 10-second penalty for reasons I'm not sure about, number 10, Clive Watson. So that is the grid for the next race. Let's bring in John Moon now. Just as the drivers are making their way over to him.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
And then John.
Right, okay.
I'll just mute that because I can see that I can hear they're talking in the background, so I'll just let them.
Just to say, the Clive Watson penalty is because he was excluded from qualifying. So in 750 Motor Club Run Series, if you're excluded from qualifying, you have a 10-second penalty for the race.
Okay, no problem. Right, John, down to you, mate.
Hello. Yes, hello. Jordan Kernos here with that was a pretty hectic race, one and another with all kinds of craziness going on, but it benefited you in a way.
Well, yes and no, I suppose. You know, the Civic isn't that quick off the line. These little 106s, they fly. And, you know, every single restart I had to work my way through again. But yeah, what a race for, you know, my first race back this year and 2 red flags, and it was mayhem out there.
Yeah. Did you see what happened at the very beginning of the race?
I only caught a glance in my mirror, but all I saw was just the yellow Astra spinning off into the infield.
Right.
But I tried to keep that out of my mind and just...
Yeah. You were well clear of that anyway.
Yeah.
And stayed well clear of the rest of the mayhem as well.
Yeah. Luckily, there's a bit of pace in the car. I can just put out a buffer and, you know, and settle in. But,
yeah, good. Okay, well, we want... thanks very much. We'll see you again. Sean next. Hello, Sean.
Hi.
Yeah, so I said Jordan, in a way, the De Claudio crew cheering you on. It kind of worked. Well, it worked okay for you, really, didn't it?
Well, not on the first lap, no.
No, but ultimately, that's all we judge it by in a way.
Jordan gave me a little tap, and then it was just once it started to go, there was just no coming back. I had the throttle pinned, and it just wouldn't come back. So I crossed the grass, and that made me a little bit angry. So I think I was driving angry then, and anybody that was in the way, is, you know, I just had to get past them. Then got back, and obviously that red flag, which slowed everything down again, and then just getting back into the rhythm. And then on quarry, Tony just left a little gap, and I thought, I'm going through there. So I took that and just pinned my ears.
Yeah. So it did work for you then.
Yeah, it did towards the end. But it was warm out there, especially with the 2 red flags. It was just sat there, and the sun was making everybody hot, but everybody had to deal with it.
Okay. Well, let's hope you have a calmer race next time.
Let's hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Tony Cook is next, 3rd overall in. Again, as everybody really electric race.
Yeah, it was busy. Yeah, I was leading for a bit. But I think I got emotional and had tears in my eyes and I couldn't see out. So I let past. No, it was just, they're good guys to race with. The car was brilliant. It's just a bit hot, starting and stopping and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that Sean was behind whoever came first in the end. So
Jordan,
a far faster car, so I let him through. I didn't realise Sean was coming through at the same time.
Right.
Then my clutch was on its way out. I made a few bad selections and then went backwards, really. The last couple of laps I started gaining on him, but it was way too late.
You think you'll be all right for the next race?
There you go.
Yeah, okay, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris, I don't know if you know about the Le Mans connection with that race. Nick Adams, father of Tim Adams, who came 5th, and I think Nick Adams was 7th. Nick Adams, of course, world endurance champion in '89 and Group C2 pole winner in '87 and '88 at Le Mans, and gracing with his presence here in that Civic that's rented for the day, I believe.
Oh right, is it definitely the same one? Is it? Because he's always racing here, but fair play. That is good to see the link again, because they thought that the Carl Tilley was the first time we've had someone linked to COMBE over there, didn't they?
Sorry, Chris, can't hear you, but hopefully we'll go over to you anyway.
Thanks, John. Kevin, what have you done? Have you turned the speaker down low over there? Because you could hear it loud when you were down there, Josh, couldn't you?
It wasn't easy to hear, but I could hear you
okay.
just about. But yeah, perhaps if Kevin can turn it up a bit, then John can hear us a bit clearer. But
Yeah, I think previously we've had it loud, haven't we? But,
yeah,
maybe
it wasn't quite as loud yesterday as it was at previous previous meetings. Just my attention taken there, Chris, because our pole sitter for this BMW race got the car massively sideways, trying to get temperature into the tyres. This BMW Car Club racing. This is the official championship for the BMW Car Club of Great Britain, that started here at Castle Combe as a series a couple of years ago on Easter Monday, where they had a grid of about 20 cars, and it's grown ever since. The series, now a championship that's administrated by the 750 Motor Club, and they always like coming here to Castle Combe. They came here last season and are back again this year, and lots of BMW M3s at the front, which I'm sure are going to make for a fantastic race, because in qualifying this morning, the top 4 cars were separated by less than 2/10 of a second.
So these are like big, powerful cars, and yet they're still managing to sort of be that close together in their fight, by the sounds of it.
Absolutely, and we're going to have lap traffic because we've got different classes too, so quite a speed differential. You've got the 2 M classes, M1 and 2, so they're for the M-powered cars, the BMW M3s, for example, and they're split by power to weight ratio, so the M1 cars should be quicker, but we've got some M2 cars pretty far up the order. Class 6 is for 6-cylinder cars, and the Cup class are for those BMW 325s that run to tight regulations, a good, affordable way into BMW racing. But we've had 4 different winners this year so far, Chris. Graham Crowhurst won a wet race at Brands Hatch in his M2 car, so the wet weather helping out the lower powered cars. In race 2, in the dry, it was Gary Whitaker, probably the fastest BMW racer in the country, won that. And then at Alton Park last time out, Mike Cutt and Michael Pensaval shared the victories.
And we're getting this support coming in. Amelia Montgomery, whoop, go daddy, go. Sorry we can't be there to support you, love, Ivy and Rupert. And that, of course, is Gareth Montgomery, the Guildford driver in car number 64. And come on, Michael Pensaval, says Carl Lee Wilson. So good to see the supports coming in for these guys out there for this, the absolutely amazing BMW Motor Club. And yeah, it's one of those ones that I saw it launched and thought, oh, this is going to be tasty, because there's a few where they can go and race these, but there's plenty of them that want to race these BMWs, and some of these things are just seriously powerful pieces of kits. I mean, you can see them, look at them, they're just monstrous looking things at the front, and yeah, I cannot wait to see this.
Yeah, the cars in Class M1 run something like 400 brake horsepower, between 300 and 400 brake horsepower. So, yeah, they've got a bit of power under the bonnet. It's all run treaded tyres, so no slick tyres allowed in this category. So that means the cars move around a bit, and I'm sure it's going to be a great race. Look out for Paul Cook. He's the M2 pole sitter, so not quite so much power, but Paul Cook, a really quick driver. He's won many MR2 races in the past, and he is aggressive driver too, so I'm sure he'll be wanting to race amongst those M1 more powerful machines.
Good to see as well. I love the Z3 at the back there. Just so cool to see that there. Right, so everybody's in position now. The green flag is being unfurled and waved, and 5-second board has been given. This one is going to be a 20-minute race as well, looking towards the light gantry. And you can see the lights on the camera now as well. Cool, that's a new camera. I didn't see that before. 3 lights. On goes the 4th. The 5th light is on, and off go the lights and off go the field. It's a big mixed bag. The 26 car of Paul Cook looked like he was getting a good start there. Easy to see him. Dayglow yellow and black. But suddenly the cars ahead of him, they kick in to the power, and they're suddenly pulling away. And it looks like it is the white car that has the lead, which is going to be Brad Sheehan, the Horsham driver, I think. Let me just see as they turn right. I think it is him that's managed to take the lead off that start.
Yeah, it looks like it. Michael Pensaval in second position as the field make their way down towards the S's for the first time. The top two just breaking away, the two E46 cars. Then it's the E36, a slightly older model of Mike Cutt, who won so many races last season. He's coming under pressure, though, from Paul Cook, the M2 leader, who's there in fourth position. Then Jad Sapra, who's making his debut in this series, in fifth. Sixth is Noel Bradley. Graham Crowhurst is seventh. Adrian Williams is eighth. Mike Eustace, I think that one is in ninth. And in 10th position, leading the six-cylinder cars, is Jim Benson. He had problems last time out at Alton Park, but looks like that car's running well again, and he is leading his category. But the top two make their way through Bobby's, and that good start from Brad Sheehan sees him leading. Coming back into your view, Chris.
Yeah, but not by much as they went through Bobby's, although he's applying the power slightly better. So he got a good exit from Bobby's. In towards camp he comes, the sort of burgundy Michael Pensaval 146 car, or maybe just a dark red, is trying desperately to reel him in. Remember, it was pole for Pensaval, so Brad Sheehan has done well off the start. But interestingly, at the moment, Josh, is it looks like he's got the lap times to be able to just slightly extend that lead. And I wonder whether that means he wasn't going full chat in qualifying. But suddenly around Quarry, they've all closed back in again, including the red car of Cutt, number 44, just behind now.
Yeah, Mike Cutt, really experienced racer, multiple Northern sports car champion. He's got that E36, so slightly older car, bit lighter, but therefore doesn't have quite the power of the cars around him, but he should be able to get stuck in. Paul Cook doing a great job in the M2 car. He's still there in fourth position as the lead in six make their way down towards Tower Bend. There's a gap back to Graham Crowhurst, who's in seventh as the rest of the field make their way past me at Old Paddock. But into Bobby's they go then. And really, Chris, those top six cars aren't very far apart at all.
They're not. I mean, it looks like it's possibly going towards a 2 and a 4 at the moment, which is what I was wondering whether Pensaval was going to be able to get that thing wound up, because certainly if qualifying was anything to go by, he should be able to be up there with Sheehan, possibly even ahead of Sheehan, and he's now starting to keep him honest. And it looks like we got a challenge coming for fourth position. It looks like Cook is under pressure from Jazz Sapra. Jazz Sapra up the inside in the white 140, although it's still showing 40 on his car, actually. He's not put the 1 on. And it looks like, actually, Cook's lost out to Bradley as well. So the 47 car goes through as well. Yeah, the Dayglow Yellow lost 2 places just on the drag up to Quarry.
Yeah, that's the M2 less powered cars coming into effect on that long run down the from Camp Corner all the way up to Quarry. But it is it's Brad Sheehan that leads. Look at the lap times, Chris. Exactly the same times the top two. 1 minute 12.284, which is quicker than both of them did in qualifying this morning. So they're absolutely flying. Again, drivers perhaps haven't raced at Castle Combe much in the past, getting more used to the circuit all the time and finding more and more pace. But this is really interesting stuff. The leader, Brad Sheehan, yet to win a race this season. Can he make it the 5th different winner in 5 races?
Interesting. They've suddenly spread out a little bit, the front two. And so Sheehan in the white number 28 car, stretching his legs ever so slightly away from Pensaval, the pole sitter. But and equally at that point, it means that the number 44 car of Michael Cutt, the York driver, is able to reel them in again, but it then changes the dynamic as we go all the way through Folly, up Avon Rise. The same as the second trio behind them is that, again, you saw that Cook in the M2 class was able to close in your side, but it just falls away with the lack of power compared to them at this stage, doesn't he?
Interesting that he's managed to pull away, though, from Jazz Sapra, and has done the fastest lap, Mike Cutt, 1 minute 12.129, which is 6,000ths quicker than the leader. So they're really, really even, these first drivers. Michael Pensaval over the curbs on the inside of Old Paddock, and that made him slide out wide, but he just about kept it together. Meanwhile, for fourth position, there's a challenge, because that's Noel Bradley catching and chasing after Jazz Sapra. He's looking down the inside into Tower Bend, but Jazz Sapra, he knows this track pretty well. He's raced at Castle Combe a few times, and he's able to hang on in the front there. In the classes, in Class 6, Jim Benson leads Kevin Denwood, but Kevin Denwood is catching 1.1 seconds there, so that may be another one to watch.
Yeah, okay. So as we suspected, there's going to be multiple fights, and it's largely the classes that separate them out, with a few odd exceptions. But look at this, Jazz Sapra 140 under huge pressure from the 47 car of Niall Bradley. Did you say it's Niall or Neil? I got it as Niall. Is it Niall?
Yeah, Niall.
That's all right then. Yeah, that's fine. Niall Bradley is under pressure as he heads up Avon Rise. I kept meaning to listen to how you pronounce it to make sure I was getting it right, and I kept missing it. So, phew, I got it right. But he's having a sneaky snifter up the inside at Quarry, but I don't think he's quite going to be able to do it.
There's a big power slide on the exit of the corner as he tried to accelerate as early as possible, but no, it's still Jazz Sapra hanging on, and this is frustrating for Niall Bradley because he was so close to the front runners in qualifying, but he's stuck behind Jazz Sapra, and he's got Paul Kirk filling his mirrors too. Meanwhile, Graham Crowhurst has fallen down the order, the driver that won the first round of the championship at Brands Hatch. He's dropped down to 11th, so a few laps ago he must have had a bit of an issue.
I'm just trying to work out. So Gary Whittaker, yeah, you said he wasn't here. So he's leading or jointly because with Michael Pensaval. So Pensaval really wants to maximise the points haul that he's able to get in this race. And he's not doing that at the moment because Sheehan, who's third in the championship, only 1 point behind him. And he's going slow. On the exit of camp, he suddenly slows onto the start finish straight. So Pensaval and Cut are through. And all of a sudden, what I don't understand. He was looking so fast coming down towards camp, and as soon as he tried to get on the power, and it's suddenly compromising the three behind as they go through. And I think that Sapra nearly got a challenge from Bradley. I think the yellow flags, or at least maybe it was just the whites, and it didn't quite come off. But that was a bit scary. But what a shame for Sheehan. That was easy to say.
Something's broken on that car, hasn't it?
Although he's back up to speed again up over Even Rise now. You'll see him come out of quarry now, and he looks like he's getting that back up to speed.
Now, that's good, but obviously he has lost time, a lot of time. He was second and third last time out at Alton Park, but now he's in sixth. As you said, Jazz Sapra under all sorts of pressure from Niall Bradley. This for third position now as they make their way down towards Tower. They are nose to tail, and can there be a challenge from Bradley? Not quite. So Jazz Sapra knows where to put his car. But on the last lap of the race, Mike Cutt just set the fastest lap of the race into the 111s now as he goes after Michael Pensaval. And that's the new lead battle, of course.
It is, and they're both here now, and they've got a couple of back markers they're going to challenge soon. Cut 44 gets a good exit there, heading down the start-finish straight towards the right, very fast right-hander at Folly, up Avon Rise. They're going to get these back markers up in towards Quarry, and it looks like Cut number 44 is trying to find a way, certainly lapping quicker than our leader, Pensaval, as it stands at the moment. Not quite able to make a move, especially as they're both getting past the first of the two back markers.
Yeah, it was very busy there at Quarry Corner as they make their way through. And Pensaval gets held up here through the S's, so Mike Cutt's going to be right on to terms with the leader, I reckon, who's still through Old Paddock, isn't past his slower car. He has to go round the outside of it. His car 10, that's Clive Watson. And so we've got these two cars together now then for the lead as they make their way down towards Tower. But Michael Pensaval, crucially, did hang on ahead of Mike Cutt, and there's been a change to third because Niall Bradley had finally got ahead of Jazz Sapra, and he's pulling away from Sapra and leaving him to battle with Paul Cook. And then Brad Sheehan comes through in sixth, and he is back up to speed, as you were suggesting. So that is good that he's back up to speed and all is well, but obviously not in a position to battle in this race now.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the car. Oh, we've got someone stopped, I just noticed, in the background there at Bobby's. So somebody's gone into retirement there, nicely tucked out of the way. But yeah, the number 10 car that I think was the car, Clive Watson off the back with a penalty and suddenly compromised the leaders quite significantly there. I wonder if that's what happened in qualifying as well. I don't really know.
I've got it here. It was underweight.
Oh, okay. So nothing to do with that then. I'll never get that penalty, to be fair.
Leaders have got more traffic, of course, here at Castle Combe. It is hard to get out the way. You're having your own race, so didn't really do anything wrong. It just there was no way through for the leaders. Michael Pensaval has got past the back marker, and this time it's Mike Cutt that had to go round the outside of car number 9. 9 is James Dazelle, one of the 330s, I think, and it is tricky, isn't it, to get past slower cars here at Castle Combe. In awkward places they seem to be catching them, particularly at Old Paddock, having to go round the outside, because of course if you run a little bit wide at Old Paddock, you're going to be in big trouble, aren't you, Chris?
Yeah, so certainly a grip it and rip it part of the circuit over there, isn't it? And it's kind of spread. Go on.
Just to say, sorry to interrupt, the Class 6 lead battle is absolutely together now because Jim Benson has been caught by Kevin Denwood. So his car's 59 and 7. They're just turning their way through Old Paddock, nose to tail. So as we suspected, the class battles are very much developing.
Okay, that'll be interesting. I noticed that Jazz Sapra, while we know he got passed by Bradley a lap or two ago, is that he's actually managed to shake off the attentions of 26 Cook, remember that in the M2 car, that car got an amazing start and was pressurising Sapra for a little while, but not anymore. But Sheehan is now coming back at these guys, lapping a good 2.5 seconds quicker than the cars ahead. So keep an eye out for the white number 28 that seems to have cleared its throat, whatever its problem was.
Okay, and there is a reverse grid for race 2. Anywhere between 4 and 6 cars, I think. So Brad Sheehan would quite like to be in that reversal for race 2. And as you say, he is catching Jad Sapra and Paul Cook at quite the rate. So Brad Sheehan going really well here, despite whatever that problem was a few laps ago. The race leaders coming back towards the end of the lap. Michael Pensacola now about a second or so ahead of Mike Cutt.
Yeah, and obviously with the lappery going on, both of them are way off their best lap times. So Cutt, if he wants to do anything, needs to get back to where he was quicker than Pensacola can. But Pensacola has stretched his legs, just bouncing over the curbs on the exit of camp a little bit there, but didn't really cause him any great issues. And he is actually lapping about 0.2 quicker than Cutt, even on that last tour round the circuit. Jazz Sapra still, well, back under pressure again from the 26 car of Paul Cook. So that keeps ebbing and flowing somewhat, doesn't it, as well?
Now, through Quarry, Michael Bensavel tried to go around the outside of the back marker. That didn't really work. Is that going to allow Mike Cutt to get closer? Cutt has to dive up the inside into the S's, and perhaps it's not quite as close as I thought it was, but I think it's less than what the 1.5 seconds that they started the lap at. And someone, I think that's the back marker, pulling off the road on the exit of Quarry onto the infield. So there is one car that's headed into retirement. Brad Sheehan, though, is almost caught that battle for fourth now between Jazz Sapra and Paul Cook. The gap was 3 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and Paul Cook is challenging Jazz Sapra down towards Tower Bend. So can Paul Cook get back ahead of the invitational entry that is Jazz Sapra as they make their way through Tower? No, Cook's still behind, but you can see there, Brad Sheehan is almost with them now.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? The leaders have just got past another back marker. I wonder whether Cutt was going to get compromised by the 31 car of Cutt, but fair play. Cutt just sort of went to the outside of camp and stayed out of their way, and suddenly it means it is considerably closer. It's just over 0.75 seconds up over Avon Rise. The darker red 146 of Pensacola still holding the honours as it stands with 7.5 minutes to go, though. Look how close Cutt is now on all the way through and on the exit of Quarry.
Yeah, of course, long race here. Hot day at Castle Combe. Looking after your tyres in these powerful cars might be a case too. So perhaps Mike Cutt, as he looked after those rear tyres a bit better than the leader. Well, we'll see in the second half of this race. There's 7 minutes to go. The E46 car leading the E36. Pensacola ahead of Cutt. Third place is Bradley. Niall Bradley. Fourth is Jazz Sapra. Fifth is Paul Cook. And sixth, just passing me out Old Paddock, is Brad Sheehan. The rest of the field a bit further back. It's Mike Eustace in seventh. Eighth is Adrian Williams. Ninth, leading class 6, is Jim Benson, but he's only 0.2 seconds ahead of Kevin Denwood. So just looking out for that battle as they head up towards Quarry. They're absolutely nose to tail, as perhaps you would expect. And now Kevin Denwood looking up the inside. So this for the lead of the 6-cylinder class, but no, Jim Benson hangs on, the driver that won both races at Brands Hatch at the beginning of the season.
Well, the leaders are already at Quarry Corner, and they're still close together. I thought we were going to get a challenge through Camp Corner that time, but not quite. But they're now getting past 3 back markers, so they may well have an entertaining time coming towards you.
Yeah, it is much closer there, isn't it, Chris? As I was distracted by the other battles a bit further down the order. So into the S's they come, and they've got 2 cars to get ahead of. And Michael Pensacola up over the curves, gets all sideways. He managed to hold on to it. He has to go around the outside there of Andy Abrahams' car through Old Paddock, and that was a good move from Pensacola because that has put some space between himself and Mike Cutt. Now they lap the Z3, the car of Matthew Smith. So it's a very busy time for the 2 leaders. Meanwhile, Brad Sheehan is not just past Paul Cook, but he's past Jad Sapra too, and is into 4th place.
Well, I mean, that was always going to be challenging, wasn't it? 3 of them glued together as back markers is, and I've always said it, one thing worse than back markers is battling back markers. But here they come down towards us. It's just a lone back marker ahead of them that they'll be hoping to make a slightly easier job of that, being the number 30 car of Harborough, who sat in 13th place at the moment. The 2 of the leaders, Pensacola 146, still ahead just slightly as they get to pick their side as they go up Avon Rise. Actually, no, the 30 car suddenly went from left of the circuit to the right, and Pensacola had committed to the right and suddenly had to get off the power and switch towards the left. That was an odd move there that has compromised Pensacola, and you'll see them glued together now.
And that car they were lapping, Dan Harborough, was a double class winner last time out at Oulton Park. And for the overall championship, he's an equal leader. So he doesn't want to get involved in anything there. As you say, it got a bit close for comfort. But Michael Pensacola has managed it pretty well because he's still got a decent gap over Mike Cutter as they come out of Old Paddock. For third, Niall Bradley is being caught rapidly by Brad Sheehan. So can Sheehan get back to the podium? They got a lap that BMW Z3 of Matthew Smith. I think he's going a couple of laps down already. But Bradley in third. He's lost a lot of time to the leaders recently and is being caught by the fly-in, Brad Sheehan.
Yeah, so where are they now? Here they come down towards us. Another car's just made its way into the pits, but a bit further back. Here they come. Across the line goes 146. Just bounced on the exit there, and that was a slightly slower lap from Cut, the second place car, as they make their way up Avon Rise towards Quarry. That you'll see this time it's nearly a second between them. So it's intriguing how this thing ebbs and flows somewhat. But Sheehan, you're right, has closed in, but is still sort of over a second and 3/4 before he gets to the podium place of Bradley. But we've still got 3 3/4 minutes left to go.
Meanwhile, heading down towards Tower Bend of the two Class 6 leaders, Kevin Denwood is looking down the inside of Jim Benson. See that on your screens now. They've got some back markers to deal with too, but it is still just Jim Benson ahead of them. Behind all those slower cars that are having a bit of an incident themselves, there is Benson and Denwood that are battling for Class 6 honours at the back of that group, Chris. So that is for, 10th and 11th overall, but they are absolutely together.
Oh, yeah, they're actually coming down towards camp. They're side by side now, the challenge, and there's a back marker. So suddenly the lead of those two had to back off 59. And now he's going very slow, actually. He's not been able to get up to speed. So all of a sudden, Denwood, number 7, is in the lead of Class 6. But that was intriguing. Benson got compromised by the back marker. Oh, and we've got a spinner here. And in fact, that's Cut. Cut has spun the number 44 car on the exit of camp. He has spun and he's going to get passed by Bradley, number 47, and he's still trying to get that thing going again on the exit. You can just see him to the right of your picture there. That was the second place car that was trying desperately to make a challenge for the lead.
It all goes on. As soon as you look at another battle, something goes on up front, doesn't it? It's absolutely extraordinary race, this. Really good race from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. They had a great season opener at Brands Hatch in the wet. This is one of the best races, I think, in the dry conditions we've had, but it's going to, on paper, not look that great because Michael Pensacola now leads by 13 seconds over Niall Bradley, and Niall Bradley's got to watch out because Brad Sheehan isn't that far behind, although in the last lap, Bradley did make a bit of a break. And in fourth place is Jazz Sapra. Yeah, Chris.
Just to let you know, we're going to have to go checkered flag at the end of this one because Cut's car has not got going again. It's stationary on the exit, double waved yellows, but it all means that we're waiting for the leader to come through and they'll throw the checkered flag.
So it's a shame for Mike Cut. He's had really bad luck all season. He did win last time out at Oulton Park, but he's had an incident at Brands Hatch, the M1 champion from last year.
And we seem to have, and the checkered flag is out for Pensacola, takes the win. And we lost Eustace as well, I think, by the way, the number 80 car.
There's 3 cars now, I think, parked on the inside of Quarry, and he's one of them.
Ah, bless him. Okay, so there goes number 47, Bradley, in second place. And there's Sheehan. He does come home in third, but not the person he was challenging to get past. In fact, he was slower towards the end there, but he does get on the podium anyway. But the victory, 146, is Michael Pensacola, the pole sitter. But he did not get his own way there, did he? I hope that Cut's able to sort that car out because he was challenging brilliantly and got the fastest lap of the race, didn't he?
But he will have to start from the back of the grid for the next race because the results of this race for the top few reversed will be the grid for race 2 of the day. But it was a really action-packed, fast, frantic race, wasn't it? The speed of these cars around Castle Combe, absolutely brilliant. And yeah, there was plenty going on. So in class,
have you got a timing screen over there?
Yes, I have.
If you do, considering you know these guys, do you want to take them through the results?
Yeah, sure. So it was Michael Pensacola, the winner, 146. Second was 47, Niall Bradley. Third, 28 was Brad Sheehan. Fourth was 140, Jazz Sapra. Fifth was 26, Paul Cook. Sixth was number 1, which is the other Bradley, which is Adrian Bradley. Seventh was 67, that's Adrian Williams. 8th was number 7, Kevin Denwood. 9th was 59, Jim Benson. And 10th was 15, Graham Crowhurst. So in the classes, the top 3 were all M1 cars, so Pencefield, Bradley and Sheehan. In M2, it was Paul Cook, who won for only the 2nd time this season. In 2nd was Adrian Williams, and 3rd, Graham Crowhurst. So he had a struggling race for some reason. In Class 6, it was Kevin Denwood, first time he's won this season. 2nd was Jim Benson, and 3rd was Dan Harborough. And then in the Cup class, it was Car 60, Cole McMillan, that won for the 3rd time this year. And 2nd there was Clive Watson. Not sure if Paul Laramie made the end. So another race where we had quite a few problems for cars, quite a few cars pulled off the road, but certainly an exciting race here at Castle Combe. This was the 5th round of the championship. There's still 5 more to go, so halfway distance in the championship.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Josh. So that was the 750 Motor Club BMW Car Club race. They'll be out a little bit later as well. John Moon's making his way. Hopefully he's not going to miss them because he's just wandering up towards it now and the cars are in. I'm hoping they do still go into Parc Ferme. Ken Davis has just confirmed. I did wonder, he said about Nick Adams being Tim Adams' dad that raced in Le Mans 24 Hour. It isn't. So someone's stitched up. We always worry about this, don't we, Josh? When someone stitches us up with information, apparently it's not. Ken Davis just messaged me through that when I was like, really? I had no idea because he's been in the hot hatches loads and I had no idea. It's not.
Yeah, and Nick Adams does still race, but normally sort of historic prototype cars, so it would be a slightly different race than a Honda Civic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, absolutely. And in the hot hatch series at that as well. So yeah, we always get those concerns. Incidentally, by the way, is that up next is the Formula Ford Carnival, and what we will have, and I'm hoping that we might end up crashing the visuals of John Moon down there to bring you a presentation to Maggie Edwards, who has been here for 48 years. She's been the coordinator of the Formula Fords here for many a year, and she's decided to retire. So will her husband, Dave Edwards, but he's still got some more scrutineering to do before we round out this season. But Maggie's going to get presented with a lovely gift on the start line. Once the Formula 4 cars are out there, I think the drivers are going to get out. It's going to be a great photo. She's going to then make her way up the tower to wave the green flag for the Formula Fords. But in between her leaving the grid and walking up the top, we're going to have a 1-minute round of applause because it's better than a silence here, because it would, in between things, it would go a bit unnoticed. But a 1-minute round of applause to a fallen Orange Army vet who this race is in memory of. Con Evans, been a marshal here for 53 years and sadly en route to the Bank Holiday Monday event, passed away with a heart attack. His son Damien was with him. They both marshal, and it was a very sad phone call for Richard Beer to receive. To, would you believe it, actually apologise that they weren't going to be at the event from his son. He is an absolute stalwart here. He'd just been promoted to a chief position in the Orange Army as well. And I think that day was going to be the first one. So we're going to do a minute silence. And for those of you at Quarry, the marshals, I'm sure, are going to stand in front of their posts and turn towards the crowd and apologise. And please, it would be lovely and fitting, but it's completely up to yourselves if you could maybe stand and applaud as well in memory of the wonderful Con Evans. But that will be after the ceremony with Maggie once she makes her way up there. So we'll sort of get that one covered, and I think that hopefully Tom Davis is going to be making his way down towards that start line as well for the Maggie Edwards part of it. So we and I do apologise if it means we have to interrupt John Moon's interviews. Look at that, we've even got double champion Ed Moore down there as well, looking at these cars, because he's got to pick out his company Johnny Moore Watches, which is named after his grandfather, when standards mattered, is the phrase. And one of them's going to get a watch. And I can see John Moon. There we go. Let's bring him in. John Moon, down to you, mate.
Thank you. Okay, so Michael's here, ready and waiting. That was an eventful race generally, but not so much for you, I guess.
No, I got a pretty good start. Dropped a position, followed my teammate. He was going at a good pace, and I thought we could get away from the rest of the pack and then wait to see if he makes a mistake and try pick him off. But unfortunately, we didn't get to race because he had a technical fault. And then Mike Cook caught me with a couple of back markers, put me under a bit of pressure, but yeah, just tried picking the back markers off at the right time. And then Mike Cook, I think, spun, and we got the race win. So yeah, thank you very much to my team and everybody else who's helped me today. Yeah, awesome.
Excellent. Yeah, well, you've worked hard, because I can see that by yeah this kind of stuff.
It's my hair messy.
Yeah, anyway, great race. Yes, excellent. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Then we've got Niall Bradley. Again, that was a bit of ebb and flow for you, and
yeah, I didn't really get the start that I wanted. I got held up a little bit then in the first probably 3 or 4 laps. Had a real good battle with one invitational bloke. I felt then like after I got past him, I kind of got a bit of a rhythm going, but yeah, just wasn't meant to be for this one. But still happy with second, so I'll take that.
good. Excellent. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Formula Ford Carnival next.
Thank you very much, John. Nice quick, so we can cover these. Much appreciated, buddy. So let's remove that. Let's put back to... Oh, it always goes that way, doesn't it? Let me add that back into the stream, because that's the way we want to go. And as I say, with a bit of luck, now I'm looking down. I think Maggie's heading down there, but I'm not seeing Tom yet, who in theory will be coming down. Here he is. He's online here. Because we'll bring him in on his phone. Here he comes. Let's watch him arrive. Because then that's going to give us. Here he comes. Here he comes. Let's bring him in. Hello, Tom Davis.
Hello. How are we doing?
Yeah, good, thank you, mate. It's you see, Tom and Dawes still able to do their thing a little bit. That's what I like to see. And you're making your masked self. It is you under there, isn't it? It's not someone else.
Yeah, definitely me, Chris. Unfortunately,
he's muted on us now. He's muted.
Oh.
But he's going to be making his way down towards the start line and going to be capturing up close, because I know we've got this camera here that does do a good job of showing. But what I'll probably do is try desperately to get the... Trying to unmute you there, mate. I think you pressed mute on the mic. That's all I think you've done there, Tom. If you can just... unmute. It was working. We did hear you when you first said hello, but you've gone silent on us now. Which is not necessarily an issue, because the picture is probably the most important thing, because it just gives us a close view of it. Let me see. Am I able to change that? No, I'm not able to. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to temporarily remove... I had that back. And I'm going to go... Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Up to full screen there. And there is Maggie herself, just wandering around, and they're trying to work out what is happening now. And I know the theory is that these drivers are supposed to be standing out of their car and next to it, and the rest of the officials are now making their way out onto the grid, as is Tom wandering out. Now we got to hope that he gets enough signal, though he might actually lose him temporarily, because he might go from Wi-Fi to 4G at this point, which is fine. Once he jumps to 4G, we'll be A-OK. Let me pop this one up to full screen for now, so you see the cars there. Now, it may not be the case, but I know there was a discussion about they were going to pop out and stand next to their cars for the photo reasons, but in fairness, they do have the Formula Ford Carnival to focus on, so it may be that that doesn't necessarily happen. Bless him, Tom's got to now try and come back in again, where he's gone from 4G to Wi-Fi. So hopefully Tom will click the link again in a second, and I think I can see him ferreting around with the phone as quickly as he possibly can. And we can see at the front there, in the white shirt, is Ken Davis, chairman of the Castle Combe Racing Club. And Maggie Edwards stood with him walking away. Here we go. Here comes Tom. Let's bring him Ian. There we go.
What's going on?
Take that up to full screen because he's now
I'm
following
not,
Maggie at
I'm
the
not-
front of this
I'm just
field.
videoing.
There's Shirl and Jackie Beard and Joe Lukovitz as well. Richard Beard has the frame, and there is Maggie Edwards. Ken Davis still instructing where to go. An absolute, just the commitment from someone like Maggie Edwards. As I say, 48 years working with and for everybody here at Castle Coombe Circuit and Racing Club. The Formula Ford coordinator. We can't hear anything down there, sadly, but it's not a problem because we'll probably just be hearing the echo from me. So more importantly, it's allowing them to freely speak and getting the photos of Maggie Edwards after an amazing job here that she has done. Thank you so much. As they 48 years for her, 50 years for her husband, who's going to retire at the end of this year. They'll still be here watching the look at that Wayne Poole in the background. What a flirt! He's getting involved there as always, and a beautiful framed painting. And it worked out quite well. We were hoping to have this yesterday. It wasn't quite ready. It is today, and she got some flowers yesterday, but that was before we went live on air. So this time we've managed to go live on air and be able to see this, and it means that we do get to catch it presented, and the photos are all being taken accordingly to be used in the press. And that's Richard Beard, the Chief Marshal, handing it over to Maggie Edwards. Sadly, it's going to go down in memory, of course, isn't it? Because we're all here in the masks for obvious reasons. And
Well done, Maggie. Thanks very much.
thank you very much for all the work you've done from everybody here, especially those cars behind you on the grid, the Formula Fords, and we can see, you know, massive appreciation for everyone. Not Maggie's favourite place to be, in front of people, in front of the limelight, I know, but big round of applause for Maggie Edwards. Thank you for everything you have done, and I hope that you get to enjoy your retirement after working so hard to keep everybody together. Now, I'm just keeping an eye out to see when we are going to go live with this. Let me just I'm going to allow the applause to happen and then give you some background. But as we say, 52, 53 years, I think it is, that we were going to be I presented Con Evans, so I was looking through at the officials instructing me what's happening when beside me. I think the marshals are now, they're making their way just in front of their posts where possible for this 1 minute round of applause in memory of Con Evans. As I say, one of the fallen Orange Army vets, 52, 53 years. 3 years ago, I made a presentation on the start-finish line to celebrate and commemorate his 50 years. Please be up-seated in memory of Con Evans. Thank you very much there for everyone for doing that. It's the very least we could do, and I'm just going to take the opportunity to read the email that came back from Damien Evans, his son, also an Orange Army rep here as well, that was on his way to the circuit with his dad on that morning. He says, it's a really kind gesture to have the commentators to provide some info, and I'm deeply touched. I do regret being unable to attend, but for the moment it will feel extremely strange and upsetting not travelling to events with Dad, as it's something I've done for over 30 years. Dad had been marshalling for around 52 years and was over the moon at getting the upgrade to examining post chief, something he should have gone for a few years ago, really. He had no plans to retire from marshalling in the foreseeable future and thoroughly enjoyed the friendly and organised atmosphere at COMBE. As well as COMBE, we had previously marshalled together at hill climb and sprint events at Wiscombe, Longleat, Charmouth, Bovington, Prescott and Gurston. We had also previously marshalled together at many bike meetings, including COMBE, Thruxton, Pembrey, Aberdare and several of the airfield circuits previously used by the North Gloucester Club. Before my time, he regularly attended events at COMBE, Thruxton, Silverstone, Brands and Mallory. Over the last 5 years or so, we had cut down marshalling venues and simply attended COMBE only. Dad was an avid fisherman and divided his time between marshalling, fishing and working hard in his garden. He also enjoyed holidays away in his caravan. We think it's really fitting in a way that we were travelling on our way to COMBE to Marshall when he passed away from a heart attack, and we'd been speaking only moments before about how we appeared to be running slightly later than usual that day. Dad had a love of Formula Ford 1600 racing, and we had some of our best and most scary marshalling moments with this formula. In particular, he often spoke about Pete Dickox rolling his Formula Ford at Tower Corner in '98 and ending up over the Armco. When Dad got to the scene, he couldn't work out what Pete was doing, only to discover that Pete was frantically searching for his hearing aids in the remains of his car. I hope this will be helpful. If there's anything further you'd like, rest in peace, my friend. So thank you that for the a wonderful, wonderful man and servant to the orange overalls, remembered fondly by the overalls. Right, I make no apology that means that I need to go back to this grid as they come round towards us, but that was we needed to focus on that, and I've apologised that I emotionally struggled a little bit with that one. I'm sure you can understand. Front row, 46, Luke Cooper. 35, Rob Hall. Second row, 42, Adam Higgins, the double champion. Of course, Luke Cooper is now as well. 28, Tom Hawkins alongside Adam Higgins on the second row. Third row, 59, Chris Acton. 43, Kieran Atwood. Fourth row, 5, Paul Barnes. 80, Josh Fisher. Row 5, 84, Steve Bracegirdle. 76, James Colburn. Sixth row, 62, Richard Higgins, the younger brother, and 78, James Rose. Seventh row, 91, Bob Hawkins, the dad of the Hawkins out there. 69, Alan Slater, who actually is the Class D champion. A slight mistake on the calculations yesterday. He won Class D in our championship. And eighth row is 960, Bob Higgins. 7, Michael Phillips. So, Josh, it's ready for carnival time. Green flag has now been waved. 5-second board has been given. And we'll run you through the various sponsors for this as we get going as well. But we wait for the lights to come on. 1 light, 2 lights. On goes the third. The fourth light comes on. On goes the fifth. And number 91, Bob Hawkins, decided to go rather early there at the back. But it's Luke Cooper's got the whole short. And it looks like Adam Higgins in the dark blue number 42 is trying to come through and has got himself up into second. So good to see Adam Higgins back here as they make their way up. It is Luke Cooper, Adam Higgins, the two double champions making their way up towards Quarry Corner for the first time. What a fantastic sight this is.
And Adam Higgins
has taken it.
Round the outside, yeah. Adam Higgins round the outside at Quarry to take the lead. A fantastic start from him then as they make their way down into the essays for the first time. It's Luke Cooper in second and side by side for third because Rob Hall is under pressure. That's Chris Acton, I think, trying to go round the outside. That didn't work for him. So instead it's Tom Hawkins who tries to come round the outside of Acton. There, side by side, Luke Cooper challenging for the lead. He's almost had 2 wheels on the grass there because Adam Higgins was defending to the inside. There was no way for Luke Cooper to go there, so he had to back out of the move. And Higgins holds on, but Cooper trying to go around the outside. He had an accident there yesterday. The car's patched up. It's all fixed, and it's going really well for Luke Cooper, but not as well as he would have liked because it's Adam Higgins that leads coming to the end of lap 1.
Right, apologies. I'm not sure what's happening. I seem to have lost all sound on everything, but hopefully we'll get that back in a second. And it is Adam Higgins in the lead from Luke Cooper, Rob Hall in third position. And then it is Chris Acton keeping with them brilliantly and side by side for the lead. There goes the leader, Adam Higgins and Luke Cooper side by side up over Avon Rise. And Rob Hall's trying to make it 3 wide as they go up over the hill in towards Quarry Corner. And it's one of the red and white. I think it's Luke Cooper that's got it. Adam Higgins back down to second. What an incredible fight.
Absolutely is. It's Luke Cooper, though, as you say, back in front. So the champion leads the way in the Carnival. On lap 2 of the race, big slide from Higgins. He catches it, but he puts a tyre on the grass there, so that's lost him even further time to Luke Cooper. And now he's coming under pressure from Cooper's teammate, Rob Hall, another former champion here at Combe, and he's challenging, going down towards Tower Bend. He's on the inside line of Adam Higgins, and he goes through, does he? Has he made it work? They're still alongside one another, but yes, Rob Hall is through, so it's a swift Cooper 1-2 now as they come to the end of the second lap with the champion of the year, Luke Cooper, leading the way.
It is. It's so lovely to see that, actually. It's the Swift Coopers both there doing a great job. The Rob Hall was looking good yesterday, and he's doing it again now. Adam Higgins, of course, he's not looking race rusty at all there, though, is he? Third and was challenging in the lead. So good to see him out. Chris Acton, number 59. What an impressive drive by Chris Acton there in 4th position at the moment. Slight gap, and Kieran Atwood and Tom Hawkins having a great ding-dong battle. The 2 red cars going up over Avon Rise, and there's possibly a change again there. They keep do-si-do your partners.
Yeah, they turn their way through. Yeah, it looked like perhaps Hawkins back ahead of Atwood at Quarry, like you suggested. Then there's another big group of cars behind them. But the leaders make their way down to Old Paddock with Luke Cooper leading, being chased by his teammate. The gap for 3/4 of a second. Then Adam Higgins and Chris Acton complete the top 4. Hawkins has got back to 5th, back ahead of Kieran Atwood. In 6th position is Paul Barnes. And then a couple of the Wayne Poole racing cars are nose to tail. Steve Bracegirdle ahead of Josh Fisher. Josh Fisher hadn't sat in this Merlin Mark 20 before today. The ex-Marcus Pye-owned car, the car that Ben Mitchell won so many historic Formula Ford races in a couple of seasons ago. He can't get past Stephen Bracegirdle, though, in this battle for 8th position, down into Bobby's.
Here they come, and they're actually spread out a little bit at the moment, these top 4 ever so slightly, although Chris Acton really does look like the main man on the move there. He can spot the podium position just ahead of him. The black nose tells us that out of those 2 dark blue cars is Chris Acton, so it just makes a slight indication of the difference. Adam Higgins is now not shown as going through, but I definitely saw him go through there. I'm sure he's up there in 3rd. He's obviously got a transponder issue.
Yeah, Higgins is still there. So those 4 cars up front, although, like you say, a little bit more spaced out than what they were. Cooper leads, but it's Rob Hall in 2nd with the fastest lap, 1:11.2. In 3rd position is Higgins. He's still ahead of Chris Acton. 5th is Tom Hawkins. 6th is that car of Kieran Atwood. Then in 7th is Paul Barnes, and still the 2 Wayne Poole racing cars absolutely together as they make their way through Old Paddock. It's still Stephen Bracegirdle ahead of the older car, the car of Josh Fisher, in the car that's about 50 years old, the Merlin Mark 20, as they make their way through Tower Bend. Bracegirdle ahead of Fisher, and then you've also got James Colborne and Richard Higgins in that battle, so it's a 4-car battle there. But here at Old Paddock, car 960, which is Bob Higgins, is slowing, and Bob Higgins is pulling off the road out of the race.
Well, Adam Higgins has lost a place there as well. So up into 3rd has gone Chris Acton. I said he looked like he was on a move. So Adam Higgins getting reused to the back out there driving. So that wasn't a good lap there, sadly, for the Higginses, with Bob retiring like he did in race 2 of the Formula Fords yesterday. Such a beautiful classic Formula 4 car to have out here, but not working to plan there, sadly, for them on that lap.
And there's a car off at Quarry pulled off. I think that might be James Rose, yeah. So James Rose has just pulled off onto the infield, and he's out too. But the 2 Swift Coopers are leading the way, with Luke Cooper himself leading by about a second over Rob Hall. Chris Acton, like you say, ahead of Adam Higgins now, and with a bit of a gap in the battle for 3rd. Then Hawkins and Atwood through in 5th and 6th. Barnes is 7th. And then this fantastic battle for 8th position turns their way through Old Paddock. This is the battle of the race, really, with Stephen Bracegirdle still ahead as they make their way down towards Tower, ahead of Josh Fisher in this new car to him, the Merlin Mark 20. There's more problems here at Old Paddock because car 91 is in trouble and looking to retire. So 91, Bob Hawkins, is pulling off onto the grass to join the Bob Higgins car. So there's a couple of cars stopped down here.
Yeah, real shame. Leaders are already heading up Avon Rise, but looking at this battle you were talking about Steve Bracegirdle. There goes Paul Barnes, number 5, on his own, leading Class B as it stands. But Bracegirdle holding off Josh Fisher. That, of course, is Marcus Pye's old car, isn't it? And he's sold it on. And the person who owns it and also owns Josh Fisher's other car. And Josh, he literally sat in it at the end of yesterday to make sure he even fitted, let alone qualifying being the first time he took it out.
Meanwhile, the leaders are getting closer together because Rob Hall is catching Luke Cooper. He's not close enough to challenge just yet, but the gap is certainly coming down. It's really close for third because Adam Higgins is right with Chris Acton. I think he might challenge going down towards Tower. He's looking to the inside, but is Chris Acton going to give him anywhere to go through? He's looking. He's Higgins, and I think he goes through. So Adam Higgins up the inside into Tower on lap 6 of this race. It's a 15-lap race, by the way, and that position has changed, and I think Adam Higgins back to third.
Well, we'll have a look at this because it has enabled the two Swift Cooper cars to pull away. Is it closer? Last time round, Rob Hall was quickest. It was fractionally over 3/4 of a second. It's come down ever so slightly, but they're virtually identical lap times. Adam Higgins, number 42, as you say, up into third. 59, Chris Acton. Tom Hawkins has got away from Kieran Atwood this time. There's about 3/4 of a second between those guys as well. And incidentally, it's now only 3 cars rather than 4. And it looks like Josh Fisher is now going a bit slow, or maybe made a little mistake on that last lap.
Okay, we're watching the battles up front, so missed that. Rob Hall got his car all twitches. He turned into the S's because he's really pushing on, really trying to chase down his teammate, Luke Cooper. The gap 3/4 of a second, as you say, between the two of them. Then you've got Adam Higgins being chased by Chris Acton in the battle for third. Then you've got Tom Hawkins and Kieran Atwood, 5th and 6th, I should say. Then Paul Barnes, he's in a rare, lonely position. Pretty much everybody else is having someone to race with. For 8th and 9th, now it's side by side because Stephen Bracegirdle has the car of 62, which is Richard Higgins, isn't it? Richard Higgins was trying to go round the outside at Old Paddock. Couldn't go past him, though. He passed James Colburn on the previous lap, but can't pass Steve Bracegirdle yet on this lap.
And that's really impressive. That is all Class C cars. That's 1, 2, 3 joined together for Class C. The podium of Class C glued together. But the third and fourth place, Chris Acton trying to come back at Adam Higgins, heading up over Avon Rise. They're side by side, the two blue cars, identical from the back here. One of them cuts the Old Paddock left kink slightly, kicks up dust, but they still come out glued together.
Yeah, great race this is, isn't it? Proper Formula Ford racing at the Carnival. The Carnival hasn't been about for the last couple of years. It's been brought back in 2020, and it's a great race throughout the field. So 3rd and 4th places make their way through Old Paddock. It's still, though, Adam Higgins ahead of Chris Acton. As they battle, are they going to let Tom Hawkins and Kieran Atwood catch them? Because only a couple of seconds ahead at this point of the race, and there's still half of the race to go. Through Tower, just Adam Higgins is hanging on. And that battle for Class C is side by side again through Old Paddock. Round the outside comes Richard Higgins, and he goes right round the outside of Stephen Bracegirdle to grab the lead of the class.
Oh, I just wish that we could have Richard and Adam Higgins both back here racing full time. They are amazing racers without question. Richard Higgins sometimes goes a bit unnoticed to some extent because he hasn't got the championships, but he is an incredibly quick peddler. The lead two are up over Avon Rise already. The second pair of Adam Higgins and Chris Acton still glued together. Tom Hawkins and Kieran Atwood in 5th and 6th, a little bit spread apart now, but still within fighting distance. Paul Barnes comfortably leading Class B. That's the only Class B going. But this battle here, Richard Higgins, the white 62, getting them both done is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and going round the outside at Old Paddock is quite the move, isn't it?
He's just lost those places, though, going through Folly. I wonder if he's got a problem.
Okay, that's a shame if that's the case. Is he back up to speed, do you know?
You'll see on the camera that he's behind them in towards Quarry. Bracegirdle and Colburn still fighting, like they did in race 2 yesterday, by the way.
And he's been caught by Josh Fisher, hasn't he? And Josh Fisher's gone through too, so it does look like a problem for Richard Higgins. Yeah, that car slowing, coming down towards the S's. So real shame for him. So that allows James Colburn to try and challenge Stephen Bracegirdle. He tries a similar move on the outside of Old Paddock. That didn't work, though. These are both Wayne Poole run cars, I think, aren't they? Yes, they are. Yeah. As they make their way down towards Tower Bend. It's so Stephen Bracegirdle who's staying ahead there of James Colburn. And I think Josh Fisher is catching him. He is. Josh Fisher into the 13s.
Wow, impressive. 3rd and 4th are glued together, still heading up Avon Rise. So that's Chris Acton trying to make a move on Adam Higgins. In fact, has he possibly done it? They're going to go through there side by side. I just can't tell from here which one's made the move. I think that Chris Acton has just taken Adam Higgins to retake that 3rd place.
Yeah, right round the outside at Quarry, and it looks like he's done it, I think. We'll check that when they come through, because you say very similar liveried cars as they turn their way for Old Paddock. No, in fact, it is still Higgins ahead. So Higgins has just held on ahead of Chris Acton, but that was very close indeed as they went through Quarry Corner on what is lap 10 of this race. They now turn their way into Tower, and again, Chris Acton pretty keen to try and get back ahead of Adam Higgins, but can't quite do it. And you've still got Tom Hawkins and Kieran Atwood in 5th and 6th places behind them.
In fact, they look like they might be closing on Higgins and Acton. We need to keep an eye on that. The lap times last time didn't suggest it, but they just look closer on the camera there. Lead 2 have already gone through. 10 laps completed, 5 to go, so 2/3 race distance. The gap is over a second half. Is this going to be a bumper weekend for Luke Cooper? There goes Higgins and Acton. You're right in that same order. Tom Hawkins, Kieran Atwood to the 5th and 6th. Barnes in the lonely 6th. By the way, Avon Tyres Motorsport, set of Formula Ford racing tyres are up for grab, as well as Castle Combe Circuit putting in a free test session for 2021. That's just 2 of the prizes that I'll rattle through before the end of the race.
Luke Cooper getting away now from Rob Hall, isn't he? In that middle part of the race, Rob Hall was catching him, but the gap's gone back out over 1.5 seconds. They make their way down towards Tower as they're out of a third, turned their way through Old Paddock. Still Higgins ahead of Acton. Still Tom Hawkins at 2 seconds behind. Can't quite get close enough to them. But on a very similar pace down towards Tower. Up the inside goes Chris Acton. Is he going through? Not quite, or is he? Is he still on the inside line? No, he had to back out of that in the end. But that was a big challenge again from Chris Acton. If anything, he's lost time on that challenge going through Tower. Just look at the Class C battle, because they are still nose to tail as they make their way past Midets Steel, Brace Girdle ahead of Colburn. But yes, battles all the way through, Chris.
Fantastic. Thank you. Various people add in the comments confirming the comment that was made earlier that no, Nick Adams is not the Nick Adams that John Moon was thinking about earlier. But I like the fact that it could have been. But thank you, everybody, for those comments. We got it. Got job done. The top 6, they've gone through. But it's difficult to take our eyes off the Class C battle as well, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's great, isn't it, between Brace Girdle and Colburn? But it is through here. 2.5 seconds now, Luke Cooper ahead of Rob Hall. So Rob Hall is losing time. Higgins and Acton are being caught by Tom Hawkins. Tom Hawkins only a second behind them now. So before the end, could we get 3 cars in the battle for the final podium position? They're making their way down towards Tower, looking up towards Quarry. That's where the Class C leaders are. The 2 Wayne Poole Racing Van Diemen's, these 1980s cars that are racing within Class C. And looking down the inside is James Colburn, but he can't get past Stephen Brace Girdle there as they make their way now through Old Paddock. They're being chased by the 1970s car of Josh Fisher, as Chris was saying, the ex-Marcus Pye-owned car, the car that Ben Mitchell won so many races in the Historic Sports Car Club Formula Ford Championship, and now Wayne Poole Racing run that car, and it's Josh Fisher driving it today, and he's got a good view of the Class C battle ahead of him, which is just still being led by Steve Brace Girdle.
It is. Those 2 had a fabulous battle. I was chatting to them earlier. They thoroughly enjoyed their Class C fight yesterday. And I said, I bet you're going to do it again. And if you do, I'm going to start a rumour that love is in the air. And they are. They picked that one back up. They're down in towards Cap Corner now for the 12th time of the 15 laps. And it's Steve Brace Girdle still just about holding. They said, and this is a nice way to sum it up, Josh, is it not? They said, it's not just about coming here doing laps. You want to actually have a race.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you might as well do a test day, mightn't you? Or something like that. This is what Formula Ford is all about. Of course, started back in 1967, did the Formula Ford 1600 concept, and it's created great racing, great drivers ever since. And Castle Combe is one of the longest, I think it's the longest standing championship in the UK that is still going. And that Class C battle changes there into the S's. James Colburn up the inside and goes through ahead of Steve Brace Girdle. And has Brace Girdle got an issue? Because Josh Fisher now goes right round the outside of him, and Josh Fisher goes past 2. So has Brace Girdle got an issue here? Because he's not lost 1 place but 2. And yeah, that car is slowing. So shame for Brace Girdle. Looks like he might be another car to retire.
Yeah, that makes it 5 into retirement, sadly, which is a real shame. But Luke Cooper still romping away. Probably up with you now?
Yep, he's just passing me, so that was good timing, Chris. Yep, past me goes Luke Cooper. He is now 3.5 seconds ahead of Rob Hall. Luke will be on to Brands Hatch next week to compete in the National Formula Ford Championship in preparation for the Formula Ford Festival. And then, of course, the Walter Hayes Trophy at the end of the year. So how much success can Luke Cooper have in Formula Ford racing this year, Chris? Well, he's got one more lap to go in the carnival here at Castle Combe. He hasn't won this event before, but it looks like he will today.
Steve Bracegirdle still trying to make sure he goes round because, of course, he will pick up second in Class C if he keeps going fast enough to keep him ahead of Phillips. Luke Cooper now on to his final lap, and he's got a comfortable lead at the moment. This could be a wonderful haul. Don't forget that Rob Hall, 35, sat there in second, is the 2011 Formula Ford champion. And then the third place, Adam Higgins, is a double Formula Ford Castle Combe Formula Ford champion as well. I mean, it's a real who's who of who's out there, isn't it? But I tell you what, Chris Acton, number 59, he's still trying to find a way. The Bath driver, and they're going, I thought they were going to go side by side over Avon Rise again.
Yeah, that is the potential change, isn't it, on this last lap of the race between those two as they make their way out of Quarry Corner. So it is Adam Higgins then ahead of Chris Acton as they make their way then through the S's with Tom Hawkins just not quite close enough to challenge, but he's not been that far away from them all race. Acton takes a tighter line through Old Paddock. He's quicker through Old Paddock. So Adam Higgins has to defend going down towards Tower Bend. Can Acton do it on this last lap of the race? Into Tower they go. But no, Higgins is holding on as the two Swift Coopers head back towards you, Chris.
Yeah, here comes Luke. He's coming towards the checkered flag, and it's a fantastic weekend. He didn't get the start he wanted in race one with an incident with a brake fade, but he has won the championship, and he's now won the carnival as well. Second goes to Rob Hall. What of this third and fourth place? Here comes the challenge up the inside from the Chris Acton. They're side by side, trying not to tangle wheels. Adam Higgins just powers it round the outside and holds it just about 0.135. Chris Acton in fourth, Tom Hawkins fifth in 59. And Kieran Atwood, 43 in sixth place. Here's the number 5 car of Paul Barnes is going to win Class B. Just looking into the distance, but
behind him, Josh Fisher has passed James Colborne for 8th.
Yeah, I thought he was going to, but of course, don't forget, Fisher is a Class D car, so he's already leading that over Alan Slater. Alan Slater's taken the checkered flag to get second in Class D. There goes Paul Barnes, number 5, winner of Class B. There goes Josh Fisher, as you say, hand in the air, wins Class D in that car. First time he's ever sat in it. James Colburn in 9th position, which gives him Class C victory. Steve Bracegirdle did manage to trickle that one home to take second in Class C, as well as 10th on the road. 11th, Alan Slater, runner-up of Class D. And then 12th and 3rd in Class C goes to the number 7 car of Michael Phillips. So as well as the Avon Tyres Motorsport set of Formula Ford racing tyres, Castle Combe Circuit given a free test session for 2021, VP Racing Fuels, caps for all class winners, Peter and Rita Dickox, £50 possibly in fuel vouchers. Dave and Maggie Edwards, £50 possibly in fuel vouchers. Thank you to those guys. That's such a lovely, lovely gesture for this. And then a big one is Ed Moore, double champion as well as a double national champion. A real name we know around here. It has a company called Johnny Moore Watches. It's beautiful, beautiful watches named after his grandfather. Johnny Moore was the quintessential gentleman, well-mannered, generous to all, and very stylish. We've grown tired of bad manners, so many in modern society. And so the ethos of the brand is that if you wear one of our Johnny Moore watches, that the owner is encouraged to live by these standards. The Johnny Moore range has been designed by Ed Moore, grandson of Johnny Moore, to encapsulate style with a sporting flair. Go to Johnny, that's Jonny, Moore, Moore watches, JohnnyMooreWatches.com, and you'll be able to have a look at those. And one of those will have been presented for the best presented car, and Ed will have picked that one during the while they're in the assembly area, because it was before they went out, to be fair. And that's a lovely watch they're going to be getting there. So thank you to Ed Moore and Johnny Moore Watches. I'm sure Tasha's here as well. The ever-suffering, ever-supporting wife of Ed Moore. And thank you to those guys for giving that. And have a look at Johnny Moore Watches. I think you'll enjoy that one. A great, great carnival, as always. And to give John Moon as much time as possible down there, I'm going to take you through the next grid. The next grid, of course, is back to our GT Championship, and we've got We've got a championship to be decided there as well, let's not forget. And we've got some cars, I'm looking, that are planning to be able to take the start of this race. So let me just go to grid for race number 2. It will be as follows. Front row, 41, Oliver Ball, 24, Tony Bennett. Row 2, 27, Bradley John, and he is there, 56, Alan Hamilton. Row 3, 99, Jamie Sturgis, 75, Barry Squibb, and he is there for his last race here by the sounds of it as well. 20, Tim Woodman, and 40, Jazz Sapper on the 4th row. 5th row, number 8, Kevin Bird, 21, Dominic Shepherd. Row 6, 354, Mark Sear, and 86, Jeremy Cook. 7th row, 59, Del Brett, 81, Neil Greenland. And on the 8th row, 73, Michael Parsons, 231, Alexander Baldwin. Now, I can see that John Moon has the back doors of the van blown off. You're only supposed to blow the blooming doors off. Well, he's managed to do that. We're waiting to see if he's going to... don't laugh, Josh. There he is. Here he comes. Here comes Mr. Moon.
Yes, here I am. Are you? Yes, we are all here, including Luke Cooper. Well done, Luke. It's pretty rare for someone to win the championship and the carnival in the same year.
Yeah,
and you've done it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant race for me. Haven't run the carnival for a couple of years, so it's great for it to be back. But there's always that kind of stigma around it, where if you won the championship, you never won the carnival. So I'm ecstatic to have done that.
Yeah, good. It was pretty tight to start off with, but you did your kind of usual and managed to find a little bit of a gap, and then not so much of a challenge then.
Yeah.
That's the way it looked anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Adam got a great start and was able to get into the lead. Managed to get past him. Just had a bit of a buffer back to Rob after he got past Adam, and was trying to break that gap and managed to eke it out a little bit, and then he dropped off in the back markers after that. Then I had a comfortable margin. It's just maintaining the pace and keeping it up.
Yeah, and if you're going to beat somebody, you may as well beat your teammate, I guess.
Yeah, it's great for the team. 2 cars, first and second, front row of the grid. It's brilliant. It's great for Rob to come back, and he's getting better and better every time out in the car.
Yeah, brilliant. Nice to see it. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Of course, Ben Norton, the last champion in 2012, I think, to win the carnival. Meanwhile, Rob Hall, who we haven't seen for ages, who was champion in, I'm just trying to remember,
2011.
2011, that's it. Yeah.
No, so it's nice to be back. It's nice to be back on the pace somewhat, and had a bit of a problem there with the gearbox in that race, but that's life, and it's the way it goes. And we know the pace is there, and that's all we were looking to prove, really. So,
yeah, good
race, and well done to Luke on the championship and on the carnival. So
adapting well after driving these crazy historic cars.
Yeah. No, it's nice to get back in the Formula Ford and slide it about a bit in a different way, really. So no, it was real good, and it's nice to get back in a competitive car and Formula Ford's real competitive at the sharp end, and that's what you're looking for, really. It's nice to get back in one where you're there. So
yeah, excellent. Nice one. Right. Well done. And Adam Higgins, another man who's been away for a while.
Hello, John.
And come back and made it look as though you've never been away, basically.
I wouldn't say that. that was hard work. I had a mega start. Managed to get by Rob before he'd moved, and then I was on the left of Luke up to Quarry, and then just tried to outbrake him on the left and chopped his nose off, really. But he let me go, so it was fair enough. But after that, I was trying to chase Rob when he got by as well. We've been struggling with the car a bit. It's lacking in straight line speed still, and they're just trying to find the issue. So today was more of a test day, because I haven't sat in the thing since October last year. And I haven't tested, I haven't done anything. And qualifying was my test day this morning. So we're quite chuffed to be relatively close to them too for a while. And then I made a big error. Going on into tower, I threw it from 4th into 1st gear instead of 3rd. How the engine never went bang, I never know, but it's even slower in a straight line at the minute. So, I mean, fair play to Chris Acton. He kept me honest for the whole thing, and every time we come out of camp, I knew he'd be on me by the time we got down the start and finish straight. So, I mean, we touched wheels a couple of times, but I don't think either of us meant it. So I just had a good race with him. So I enjoyed myself, is all I come to do today, really.
Yeah, we enjoyed it as well. And I guess some of you guys will be getting together again at the Walter Hayes.
Hopefully we'll have all 3 of us there. But I noticed Dad and Richard were both conked out in the same marshal's post. So hopefully it's nothing too major on them two, and we can fix it and get all three of us out for the haze. So.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see.
Yeah, that's our plan at the minute. So
excellent.
But,
good. Well, thanks for coming out again here.
No worries. I love it here. I still love it here. Formula Ford racing around here. I don't think anything beat even the haze. I mean, just you come here and it's so competitive. You make the slightest error and you've lost yards on them, and then you got to gain it back bit by bit. And there's never enough laps if you're behind. When I was in front for the first lap, I wanted it to be one lap race. That would have been better for me, but
yeah,
that's
the way it goes.
Goes with the territory, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good to see you and hear from you.
And you, John. Lovely to see you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you,
Cheers.
mate.
Thanks a lot. Okay, Chris. Well, after my spurious Le Mans connection comment at the last race, I've got a genuine one this time. Kyle Tilley, 2010 Class C Formula Ford champion, just finished 15th at Le Mans in the IDEC LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. We gave him a big shout out earlier, especially as Josh was telling us that car was destroyed on Thursday, wasn't it?
It was,
apparently?
yeah. They had to put a new tub on it, I think.
And a replacement driver, sadly, because the driver who crashed it was injured. So
Yeah. Okay, who are the other two drivers that have raced at COMBE that have also done Le Mans?
Oh, I didn't know anyone else had.
Oh, yeah. Alistair Fennick, who raced in the GTs, and Duncan Cameron, who was the 2007 Class C GT champion. They both raced at Le Mans.
I think Duncan was in this year as well.
I
think Duncan was in their race today as well.
Oh, was he? Ah, right. I didn't see that. Right. Okay. Well, there's 4 people who've done it so far. Still time for me yet.
Yeah, absolutely, John, and we'll be supporting you. I tell you.
Yeah,
Now.
the oldest guy in the race this year, I think, was 75. So I'm a mere youngster.
Exactly, mate. Yeah, he's got about a year on you there, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Sorry, mate.
yeah.
Only joking.
What you can do in that sort of time. Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Catch up with you later. Right, so the rolling start, here they come. Apparently there is 5 points between the two leaders in this championship. Ollie Ball and Tony Bennett are going for it because 6 points went the way of Ollie Ball last time, apparently. And the good news is he's got plenty of other Class A cars to go with. I think it was possibly because of the fact they did qualify and they were due to start. It's still classed as them being in the race. They just didn't able to take the start. But at the moment, Ollie Ball's pulled away. But look at the two Evos side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Ollie Ball then that leads down towards the S's. It's the Caterham, Tony Bennett, who's trying to win the championship here in second place. And then the two Evos that Chris mentioned in third and fourth. So it's Barry Squibb ahead of 27. And 27 is Bradley John as they make their way down towards Tower. I don't know if, Chris, if we can have the pictures back on the live stream or if they...
Sorry, yeah, let's put that back. Sorry, I didn't realise that.
No problem. So the cars make their way up towards Bobby's. It's all about that battle of a second because there's 6 cars involved, all behind Tony Bennett.
Absolutely, and no one behind Ollie Ball, though. Apologies about the loss of pictures there. When I wicked it round, it went to the wrong ones, and I didn't even realise. So there goes Ollie Ball in the lead. Tony Bennett second, and then it's Barry Squibb. By the sounds of it, his last race after 45 years, and he is all over the back of Tony Bennett. Remember, they're different classes. Tony Bennett doesn't have to get involved with this, and in fact, I think he's just moved out of one of the Evos and then the other. I don't think he saw Bradley John to start with, but they've got past him. I think that was sensible driving, to be fair, by Bennett, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're big old cars as well, aren't they? Around? And Squibb was under pressure there from Bradley John into the S's, but Squibb stays ahead in P2. In third position is Bradley John. Then it's Tony Bennett. Then it is Tony Bennett's class rival, which is Alan Hamilton and Jamie Sturgis in the Volkswagen Golf behind. But the two Evos absolutely together as they turn right there through Tower Bend. Bradley Squibb in what we think this is his last race, looking for a podium finish, but he's going to have to work hard here to stay ahead of Bradley John, who is right underneath his rear wing as they come back towards Camp Corner.
Wow, absolutely glued together. Both of these cars, of course, they had problems that kept them out of race one. They're certainly back with a vengeance this time. Look at these two monstrously big and fast cars coming down towards camp together. What an incredible sight. And Then a lonely 4th place now to Tony Bennett, number 24, champion-elect as it stands at the moment. But Alan Hamilton behind him, number 56. He's got his own problems. It's Jamie Sturgis, 99, trying to make a move on him. But Alan Hamilton, I think, still would quite like to get past Tony Bennett. But Tony Bennett, by the sounds of it, just needs to finish to win this championship.
Yeah, looks like about a 4th place finish would do for him within his class, and there's probably about that many starters. So through Old Paddock, the battle of a second, Bradley Squibb and Bradley John together. Then Tony Bennett. Jamie Sturgis now has got ahead of Alan Hamilton. So Jamie Sturgis up into what is 5th position overall. Then the battle behind, the battle of a 7th, is being led by Jad Sapra, and he's being chased by Tim Woodman there in the Caterham, but lead us back towards you.
Yeah, good to see that Sear got back out again. That Tigra had a problem in the first race, but back out and racing and going well by the looks of it. Leading Class F at the moment ahead of Shepherd. But Shepherd came on strong in that Audi Super Tourer GT late on. In fact, they're doing it now. They're both about to try and get past Woodman. Certainly Sear in that green Tigra has managed to do it at Camp Corner. And you can see just behind that, the Audi Super Tourer GT 21 of Shepherd trying to do it as well. Up the inside towards Folly. That's done. So that means that the 2 Class F cars are going to be back to line astern again. Fights throughout yet again.
Yeah, it's great to see. Great day of racing here at Castle Combe on the finals weekend. But it is the Tigra with a huge rear wing on it that leads the way, and that is Ollie Ball. In second is still Barry Squibb, still being chased by Bradley John as they make their way through in the Evos. And then Tony Bennett is being chased by Jamie Sturgis. So Tony Bennett, who's looking to win the 2020 title, being chased by reigning champ Jamie Sturgis down in towards Tower. But the Caterham stays ahead of the VW in that battle. And then that battle a bit further back that you were mentioning between the 2 Class F cars is pretty close still. That's Sear and Shepherd as they turn their way through Tower, and they're both chasing after Jad Sapra.
Fantastic. Well, the 2 Evos are just coming through across the line in front of me. Still Squibb just holding the black car. Bradley John behind him. Tony Bennett's now been hunted down by Jamie Sturgis. Again, Bennett doesn't need to fight with him because Sturgis is Class D and leading that Class D. And with Neil Greenland sadly not being able to take the race start, that means that Class D is going to go the way of Jamie Sturgis by the looks of it.
Bradley John down the inside of Barry Squibb into Quarry and goes through. So change for second place. Bradley John goes ahead of Barry Squibb. So he did that on the inside line into Quarry. And he's immediately starting to gap the Evo of Squibb behind him. Then the battle of a 4th turns its way through Old Paddock with Tony Bennett under a lot of pressure from Jamie Sturgis. He's got his lights ablaze in the Volkswagen Golf. He's got a good run out of Old Paddock. Down towards Tower. Will he be able to get past the Caterham of Bennett here? He does. So Jamie Sturgis up the inside into Tower and makes his way into 4th.
Yeah, that car has just looked quicker and quicker all day, hasn't it? It sort of took a little while in race 1 to get wound up. Of course, he's been in the Seat for the majority of this year. Back out there in his Golf TCR this time and really got that thing wound up. And he's up into, as you say, 4th position, leading Class D. The second in Class D is Jaz Sapra, so he's got that one comfortably under control. Again, Tony Bennett, I'm pretty certain he is not pushing that. He's going to be hearing things, feeling things, because if he doesn't finish, then he could end up losing that one with Ollie Ball leading the Class A and has got the fastest lap. He needs to make sure he does finish, doesn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely does. So let's see. Now he's got a bit of run all by himself ready. He's let Jamie Sturgis go. He's got a good gap back to Alan Hamilton. So Tony Bennett can just get himself into a rhythm now and drive at a pace, you would think, with that Caterham. But it still is Ollie Ball that leads outright and leads by 9 seconds. He did another fastest lap on the last lap, 1:07.3. So Ollie Ball pushing on now. A change within Class F, I noticed, because Dominic Shepherd has got ahead of Mark Sear. So that is the Audi going past Vauxhall.
Wow. Yeah, not only has Bradley John got past Squibb, but he's actually pulling away quite comfortably from Barry Squibb at the moment. But Squibb has just put in a new personal best time, although that is 0.3 slower than Bradley John. So that Bradley John thing at Mitsubishi Evo, he's got that wound up massively now, which is great to see.
Yep, he's going really well, isn't he? Shame we didn't have these 2 cars out in the earlier race. The leader, Bull, turns his way through Old Paddock before those two Evos are turned into the S's, with Bradley John and Barry Squibb still at the wheel of them as they make their way past the Honda Civic now. So that car has been lapped, the car that is driven by Alexander Baldwin. And he's shortly going to be lapped by Jamie Sturgis and by Tony Bennett. Battle developing for his 7th position. Jad Sapra in the BMW M3 has been caught by the Audi Super Tourer, the Danish touring car that does sound brilliant, and he's chasing after Jad Sapra down towards Tower Bend. So this is the closest battle, I think, that might change, and that is for 7th and 8th positions.
Right, well, we'll keep an eye on that because Shepherd has certainly got that thing wound up and he's lapping a good couple of tenths quicker than Jazz Sapper at the moment. And it was the same in the first race, that Shepherd in that 21 car just took a little while to get it up to speed. And once he did, it was absolutely monstrous. Although coming down towards Camp Corner, he's sort of got a bit of a gap to Jazz Sapper. Oh, is Hamilton possibly? Did he just miss a gear then coming out? Because he looks like he's back up to speed. But I thought for a second that Hamilton was slowing. And I'm just watching. He isn't anymore. So maybe just a slight missed gear there on the exit of camp.
Okay, so we'll see if that's still going for him. When they come back into view, it is. But he's only now just ahead of Jazz Sapra because of that intermittent issue, whatever it was. If it was a gear change, that would make the most sense, of course. But he's now still there in 6th, but only just ahead of Jazz Sapra and Dominic Shepherd as they make their way through Old Paddock on this lap 8 of 15. The other Tigre had a bit of an issue there through the S's. The car driven by Mark Sear. I think it's back up to speed now, though. The Silhouette car had a bit of a drama through the S's, but looks like he's back up to speed. No issues.
Apologies if you said it, but it looks like we lost Kevin Bird somewhere, the BMW. And I can't see him anywhere, so he's obviously just pulled off with a mechanical gremlin. But Ollie Ball is probably towards you, and he's over half race distance, and he's nearly 13 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
But that battle for second is coming back together, isn't it? Because Barry Squibb is back onto terms with Bradley John. He was, 1.5 seconds behind him earlier. That gap has halved now. And they turn their way through Old Paddock on this lap 9 of the race. The two biggest cars in the race too, I think, and two of the most powerful cars too, make their way in towards Tower Bend. It's still Bradley John ahead, but he's coming under increasing pressure as they come back towards you.
Right, well, let's have a look at that. Through goes Ollie Ball, completing his 9th lap, 6 laps to go. And he's still getting quicker and quicker. He's trying to make sure, last hurrah, that he gets to bring that lap time down. But here come the two Evos. Now, the interesting one is they're going to be catching up with 3 back markers that are having their own fight. Del Brett's going well in that Porsche. I think he likes that new car to him. But at the moment, Bradley John goes through and is actually 2 tenths slower than Barry Squibb. So you're absolutely right. He's reeling him in hand over fist.
As you say, they got them 3 cars to lap very shortly. The Jeremy Cook, Michael Parsons and Del Brett battle that turned their way into the S's, and they really are scrapping amongst themselves. So where can Bradley John find a way through? The marshals are waving their blue flags. And around the outside of Del Brett goes Bradley John and puts the Porsche between himself and Barry Squibb. Now they accelerate down towards Tower. Michael Parsons pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit so he can go through okay, and as does Jeremy Cook. So that went well for Bradley John. And Barry Squibb has still got them 2 cars to pass. He gets alongside Parsons and ahead of him into Bobby's, but this is all going to allow Bradley John to have a much bigger margin in that battle for second.
Yeah, it has split them apart. That was going to go one of 2 ways. It was either going to be the opportunity for Squibb to make a move or Bradley John pull away. And Bradley just got the timing a little bit better / luckier, delete as applicable. And but they are both past them now, albeit they're now spread by 1.8 seconds. Bearing in mind that was sort of less than 3/4 and coming down rapidly. Jamie Sturgis, I mean, I love that Golf TCR. It looks planted on the corners, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've done a good job, Volkswagen Motorsport, haven't they, with that car, and a winner in the World Touring Car Championship, a type of that car is, and Jamie Sturgis is driving it really well. He's got used to all the aero and 350 brake horsepower front-wheel drive car. It's going really well today, and he's there in 4th position, a long way ahead of Tony Bennett now, some 10 seconds, but Bennett doing what he needs to do there in 5th position and the lead of his class. And Alan Hamilton 6th. In 7th and 8th, it's still Jazz Sapra, who is ahead of Dominic Shepherd, and that gap's gone out a little bit. So the BMW M3 with slightly larger gap over the Audi.
Okay, so we'll see that one when they come through. It is a shame that Sear come into the pit, so we lost that Class F fight that I was sort of like really enjoying. And that's the second race in a row that Sear's had to come in and out of the session, which is a real shame. Was that Del Brett going steady across the line there? No, it was about the same. He probably just went across the rumble strip. There goes Tony Bennett, champion-elect. He's just sort of steadily. I didn't clock what time he actually did in the last race, but bearing in mind he qualified with a 1:08. He's lapping in 1:10s, 1:11s. He's taking it steady.
You can't blame him, can you?
No.
He's got a nice clear bit of track. He's going to have to lap those cars in front, you'd think, before the end that 3-car battle. Cook, Parsons and Brett. So I'm sure he'll manage that with safety. Now, Dominic Shepherd really is falling behind Jez Sapra. On the last lap, Shepherd did a 1:13 where he had been doing 1:11s. So that's allowed Jaz Sapra to get away. Of course, Sapra having a busy day, racing in the BMW Car Club races too. So he's doing 4 races over the course of today. This is race 3 for him. And behind Dominic Shepherd on the road is the leader. It's Ollie Bull. He's already down towards me here at Old Paddock on lap 13 of the race. 20 seconds ahead of Bradley John and Barry Squibb, who are closer again. So Barry Squibb going up towards Quarry. He's pretty much with Bradley John again. So the battle of a second is on. They've got to pass the Alexander Baldwin Honda Civic. They slot past him without too much of an issue as they turn now into the S's. Where can Bradley Squibb challenge? Where can he find a way past Bradley John? Well, earlier it was John that got ahead of him at Quarry Corner. And there's 2.5 laps to go. They head their way down towards Tower with still that second position going the way of Bradley John as they turn their way through Tower absolutely together, Chris.
Right, well, we'll look forward to seeing those guys come through. Yeah, I see what you mean, through Bobby's. They are absolutely glued together, aren't they? And here they come into my view, although suddenly once they get on the power again, they just spread a little bit. Ollie Ball's heading towards you for the penultimate time as these two come across the line to start their penultimate lap. Is Ollie Ball slowing? That looked steady from Ollie Ball. Was it an optical illusion? Maybe he just didn't take as much speed through camp. Squibb certainly closed in on it, but not enough to make a move. So keep an eye on that. I wonder whether that was just a slight issue for Ollie Ball then.
Okay, still...
not Ollie Ball, sorry. Bradley John. Sorry, Bradley John.
Bradley John's gone wide, hasn't he, at Quarry? So if there was a problem or not, Barry Squibb is into second. And yeah, John's slow, I think. So
I thought so, sadly.
Got that right, I think. So Barry Squibb back to second. But it's been a great battle between the two of them. It's been race long. These 4-wheel drive Evos. So Squibb second. Third is Bradley John. Can he finish third? He's got the goal for Jamie Sturgis about 12 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap. So Sturgis comes through here. Meanwhile, Tony Bennett, being really cautious through the traffic, has almost been caught by Alan Hamilton for the class lead. They turn their way through Old Paddock. So as you expected, Chris, Tony Bennett just making sure he gets home safely.
Yeah, and as you say, you just cannot blame him. I like the fact that he's still taking it steady, but still at an incredible pace, only about a second off of his best. Bradley John just cruising across. He's shaking, trying to get that car. He just needs to do one more lap to bring it home. That will still give him third on the road and in Class A. Jamie Sturgis is going to catch him and pass him, I think, but that's a different class, so he may as well just try and bring it home.
Well, the gap was 6 seconds, and on that last lap, Sturgis was 6 seconds quicker, so that could be a grandstand finish. But it's Ollie Bull making his way down through Bobby's, and he is going to win for the 5th time this year.
Well, Tony Bennett's now under pressure from Alan Hamilton, which will be a change for the Class B win on that one. They're just about to make their way up Avon Rise. It doesn't matter for Tony Bennett, but I don't think he's going to want to lose that. But here comes Ollie Ball. He takes the victory. He does what he needs to do to try and give himself a fighting chance of the race. But all Tony Bennett needs to do is now just complete this final lap. He's under pressure towards you, though.
He absolutely is. As they make their way into the S's, Hamilton looks to the outside. He can't go through there. Oh, and Tony Bennett spins. Tony Bennett spins out of the S's, so he was under pressure and he panicked. He spun. Can he restart the car? He needs to finish. He can restart the car and he gets back on the road. But that was a heart-stopping moment, wasn't it, for the driver that should, if he gets to the end of the lap, win the championship.
Oh my gosh, you can't believe that. I didn't think it would go quite like that. Barry Squibb's taken second place. There goes Jamie Sturgis, finishes third on the road and takes Class D honours. Now, what about Bradley John? Has he managed to keep it going? Here comes Alan Hamilton, who's going to finish fourth on the road and take Class B victory here. Team Hamilton back home cheering him on. They're going to be absolutely loving this one. Here comes Alan Hamilton in the Westfield Aero, takes the Class B win. And there goes Baldwin and Parsons crossing the line. Here comes Jazz Sapra. And that means that he is going to finish. And there's Tony Bennett, your 2020 champion. He does come across sixth on the road, second in Class B. Jazz Sapra, by the way, was fifth on the road in number 40 and second in Class D. But your 2020 champion, but putting our hearts back into our mouth, is Tony Bennett. Goodness me. And the bad news is I don't think Bradley John's going to manage to finish this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he passed me on that previous lap. So obviously
no.
his problems were he couldn't bring it home. So Tony Bennett, the champion by just 3 points in the end, I reckon, over Ollie Bull, with Ollie Bull being able to pick up 4 points in the earlier race for free entrance, even if we didn't get free starters. And then I think Alan Hamilton, with that win, will take third in the championship. So Tony
Team
Bennett,
Hamilton will be happy then.
Yeah, Tony Bennett, Ollie Bull, and Alan Hamilton, the top three, I reckon.
Absolutely amazing. Bradley John, I can now see, is halfway up Avon Rise, so he couldn't make it up the hill. Just with the reflection of the glass, I couldn't see that until I went deliberately looking around. Absolutely amazing job there. So Ollie Bull takes the victory and second in the championship by the looks of it. Barry Squibb retiring, certainly from here at least, after 45 years of racing, we're informed. 99 Jamie Sturgis in third in Class D and Class D championship that secures for him as well. Alan Hamilton, awesome job. If that also gets him third in the championship, standing second in Class B, great job for him there. Ollie Bull obviously does take Class A championship, by the way. Jazz Sapra, great job in Class D. And I think he might finish second in Class D, actually. Let me just have a look on the updated points. 18 to 23. What did he come? He came second. So he's going to be level on points with Neil Greenland, but Neil Greenland's won a race. So I think that will probably go to Neil Greenland. Jazz Sapra level on points, but third in Class D. Tony Bennett, your 2020 and Class B champion, overall in Class B. Bradley John didn't sadly manage to make it to the end. Class F victory goes to Shepherd in the number 21. Parsons, 73 in 9th place and third in Class D. Winner of Class C was the 86 BMW of Jeremy Cook. The Del Brett, second in Class C, 11th on the road. Third in Class B is Tim Woodman, car number 20, and Alexander Baldwin, number 231, wins your Class E. So a fantastic race from those guys. Let me get back to the cameras because then I can see when John Moon's got the drivers. But congratulations to Tony Bennett, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet in a podium. And remember, we still need to be able to pick a driver of the day, and including who we thought stood out in that one as well. Very difficult, that, I must be honest. I'll just make a note to sort of try and keep abreast of that one. And I can see John Moon's got the doors open, and the next grid will be the Midgets and Sprites, the Lackford Engineering Midgets and Sprites. So let's have a look at the grid for this one. It is amended because we've had more withdrawn. 99 Richard Wildman in pole position with 7 Pippa Cow alongside. Second row, 15 James Fetty place, 35 Edward Easton. Third row, number 40 Philip Stader and 19 John Foe. Fourth row, 52 Carl Chadwick, 140 Mike Henney. Row 5, number 60 Barney Collinson, 27 Andrew Coldwell. Sixth row, 38 Steve Ridley and number 6 Martin Morris. And on the 7th row, 43 Edward Easton. So pass you down to John Moon. The floor is yours, my friend.
Yes. Okay, our winners of chatting amongst themselves. But here we go. Here's Ollie, another win, Ollie.
Another win.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Oh,
yeah,
it was good. That was
so dominant.
Pushed a little harder for sure. I could see this white speck in the background, and then a black speck and a white speck, and I thought that's good. The Dyson. I pushed for the first 12 laps as full on it, sensible with the traffic, and then I could see the guys on the pit wall had given me like an 18-20 second gap, and it's like, okay, now I can just roll it through. And again, car was great. Did everything we needed to do. Apparently, Tony had a few issues, which I'm interested to find out about.
Right at the end, yeah.
But you know, again, thanks to everyone in the team, my whole family, everyone at home supporting me. Sorry you can't be here. Hopefully, the guys at Quarry, guys and gals at Quarry, enjoyed everything today too. So fantastic.
Well, congratulations on the win, but most
Thank
importantly,
you.
the championship. Well, the Class A championship. The Class A championship. It's still a championship win.
It is
yeah.
indeed.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well done. Okay, Barry is next. Okay, Barry, that was quite a battle with Bradley.
Yeah.
And not quite sure what happened, but anyway, a second's good for you.
He was running out of tyres because I could catch him because he had a lot of understeer. But then he went wide here, but I don't know if he had a problem or but he where he gone out wide was a bit slower, and therefore I chased him into Quarry, and then he went wide. So whether that was tyres or brakes, I honestly don't know.
Okay,
So
and
I thought, well, that'd do me.
yeah. Well, this is a nice way, I guess, to end your racing career. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you happy or sad?
Yeah, both.
Understandable. Well done. Thanks very much for entertaining us, and thanks for talking to us. Thank you. And here's Jamie. Again, yeah. This is getting familiar now, isn't it? Yeah. Good race, though.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, with the two Mitsubishis making the grid, then the very fact that I was sort of faced with sort of sixth place going into the first corner, I knew I had a bit more of a battle. But it was trying to keep Jazz behind me because he's so quick at the start of the race, and then chasing that down the Westfield and the Caterer, and managed to sort of gap away from Jazz for a bit, and then concentrate on getting past Alan first, and managed to do it a little bit quicker than last time. I think might have been a little bit more compliant than last time. So thanks to him for that. And then chasing Tony down, and I think Tony was thinking that he just needed that 1 point for the title. So when I came hammering up behind him, he was generous. Let's say.
Right, so, compliant.
Yeah. He didn't let me through, but he didn't close me down. So
right.
And then when I saw Bradley peel over, it was a real shame after the day he's had. But I could sense the podium was there, so just kept on going and kept the thing on the track. So
well done, and congratulations to you too for your class championship.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And obviously look ahead to next year and hopefully Absolutely. A full year.
Yeah.
Great, excellent. Meanwhile, the main man who missed out in 2018 as close as it was possible to miss out. You missed out.
Yeah.
But you've done it this time.
Yeah, brilliant.
But you almost missed out right at the end.
Yeah, I missed out really. The tyres had got off. I should have just coasted to a finish and not risked it. But I had a nice lead on Alan, and I gave it all up, with all trouble with the back markers, and I just didn't want to give it up. But it just went, and I couldn't stop it spinning. So got away with that one. But daft by me, and I'd been telling myself don't take any unnecessary risks, but I got away with it, and
you did. Well, I think we were all as shocked in a way probably as you.
Because I felt them really going just a lap before, and I thought, oh my god, just getting too hot.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, I'm a nutter sometimes. But Alan, I mean, he just pushes and pushes and pushes. That guy. He's been absolutely brilliant, and I just want to say sort of thanks to all the masters, everybody here as well. It's a brilliant circuit. Matt, my mechanic, absolutely brilliant. Matt Ellis, he's just done a brilliant job all year. So and then I almost threw it away at the end. So and just one last thing, just my son's racing in Ginetta GT5 today, and his first time he's ever been Donington Park this week. He finished 6th. He's only just 17 this week. And he's got his last race at 5:20 today, starting 6th. So fingers crossed for John. So, so proud of him.
Might be a chip off the block.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think he's going to be a lot quicker, actually.
Anyway, well done. Thanks
Excellent. Very much.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Good one. Thanks
Cheers,
a lot.
Thanks.
Cheers. Okay, back to you, Chris.
Don't think your mic's on, Chris.
Sorry. Thank you very much to John. Thank you, Josh. I was there rabbiting away. Yes, a rather happy and relieved because he was so close. I remember Ilse Cox was almost feeling bad that she'd beaten him so close because he is such a lovely guy, and he's so proud of his young son that I think is going to be a very promising young racing driver by the sounds of it. Obviously supporting the British GT package this weekend. And we'll see how that goes. Right, up the back, by the way, we also had the number 6 Martin Morris is there, and 43 Edward Weston is out there racing. Sadly, we lost James Fetterplace, that I know lost his exhaust, so I'm surprised that's put pay to him completely.
They got the car fixed, and then it started leaking oil.
Oh, no. What a nightmare. That explains that then. But keep an eye on these 2 cars at the back. They're going to come screaming through this field. As they line up. Green flag is now waved at the back of the field. 5-second board goes up. It's a 20-minute race for these guys. Second row, just the 1 car. So we're going to see the 19 car try to dive through the gap. I don't know whether I can see the lights. Yes, I can. 1, 2, 3 lights. The 4th light goes on. On goes the 5th. And Wildman's made a massive jump start there. Very, very early, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure that I saw the lights still on. So the officials will have to take a look at that one and see what the situation is. Wildman made the sensible move, though, just to scamper off into the distance, but we'll need to keep an eye on that as to whether he jumped that one. It looked like it to me, but he is in the lead, and it's Pippa Cow, the silver number 7, in second place as it stands at the moment. I think it stayed a number 40 in third as they round quarry for the first time.
Okay, and we've got to keep an eye out for Martin Morris and for Edward Weston from the back of the grid. Remember, they've both been podium finishers this year, and Martin Morris is already third as he turns his way into the S's, so he's passed all but 2 cars. It's Richard Wildman that leads. In second is Pippa Cow. Then it's Martin Morris in third position. In fourth, it is 40, which is Philip Stader. And then in 5th is Ian Bergen as they make their way down towards Tower. But at Tower Bend, are we going to see this change for second? We are. So Martin Morris passes Pippa Cow. Martin Morris got second both times out at Snetterton. Last time he's already second from the back of the grid, Chris.
Wow, really impressive. I said keep an eye on it, but that's mind-blowing. And, of course, he may find that he doesn't actually have to overtake Wildman. I'm not saying he would be able to easily do that, but, we'll have to wait and see whether a penalty comes in for what looked to me like a jump start. I may not have been having my eye on the lights properly with the sun glare, but it certainly looked that way. Through goes Wildman, the number 6 car of Morris. And, in fact, he's only 2 seconds behind the Wildman car at the moment. What of the Western car, number 43? That's only up to 9th at the moment. That's quite interesting.
Well, he has had that gearbox change, hasn't he? And didn't get out in qualifying either. So perhaps just been a little bit cautious, making sure everything's A-OK before he pushes on. Ed Weston was a podium finisher at Donington Park. He got a second place there. The leader on the road is Richard Wildman as he turns his way through Old Paddock, being chased by Martin Morris. In third position is Pippa Cow, changed for 4th into the S's because Ian Bergen has made his way there ahead of Philip Stader. Then in 6th position is car 140, and 140 is Mike Henney. Then you've got Edward Weston behind, and then the 2 Class D cars have got themselves back together. That's Cole Chadwick and Edward Easton as they make their way down towards Tower. Then just see if there's any changes. Well, Ed Weston goes past the Henney car, and what about behind them? It's Chadwick ahead of Easton. So we've got Ed Weston and Ed Easton quite close together on the track, Chris.
Oh, joy. That's going to be a struggle, isn't it? Wildman's getting closed in. New fastest lap of the race goes to the number 6 car there of Martin Morris. So he is reeling them in on the road as well, heading up Avon Rise. So Wildman's not going to be able to take it steady. The 19 car has moved up 1 place. This time that's John Foe at the wheel, not Ian Bergen. And so that car's up into 4th place and 2nd in Class E, closing in on Pippa Cow.
Leaders are together coming down towards the S's. So Martin Morris has caught Richard Wildman. So we're going to get a good battle, I think, between these 2 Class A race midgets as they make their way down towards Old Paddock for the 3rd time of this 20-minute race. Richard Wildman, who's won every race so far this season, is there ahead of Martin Morris. Then a gap back to Pippa Cow, who's 3rd. 4th is John Foe, as Chris said. He's out in that car this time. Then Weston is there in what will be 5th position now. then the two invitational cars of Stader and Henny, then the two Class D cars almost overlapping as Ed Easton tries to go around the outside of Cole Chadwick, but that didn't work. Leaders back towards camp.
Here they come, still glued together. Is it going to be the charge by the blue number 6 Morris? He's certainly posturing towards the inside line at camp. He's throwing it up the inside. Job done. And then he just drifts wide nicely on the exit of camp. That was a beautiful move. Wildman had no real answer. I wouldn't say he gave him a massive space, probably just about enough. And through goes Morris. And that was, whilst doing that move, he got a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.430. Whatever work they've done on that car, it's safe to say it's working, Josh.
Yeah, he's flying, isn't he, Martin?
Yeah.
Morris, who, as I said, got the podiums last time out at Snetterton, but wasn't able to beat Richard Wildman on that occasion, but he's leading him this time. As they make their way through the S's here and down towards Old Paddock, but Richard Wildman trying to fight back now. He knows he's got a race on his hands for the first time today, really. Just the earlier race didn't have to push so hard. He certainly is this time. He's trying to re-challenge down towards Tower Corner. Can he get back ahead of Martin Morris? Not on that occasion, but he is right there underneath the leader's car. So a great battle this is turning out to be between Martin Morris and Richard Wildman. This is only lap 4. We've still got 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We wondered whether we were getting full speed from Richard Wildman in that first race. And I wonder whether he still wasn't delivering at the start of this race. If he can just now keep himself in contention to make sure that Morris doesn't disappear, are we going to see him take a risk, the tail end? But that's a good exit from camp by Wildman. He's going to dive to the inside at Folly, and he's retaken it again. So it has woken the beast, and he's suddenly putting a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.417. I don't think he saw Morris coming, you know, and now all of a sudden he's gone, whoa, 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 I'm going to have a bit more than that. By the way, Weston's just about to dive up the inside of Pippa Cow as well. So it's going to be Class A, 1, 2, 3 by the looks of it, although Pippa Cow's still fighting back.
And Weston has done a 1:17.5, so he's right on the lead. The leaders' pace, and the leaders have changed again into the S's because Martin Morris has gone back on the inside of Richard Wildman and goes back through as they turn their way through Old Paddock and down towards Tower. Richard Wildman's got to do it all over again, and already he's looking to the inside line as they go towards Tower. Can he make it work this time? No, he tucks back in underneath as they turn right then through Tower Bend, and as expected, Ed Weston is ahead of Pippa Cow in that battle for third. The two leaders turn their way through Bobbies. Once again, Chris, they are nose to tail.
Fantastic. Hopefully this will carry on for the entirety. We're still 13 and a half minutes left, and they'll be exhausted in this heat if they do keep going with that. But round Camp Corner they come, and it is still the blue Morris. But this is where Wildman got a good exit last time. He's done it again. Inside line covered by Morris. He knew that one was coming, but Wildman's go around the outside of Folly. They're still side by side. And at the moment, Wildman's got it done. Yes, he has. So that is the part where it's strong. But the problem for Wildman is that if he did that on the last lap, the win would go to Morris because it's not until after the line he's able to make that move.
Let's see if Martin Morris can get back ahead like he did on the last lap into the S's. Or can Wildman stay in front? Morris looks to the inside, but this time Richard Wildman does hang on to the lead. So Martin Morris has got to try and find a way through at a different point on the circuit. 13 seconds behind them is Edward Weston. Don't think he will be able to close at him, but if the top two battle as they are, that could happen. They make their way into Tower. They've got a slower car ahead of them. Morris on the inside line can't quite make it. So Richard Wildman stays in front. And yes, he is ahead as they turn their way then through Bobbies. Just to note, in the Class D battle, Edward Easton has got ahead of Cole Chadwick.
Okay, that's good. So that is, well, officially for the lead in Class CD. Did we get an answer on that, by the way?
No, I'm going to say that's Class D.
Well, it seems to be deliberately CD, who knows? But this time it's Morris that gets the run, so it is the slipstream effect as they come through camp onto the start-finish straight, tight on the inside line at Folly. And I think that's just unsettled Morris slightly. That means that Wildman's going to be able to power it round the outside, up over Avon Rise, and turning right at Quarry. No, Morris has done it. Wow, that was a real sort of dice between them there, back and forth.
Excellent stuff, isn't it, between the two Class A runners? Still over half the race to go. Richard Wildman looking back to the outside into the S's, but no, can't go through there. We know at least on previous laps, it was Camp Corner where he seemed to have the advantage over Martin Morris. They make their way down towards Tower then on this, the 7th lap of the race. And into Tower, will there be any challenge? Well, Wildman had a look, but no, Martin Morris stays in front. 3rd is Edward Weston. 4th in leading Class E is Pippa Cow. So she's looking for her 4th win within that category this season.
Well, here come the lead two down towards Camp, and Morris has got a bit of daylight this time. Now, could that actually be good news again for Wildman, because he's not going to be compromised on the apex, the old karting move where he can take full speed through it. No parking on the apex by Morris to try and slow him down. There's no challenge coming at Folly, but he's now going to carry that all the way up Avon Rise. Now he's going alongside, halfway up the rise he goes. He's going to have the inside line in towards Quarry. Possibly isn't even going to need that, because has he done it already, or are they still side by side? Wildman just about sides in front again. So round the way, opposite way we go again.
Great race, isn't it? And can Martin Morris re-challenge into the S's? He's still there alongside, but the outside line into the S's isn't going to be a real overtaking move. So it is Wildman once more that leads through Old Paddock. This is lap 8. We move into the second half of the race. We've had 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes to go. And we should have counted, shouldn't we, how many lead changes we've had in this race, because it's been many. And Martin Morris is looking to the inside, can't quite make it work there. But again, he's got a better exit to Tower, so the inside line for Bobby's. No, that's not really an overtaking opportunity, is it? What about down towards Camp, Chris?
Well, he certainly looked like a good run by Morris. He's going to go towards the outside already. So the inside line is being covered by Wildman. He knew that that was going to come at him. Are we going to see around the outside? Who's going to be the bravest here? Through Camp Corner they go, still side by side. That was a tight line by Wildman that does compromise him on the exit. So through goes Morris, which means officially, if you looked at TSL, there's been no change on that lap. We both know that's not true at all. And in fact, they are about to change again, because the switcheroo on the exit of Folly means that Wildman's scything back into the lead again, up over Avon Rise. Do-si-do, your partner. No, they're still side by side.
I think they've been side by side for the most of the last lap, haven't they? And Martin Morris just about has the edge, I think, into the S's. So he's on the inside line and he is ahead for now. But one would think in this race that won't last for very much longer. They turn their way through Old Paddock then. This is lap 9 of the race. They've got a car to lap shortly as they make their way down towards Tower. It is Martin Morris ahead at the moment. It is Richard Wildman behind at the moment. And they've got that slower car to lap, which I think is going to pull out the way actually on the inside line into Bobby. So lets them 2 leaders through. So Martin Morris leads, but for how much longer, Chris?
Well, let's have a look. Into our sight they come. Again, there's a little bit of daylight between the two as they come into my view, but we've seen it before. This means the speed's carried through the corner by Wildman. He's a lot closer here. Surely this is going to be a challenge in towards Folly again. You can see him closing all the way down the start-finish straight. There he goes, inside, very late. It looked like Morris had that inside line covered, but I think he thought that Wildman was too far back. Wildman's dived to the inside at Folly, up over Avon Rise, going to have the inside line for Quarry again. Has he done it? Yes, he has, but are we going to see, coming back at him, the blue car of Morris on the exit of Quarry?
Meanwhile, down here, we've lost a 3rd place car because Edward Weston has pulled off into retirement. So car number 43 is out after that gearbox change. Real shame for him. Richard Wildman leads as they come through Old Paddock ahead of Martin Morris. They've got the Cole Chadwick car to lap. Cole Chadwick in the MG Midget. They will lap him on the inside line into Tower Bend, but that means Pippa Cow is now back onto the overall podium.
Well, such a shame. The work that they put in to get that car back out again, and it made it just over half race distance, and sadly has expired. But the leaders, Wildman's managed to hold this. Morris did a fastest lap of the race last time round, but there's not much between them, to be fair, on their lap times. Down towards camp they come for the 10th time. The burgundy number 99 car of Richard Wildman has the honours at the moment, but diving towards the inside as they exit Camp Corner. Morris got a very early good exit there from Camp Corner, sides up the inside, although it looks like Wildman's managing to take a lot of speed round the outside up Avon Rise. He's going to have the outside of Quarry, but I'm not sure, unless he's going to be a late breaker up at Quarry Corner. Is Morris going to take this back again? He is, you know. Wow.
They've got a 3-car battle to lap shortly. That's the battle for 5th that have got themselves together. So that's Philip Stader, Mike Henney and Edward Easton, 5th, 6th and 7th all together, shortly to be lapped by the overall leaders. And the leader currently is Martin Morris. Currently in 2nd, it's Richard Wildman. But they've got 6 minutes to go. When do they want to lead this race? It's a bit like a low-cost race from yesterday as they keep changing position so much. They turn their way into Tower. It's Martin Morris ahead. But quite extraordinary the amount of lead changes we've had.
Yeah, it really is. And they're just about to get past a back marker now. Morris, number 6, the pale blue car in the lead, although they've not managed to get past because this is quite a fast back marker. Although with smoke coming at the back of that car, I need to make sure that's not fluid. That looked, I don't know, difficult to tell. We need to keep an eye on the green number. I think that's number 40, isn't it? The green Philip Stader car. That was some smoke coming out of the back of that car, which means that these guys have suddenly gone very steady now round that section of the circuit. In fact, Wildman's lost a lot of time there, I think. So I wonder whether there's fluid coming out the back of that 40 car.
Okay, let's see. Well, they turn through Quarry. It's Martin Morris ahead. They've got to lap that group of cars. And they dive up the inside of that car that's slowing now. And I thought he was going to put off the road, the one you mentioned, Stader, but he didn't. Oh, and Edward Easton almost gets clipped by the race leader around the outside of Old Paddock. That was close. Edward Easton had his arm out the cockpit there. I don't think he was particularly impressed with how close Martin Morris got to him. They got away with it, though. And Martin Morris now dives up the inside of the next car, which is putting a bit of room between himself and Richard Wildman.
Wowzers, that is... and now all of a sudden Wildman dives up the inside of the pale blue car with the white. I think that's... is that Mike Henney possibly in 140 that he just got past then? And he's trying desperately to keep themselves close together. With less than 4.5 minutes to go, they really do need to make sure that they're close together if they want to keep this fight towards the end. There's no issue, by the way, when they come round Camp Corner, and I was worried that the 40 car may have been dropping fluid. It looks like has it disappeared now? It has.
Drop down here, yeah.
Okay. But the good news is I was keeping an eye as they came around camp to see if it was a bit slippy for them there. It doesn't look like it. And in fact, Morris has just done a 1:16.8. Where did that come from? New fastest lap of the race.
And that was while lapping those other cars as well. So Martin Morris pushing on, and the biggest lead we've seen for him in this race over Richard Wildman. Over a second as they turn their way through Old Paddock and make their way down towards Tower for the 13th time. The battle for what is 5th position continues between Mike Henney and Edward Easton. So they're a lap down, but they are battling. Then 3rd and 4th, the 2 Class E cars being led by Pippa Cow by 7 seconds.
So waiting for the leaders to come into my site. Where are they? Here they go. I got confused then for a second. I was like, should they be here? Have they gone missing? But no, they're here, and they're quite spread out at the moment. It was 1.3 last time because clearly Morris is trying to take advantage of this split out. Across the line they go. It's 1.2, so it's marginally come down. New personal best from Wildman, so he's going to push. Less than 3 minutes to go, so we've only got 3 laps to go, I think, by my reckoning, just about there. Or is it only 2? We'll see when they cross the line. But I'm wondering whether Wildman is trying to really sort of rack up the lap times on these last couple of laps to see if he can have one last Dandare lunge.
Yeah, it might come down to Camp Corner on the last lap, mightn't it? Particularly how most of this race has gone. And yes, Wildman is closer. He's really quick through the S's, so he's back onto terms with the leader, Martin Morris, through Old Paddock on lap 14 of this race. And yes, a nose to tail again. So that 1 second margin has disappeared. Down towards Tower they go. And Wildman's looking up the inside. He couldn't quite make that work. What about on the exit? No, Martin Morris is ahead. But once more, we have a battle for the lead.
Yep, just going through Bobby's. They'll come into my view now. And there's still a reasonable gap, but we've seen it not that much smaller than that. And it enables Wildman in the 99 car to carry that speed through that final corner. What have I got left? 1:45. Yep, so they're on to their penultimate lap now. And the gap is down to under a second this time. So if it was Formula One, he'd have DRS, but he doesn't in this, I'm afraid to say. So heading up Avon Rise he goes. He just needs to keep it going. What was that before? 1.3 was it when they went across last time? Down to 0.9. He's only closing about 2 to 3 tenths a lap. So he needs to do a bit more on this lap, doesn't he?
Yeah, because the gap came right down past me, but then the gap went back out by the time they got to you. So through Bobby, Martin Morris was the quicker driver, and that gap is stayed bigger this time as they go through Old Paddock on the penultimate lap, like you say. So this is lap 15 of what will be a 16-lap race. Side by side behind, this is for fifth. Edward Easton round the outside of Mike Henney into the S's. That doesn't work. So Henney still ahead of Easton. So there are battles still to watch a bit further down the order.
Fantastic. Well, let's have a look. Where are the leaders coming towards me? Fanning out different sides of the circuit by the looks of it there. I think Wildman was just trying to psych out Morris, but that gap has gone back out again by the looks of it. 0.960 last time. Coming into my view, that looked a little bit longer. Is it over a second this time? Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Only just, but that was because of a new lap, fastest lap of the race for Morris onto the last lap. A new personal best by Wildman, but they're now trading blows, and Morris just needs to make sure he's keeping that gap about what it is. He doesn't need it any more, any less, and he's got this one in the bag from right at the back of the field.
Yes, they're going quicker all the time, aren't they? Both, like you're saying, doing their best laps of the race. They're going quicker than ever before as they turn into the S's for the last time. Wildman is closer, I would suggest. He's not quite close enough to challenge, or is he? He's much, much quicker through Old Paddock. So the gap, it's only 2 or 3 car length, I would say. They've got a car to lap before the end as well. Down towards Tower, Richard Wildman looks to the inside line. We said there might be a grandstand finish to this race, and he's on the inside. He goes through, does he? They're side by side as they come out of the corner. Martin Morris has a big slide. He just saved it to get on the brakes hard, but that's allowed Richard Wildman to go through. A big dive up the inside into Tower, then a sideways Martin Morris. Lost some time, but it's Richard Wildman who's going to win, I think, for the 6th time this year.
Yeah, what do I know about it being sorted? Too much for Wildman to do. He's got it done. He put the pressure on Morris into that mistake, and here he comes round camp for the final time to take the checkered flag. Thumbs up. Not as happy as I thought he would be. Morris goes through there. He's probably going to be frustrated, but he's still got to be delighted about the work there. And from the back of the field, they go side by side to celebrate with each other. We look off into the distance. The silver number 7 car of Pippa Cow should be coming through. Carl Chadwick, 52, has already taken a checkered flag, having been lapped. That gives him Class D victory. And other than the fact that 35 and 60, we're not sure what the situation is there, C or D.
Pippa Cow's only coming past me. That's how much further behind.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there goes 140 Henney and the 35 car of Easton. They finish in 5th and 6th, respectively. So we look off into the sort of almost whimsically into middle distance as we're waiting for Pippa Cow to come into our view here. Is this? I think she's coming down towards camp now as we speak. A back marker ahead of the number 27 car of Coldwell. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. But there goes Pippa Cow, takes 3rd on the road and win in Class E. And it's actually the number 19 car that's just coming across the line now that takes 4th on the road and 2nd in Class E. So a great job there. And I think we've only got a couple more to take the flag. That's number 60 Collinson and 38 Ridley. But what an incredible race between the top 2, Wildman and Morris. That was thoroughly entertaining, wasn't it?
Yeah, they must have had changed the lead like 20 times, something like that, throughout the race. Because on many occasions, they passed each other twice within the same lap, didn't they?
Yeah.
So great stuff between them. But again, it's Richard Wildman is unbeaten this year in the Midget and Sprite Challenge. I think there's a small number of them going to Alton Park in a couple of weeks on the MG Car Club finale day. But Richard Wildman, like you say, you'd think he'd be pretty delighted with that because that was the hardest win of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'll be interested to know what Morris's feelings are like, because it looked like he'd got himself enough of a margin going into that final lap, didn't it? But it just, I mean, I think it was more that Wildman closed in on him and made a big lunge, and it looked like a perfectly fine lunge. And then suddenly Morris tried to get on the power a little bit too soon, and it just whipped that rear end round on him. And as you say, he did a good job to catch it, didn't he? But he lost all momentum.
I was a bit concerned he was going to slide into Richard Wildman and they were going to take each other out, which would have been a dramatic end. But luckily that didn't happen. And he caught it well, but that lost him the chance of a victory. And that therefore went to Richard Wildman. But a good race. It was a small grid of them in the end. So perhaps a little bit of a surprise how good the race was.
Agreed. That was absolutely brilliant. Right, I saw John Moon making his way down there. Let's take you through the hot hatch grid because it's big, as we know. And let me go quickly for grid for race number 2. Here we go, sponsored by EBC Racing Brakes, of course. On the front row, we'll need to see who is here shortly. Pole position, 98 Mark Wyatt, 180 Jordan Kerno, race 1 winner alongside him. Second row, 14 Nick Gwinnett and 15 Sean Govard. Third row, 47 Tony Cooper, 34 Will Self. Fourth row, 81 Tim Adams and 89 Ross Parker. Fifth row, 69 Stephen Jensen, 119 Darren Duffield. Row 6, 42 Jonathan D, 8 Nick Adams. 7th row, 140 Damian Harris, number 9 Mike Wyatt. 8th row, 24 Sophie Morgan, 117 Lewis Clark. 9th row, 12 Lee Waterman, 39 James Blake. 211 Chris Southcott, 68 Nick Mizzen on the 10th row. 11th row is 153 Martin Hathaway and 55 Graham Cox. 20 Michael Bolt, 95 Paul Dickinson, 113 Sean Deacon, 71 Simon Hughes. 14th row is 53 Paul Bird, 79 James Camphor, 26 Mark Sutton and 54 Lewis Bird. On the 15th row, row 16, 23 Matthew Barrington, 265 Gary Franks. Row 17, 78 Simon Fisher, 575 Georgia Speed. Row 18, 61 Ben Ogborn, 171 Justin Holloway. And on the 19th and final row, 987 Mark Pope, 22 Jonathan Whedon. But we'll, as I say, we'll need to see if there's gaps, as I suspect there will be on that grid, sadly. But John Moon's down there and he's got some drivers.
I have. Richard Wildman's here first. And that was a bit trickier this time. Wow, what a race. And all decided, where was it, Tower? Was it Tower?
It was Tower. Yeah, it was, yeah. I think we're 3 abreast into Tower.
2 of you, 3 abreast.
Yeah, well, we were lacking somebody. And,
right, okay.
I managed to slip it right up the inside, and there's space for all of us, but it's my last chance of seeing the last lap board. And if I don't do it now, it's going to be a long drive home.
Yeah, yeah.
But, really pleased that Martin managed to get his car together and stretch my legs. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Real pleasure to race with.
Yeah, it really entertained us. It was fabulous. And to be honest, I thought he had another gap on it. I didn't really expect that, and I guess he didn't either, and possibly you didn't.
No, I just got my head down, and I'm getting more and more confident with the brakes now. And
right.
If I really don't try hard, he's going to get away, and it worked out lovely. And
yeah,
so it was nice to have my legs stretched. It was good.
Yeah, brilliant, excellent. Thanks for entertaining us.
Thank you.
Okay, Martin's next then, and Martin, you obviously had some problems earlier because we didn't see you race 1.
That's right, yeah.
And then you've come back with a vengeance from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it was, we had to do something, and obviously missed the first race. We're disappointed in that, but obviously managed to get it back together and then come back in and wanted to be competitive this time.
Well, you certainly were. Yeah, we thought you had it in the bag, to be honest.
I did too, and then we caught a back marker just at Tower. And he happened to want to go the way I was going, and then I tried to change direction, lost a bit of grip, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah,
just the same. Good racing,
yeah.
Brilliant.
But car looks lovely as well.
Oh yeah, it's going really
superb.
well.
What was the issue this morning?
We had a crack in the suspension that we missed when we were prepping it. So
right.
I went back home and got a welder and came back and then repaired it and then got it passed. And
where do you live?
Ross on Wye.
Oh, wow, good effort. Well done.
It didn't matter. We got.
Well done. Yeah, excellent. That's the sort of spirit we like to see.
Yeah, that's what
well done. That's what racing's all about.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much indeed. Pippa once again.
Hiya.
Well done, Pippa. A brilliant 3rd overall against this phenomenal competition, including a Class A car, which actually, well, I don't think you were not too far away from it anyway, really. But a bit lonely, but satisfying, I guess.
It was a bit lonely, but it's such a lovely track to go round. The car is going superbly. My dad spends so much time preparing it, and I'm so grateful to him. My mum and my eldest son Freddie are here to support me today, and it's just been a beautiful day. The sky is blue, the car is going well. Fantastic.
Forgive my ignorance, but what have you done before?
I've raced since 2003.
Right.
So I started off with Formula Woman, so that was a really fantastic opportunity with Graham Glue. It's a fully sponsored televised series. Then I did the low cost, and then I've done the midgets ever since then.
Uh-huh.
So
And you can't beat midgets, can you?
They're brilliant. They're such a nice car to drive.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thanks very much. It was a good result. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, Chris, full grid of hot hatches just about to get underway, I reckon.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, John. We will take this race, and yeah, there we go. As soon as I remove it, it does that thing again, doesn't it? So let's there we go. Let's do that for a second. Right. Thank you to Deborah Humphrey. Hubby has texted to say Mark White has been patched up and will be out for the second race. And you see he is indeed up on that front row. Sadly, second row. Who have we got missing from there? Nick Gwinnett, who we lost, of course, on the warm-up flag for the last one. Peggy Spackman says, sadly, despite all of Terry Baker's efforts, Ross Parker won't be out in race 2 as they still have an oil leak. Big thanks to all of his sponsors, especially Terry Baker, for all his hard work. Such a shame. Will Self is back out there. He was involved in an incident, don't forget, as well. Fiona Johnson says, good luck, Will, car 34. And unsurprisingly, good luck to all the hot hatch guys for the final race of the year. Thank you for making Ryan Cook welcome in the 155 Mini. I know he's sadly not out this time, but agreed. Thank you for the comments. So let me have a look. Chris Pearson, the brown and blue car had a race. What a battle. It's the red car and the blue car in that song. The field is still coming out and just sort of lining. There's various gaps up and down through this order. Now let's see if I can actually pick some of these out. Ross Parker, we know, is not there. Jonathan D, sadly, is not there, number 42. Damien Harris, number 140, is not there. We saw that car stopped on the side of the road. James Blake, 39, we saw impact with the pit wall. That car's not out, sadly. Graham Cox is out. Now, that car's been patched up and is out. Great job by the team there, but Martin Hathaway isn't, sadly, by the looks of it. Neither's, no Michael Bowl and no Paul Dickinson. Michael Bowl did brilliant in that first race. He's not out there. Then we've got 71 Simon Hughes is there, but Sean Deacon isn't there. Yellow and black. Oh, no, that's there. Have I gone back to... Well, actually, this grid is nothing to do with what's out there. So I need to just have a look and see whether there was an updated, because there's one of them there that's a little bit different to what I was looking at. There we go, grid for race 2. Let me just make sure. 113, yes, because Nick Mizzen should have had Southcott alongside him, but it's not. That's now 113 Sean Deacon. So the order there is different, not the car I was expecting there. Ben Oggs is out there. That's good, and so is Pope in the Puma. They got that one sorted. So there's a few gaps. Josh, I think, is the easiest thing to say. Good to also see the Fiesta 117 did manage to get back out again there, where, although not necessarily where I'd expected. Although maybe it wasn't. Oh, I think I was. I know it is. It's up there. It's on the grid. So there's a couple that are not where I was expecting them to be. A few gaps that is probably not surprising. One or two gaps that is surprising. I think that sums it up, doesn't it, Josh?
lots of cars.
Still lots and lots of cars. Exactly right. That's a key thing.
I'd be interested with Mark Wyatt there now, what Jordan Curnow can do to try and beat him. Because obviously in that earlier race, Curnow was the quicker, but of course there was no Mark Wyatt to race against. So if Mark Wyatt's car is all good after that incident, I'm sure there should be a good battle between them. In qualifying, the gap was 6/10 in favour of Wyatt in the Astra. And then you've got these Peugeots behind that we know start so well. So can Sean Govard or Tony Cooper take the lead of the race in the early stages? Because we know they are good off the line, much lighter cars, of course.
And by the way, in case you hadn't guessed, by the way, what I was doing is that all of a sudden the StreamYard seems to be sorted. I can see the viewer numbers and I can now see live comments coming in as well. Gareth Haycock saying, Oggy, come on, Ben, because he's back out there. Pete Spiller saying, come on, boys, let's have a good one. We'll be back next year. Pete Spiller will be out there in one of the minis, I think, as well. Thank you to Lucy Govard, Was Wilson. Thanks, Castle Coombe, for the great live stream of this race. We have loved watching and supporting. Thank you very much. Tabby Govard was saying, go dad, that may be looking for a good start. That car was quick, wasn't it? But just didn't get the rub of the green at the start. So he's going to be hoping to go from the get-go this time, isn't he?
Yes, because he had that contact, didn't he, with Jordan Curnow that put him on the grass. So he'll be wanting to do better than that and stay on the road and perhaps get ahead of those two heavier cars on the front row.
Indeed. So let's.
Oh, where's it gone?
Make the win.
The poleman.
Which? Yeah, he has. He has.
So perhaps he went round and realised not all was well with that car.
I looked down with at the various bits and pieces, making sure I got the right messages up. I can't see him, so maybe I missed him going into the pits.
He hasn't gone to the end of the pit lane or anything to start from the pits. Obviously, we saw him making that slow start earlier.
Mark Wyatt in the paddock. Emma Straw said Mark Wyatt's in the paddock, so he's come all the way back in. So they got it patched up. And sadly, he's obviously not comfortable because, of course, he'll have gone driving around the circuit, albeit at a reduced pace. It will still be at a reasonable pace compared to what they could do in the paddock. So the last handful of cars making their way in. So Jordan Curnow's got the front row to himself. Sean Govard's got the second row to himself. Will Self and Tony Cooper on that third row. Look out for certainly Tony Cooper getting a quick start. He's got a big gap right in front of him. 5-second board is on. 20 minutes worth of hot hatch races sponsored by EBC Brakes. We look towards the gantry as the drivers do as well. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights are on. On goes the fifth. The engine notes rise. Off go the lights. And the pack get away well. And it's Will Self that's got the slightly better start from that third row this time. But now Tony Cooper goes. Everybody else cleanly away behind. But Jordan Curnow still has the lead. Tony Cooper slots into second. Sean Govard in third. Will Self in the red number 34 slots there into fourth place. And those four are slightly pulling away from 81 Adams in the white Honda just behind them as they turn around. Jordan Curnow's kept that lead this time.
He absolutely has. And if the first race is anything to go by, he might be able to get away. But let's see. They turn their way into the S's. Cooper second, Govard is third, and Self is fourth. As they turn their way onto Old Paddock. Fifth is Stephen Jensen. In sixth position is the Honda Civic of 81. 81 is Tim Adams, of course. And then the rest of the field flow their way through down towards Tower. And it is Jordan Curnow who's getting the support and he's leading the race.
Absolutely. So good to see the support for so many of the drivers that are out there as they start winding their way back towards me. And all of you enjoying watching the drivers. It's such a big field, isn't it? It's so, so good. Zoe Curnow cheering on her brother, and he is in the lead as he comes round Camp Corner for the first time. A little bit of a margin. Look at this great fight, second and third. Tony Cooper under massive pressure from Sean Govard. Will Self probably slightly patched up after race one impact, but he's got a good job. And then it's actually up into fifth place. Stephen Jensen in that zebra liveried, zebra pattern Mini, and I was just looking up. As Tony Cooper, yeah, he has still got second place, but I thought that Govard was about to make a move on him then.
So the top 5 cars are all in the 5 different classes that we've got represented today. So it doesn't seem to really matter what class you're in. You can have a good race right at the front of the field, and it's Jordan Curnow that is right at the front in the lead. Second and third are 2 Peugeots, Tony Cooper and Sean Govard. Will Self fourth all over the curbs. He's coming under pressure from Stephen Jensen now, and Jensen has the Adams Civic between himself and his class rival Darren Duffield. As they turn there, you can see through Tower Corner on this second lap of a 20-minute race. And the 2 Peugeot 106s absolutely together. That's Tony Cooper still ahead, but only just ahead of Sean Govard.
It's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? These two together, and to see the 3 together behind that. Will Self keeping off Stephen Jensen in the 69 Mini, and 81 Adams now right with them as well. Darren Duffield only just behind, so he's looking to close in on these guys as well. He'll be pleased with that he's really taken the fight for the Class E honours to Stephen Jensen this time. But up Avon Rise, there goes the 2 Peugeot 106s. Again, yes, 2 different classes, but 2 fabulous racers that are trying to have some fun. And round he goes. And I wonder whether if Tony Cooper's still got old tyres on, he's going to struggle to keep this up for the entire race.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? He was a bit disappointed to let Sean Govard through in the earlier one, wasn't he? So he's keen to keep him at bay in race 2, the final round of the Hot Hatch Series, the final race of the
standard Castle Combe Racing Club events or races this season, with one further guest race to come after this one this afternoon. But it is Jordan Curnow down towards Bobby's in the lead, with Tony Cooper keeping Sean Govard at bay. Is he? Yes, just about, as they turn their way through the chicane.
Incredible. I'm just loving this. It's so many fights going on throughout. By the way, Ben Oggs, number 61 in the classic red Vauxhall Astra, made up 9 places on the opening lap. Another 2 last time. He's up into 14th from the back of the grid. Through goes Jordan Curnow, still the fastest car out there, but only by a couple of tenths, to be fair. The 2 behind them are lapping in 1:15s as well. Will Self, Stephen Jensen, and then the 81 car of Tim Adams, all over the back of them in that 81 car, the Honda Civic. Really hounding, but Darren Duffield's just fallen away from them momentarily, but I think he could close it in before the end.
I think Ben Ogborn has pulled off at Quarry. Post, so he was going well, but it's stopped now, unfortunately for him. Jordan Curnow, though, still leads the race over the 2 battling Peugeots, and Sean Govard up the inside of Tony Cooper. Old Paddock. That was a ballsy move. You don't see that very often. So Sean Govard goes through. He's into second ahead of Tony Cooper. I think it took Cooper by surprise, and he had a back right out of that. And that's allowed Sean Govard just to break away from him. So big move up the inside into Old Paddock. A bit of a surprise to me, and I think a bit of a surprise to Tony Cooper. And that means Sean Govard up into P2.
Wow, I mean, that was basically just made a point of catching him napping there at a place you wouldn't expect it, so that he could get himself through as soon as possible. Again, none of these guys actually have to do this because they're all leading their classes, as we say, but they love to have a race. Sean Govard wants to at least finish second and wonder whether he feels that he can take the overall win. Well, suddenly the Jordan Curnow laps a 1:14.8 new fastest lap of the race. So it would be a big ask. Will Self still holding off Stephen Jensen, all of those still leading their classes. Then Tim Adams, number 81. He's looking to make a move up on Stephen Jensen as they go up the Avon Rise. But equally, Jensen's looking to move on Will Self. Darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Well, let's see what happens. They turn their way through Quarry. It's the same order for now. Self, Jensen and Adams, but it looks like it could change at any moment, really. They turn their way into the S's. It's Peugeot 205 ahead of Mini Cooper, ahead of Honda Civic. So it's the retro hatchback ahead of the 2 more modern cars as they turn out of Old Paddock. Then you've got Darren Duffield, who's just dropped away in what is 7th position. Then in 8th is Nick Adams, and he is being chased by Sophie Morgan. And completing the top 10, that is Mike Wyatt. Race leaders, though, coming back to the end of what is lap 5.
Yeah, and this looks like quite a comfortable margin at the moment for Jordan Curnow. Sean Govard up into that second place, but doesn't look like he can really close in on Jordan. He's getting quicker and quicker in those 14s. Govard's getting close to the 14s, 1:15.1, so he's still trying his best, but I don't know, Tony Cooper, although he's just lapped 2 tenths slower on that last lap, he's not out of it altogether. And I think that he fancies a go at this to see if he can get the outright second place ahead of Sean Govard. Like you say, he was frustrated that Govard got past him, wasn't he, last time? So I think he wants to right that wrong. Oh, and Stephen Jensen just got past Will Self. Up into 4th place goes the Mini.
And Tony Cooper's gone past Sean Govard into the S's. Has Govard got a problem? He is slowing. Cooper's pulling away. He's still going at a decent speed, but not as quick as he was. So don't think all is well with Sean Govard's car. As you say, Jensen up to 4th, but Will Self isn't going to let him have it easily because he's right there still in the Peugeot. And then you've got the Adams Civic behind, but you'll have to see if Sean Govard is still going at the end of the lap, Chris.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And I noticed that Will Self was coming under growing pressure by 81 Tim Adams there as they disappeared out of slot. But here comes our leader, Jordan Curnow, completes his 6th lap. Tony Cooper, and there's Sean Govard. Now, fingers crossed, he just maybe... Let's hope that... Oh, no, big loads of smoke. Big blow up through Camp Corner. The car's filled up with smoke. He's got to just aim to the infield, fill the grass, and now put a stop. That's a big smoke screen round Camp Corner. If you're able to flick the camera down there, look at that smoke screen that they're coming through. It's Days of Thunder. Keep your foot pinned, basically. And Tim Adams did get past Will Self, but realised he shouldn't do. Sean Govard onto the infield. That is not the final race he wanted. I know Tabby Govard won't be happy seeing that. Your dad's out of the car and absolutely fine, obviously. But look at the fluid on the circuit. You can see it on the footage there, can't you?
Absolutely, yeah, that was spectacular, wasn't it? It's not really a surprise there's fluid on the road, is there? Because that was a pretty dramatic blow up for a little Peugeot. So we thought it was slowing, but we weren't quite expecting that to happen. So that means a new battle for third is Stephen Jensen versus Will Self. And Will Self in the Peugeot 205 is going on the inside line down towards Tower Bend. So can he go through? They get into Tower. Yes, Will Self back ahead of Stephen Jensen. And where has the Civic gone? Well, the Civic's still there, but it's fallen further away. And that is the car driven by Tim Adams, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that initially he sort of went to make that move and then realised the yellows were out after he got through that smoke screen. So it was a bit of a nightmare. He may have felt slithery going through Camp Corner and wondered if there was an issue. Now, the hope, interestingly, there's a yellow flag on the exit of Folly. That may be just because it's in line with Sean Govert's. The oil slick, I think, is on the exit of the corner, so more on the straight. So I think that we may well get away with this with a bit of luck and be able to carry on racing.
Yeah, if that blow-up happened a few moments earlier, it could have been a much worse situation, couldn't it, for Sean Govert? Because if he was dropping oil on his tyres at that speed through camp, it wouldn't have been a very nice affair. But luckily, it happened those few moments later. So it is Jordan Curnow then leading Tony Cooper by 8 seconds. In third is Will Self. In fourth is Stephen Jensen. In fifth position is Tim Adams. In sixth is Darren Duffield. And seventh and eighth are still together, so that's a battle to watch. That is Nick Adams just ahead of Sophie Morgan. They had a battle in the earlier race, and it looks like they're battling once more in race 2. In ninth position is Mike Wyatt, and then in 10th position now comes Lewis Clark in the Ford Fiesta.
I noticed, by the way, the one key thing, I was watching Tony Cooper going very steadily round Camp Corner, and in fact, if you look at the lap times, they're all way down on their lap times. The leader, fastest time, 1:14.7, he's now lapping in 1:18.3, so actually, it does suggest that there is sufficient fluid down on the circuit. None of them are comfortable coming through this. They can probably see the line on the circuit, and it just isn't worth taking that risk, is it?
Jensen and Adams, though, are lapping the two quickest cars on the road, so they're the ones pushing on through Camp Corner. Perhaps they've found the line where the oil isn't, and they're happy with it, and that means Stephen Jensen is right on the terms with Will Self again for third position. The Peugeot 205 and the Mini Cooper turn their way through Old Paddock, and they're both being chased by Tim Adams, who's there in fifth position. Looking back to that battle for seventh, the two Honda Civics are nose to tail. That is Nick Adams ahead of Sophie Morgan. They've got to lap one of the slower minis. They go up the inside of that okay. So there are still some battles to watch for, Chris, through the order.
Absolutely. It's, especially with the fact that it's changed. I mean, suddenly you've got Lewis Clark, for example, in the 117 Fiesta that had to retire from the first race, putting a new personal best. So you've suddenly got some people that have gone, right, come on, everyone else has slowed down. I've worked out where the grip is. I'm going to make this stick. And they're now trying to move themselves through the order. The times are starting to come back down a little bit from the top cars as well. Will Self still holding on to that third place on the road with Stephen Jensen just behind him. But Curnow, Cooper, Self and Jensen all leading their classes, F, B, A and E. It's just amazing, isn't it? We've still got just under 8 minutes to go.
Yep, and the race leader then on lap 10 of the race. And he's already headed down towards Tower, I think. Tony Cooper passing me in second. And third, fourth and fifth still together. Self, Jensen, they're both being caught again by Tim Adams. Tim Adams makes his way through Old Paddock. He just did a personal best last time, 1 minute 17.1. And they make their way down towards Tower Corner. In sixth position is Darren Duffield, and he's being caught by the two Honda Civics that continue to battle of Nick Adams and Sophie Morgan. 9th and 10th are together now as well, because Mike Wyatt has been caught by that Ford Fiesta driven by Lewis Clark. So 9th and 10th together. Then a bit further back in 11th, but leading Class C is Paul Bird. So he's leading that class after the retirement for Sean Govert.
Well, the leader's already up round Quarry Corner towards you, but here comes Will Self, and now it is the 81 Tim Adams. Got past Stephen Jensen. As you say, he'd put in a personal best. He's just done it again, lapping quicker than Will Self. So suddenly that Class F car is looking to, and he's making a move round Will Self up in towards Quarry Corner. He's going to have the outside line sweeping round. He's done it. So he's loving these slippy conditions, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got the confidence, hasn't he? Perhaps it's not so much it's slippery, it's some of the leaders are not so confident to push on in those situations. Around the outside into the S's he goes, right round the outside of Will Self goes Tim Adams, but he hasn't quite done it. So Will Self stays ahead, and that puts Stephen Jensen right back towards them again. So Will Self, with the novice cross on the back of the Peugeot 205, continues to run in third position, but Tim Adams is fighting. He's looking on the inside into Tower now. Can he get onto the podium on the overall order? Well, he's not quite there, but he looks like he's got the pace, and there's still 6 minutes to go to try and find a way past the Peugeot 205 of Will Self.
Yeah, and that is Jordan Dole cheering on Tim Adams, number 81, the white Honda there. That's just almost on the grass as they come back into my view. He's going to have the inside line in towards Camp Corner. Up past Will Self he goes this time, but we've seen him make that move a couple of times. The switcheroo from Will Self, number 34, dives back up the inside towards Folly they go. Wow, what an incredible side-by-side battle between these two. Well, suddenly they were forced to make sure that there was more than one line through Camp Corner last time, and I think there was, but Tim Adams, I think, has just about held on to it up into and round Quarry Corner.
Yeah, so Tim Adams looking to be a new podium finisher in the Hot Hatch Series this year, but Will Self has gone back through on the run out of Quarry Corner, so Will Self still ahead of Tim Adams, despite that attempt from Adams. Stephen Jensen's got a good view of this battle, hasn't he, in the Mini as they turn their way out of Old Paddock and make their way down towards Tower Corner. And Adams again looks like he's challenging. Perhaps the Civic a bit quicker in a straight line. But no, the 205 stays ahead. Will Self stays ahead for now. But he's got that Honda Civic very much in his mirrors as they come towards the end of lap 12.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes to go. Going up into Quarry, by the way, is a great place, great fight between third and fourth in Class C. 68 Nick Mizzen and the 71 car of Simon Hughes. That only one of them is going to get some silverware. The other one's going to lose out as it stands at the moment. Still Adams and Self going at it. They're changing places into and through Camp Corner again. They're side by side across the start-finish line. Will Self's got the inside line at Folly, and they've got three back markers just ahead of them. See them on the camera now. Up Avon Rise they go. They're going to come up in towards Quarry with those three back markers. Will Self's got that done. Stephen Jensen, he's still loitering with intent just behind them, isn't he?
Yep, and through they go with that lap car. So they get past that okay, but there's more to go. And I think one of them is the saloon car champion, Mark Sutton, that they've got to lap. They turn their way into the S's, and it is Will Self still ahead of Tim Adams. Tim Adams has got a good run here. They're on the inside line of the saloon champion, Mark Sutton, and a good run out of Old Paddock for Adams. He's getting alongside the Peugeot of Will Self, and Will Self has to give him room. So Adams on the inside line, I think, might go through as they turn into Tower on this lap. Let's see as they exit the corner. Off it goes. So it didn't work for him, and he's got into the Rector barrier there. So, what a shame for him. It looked like he was going to get the podium. I think the car's okay. He's selected reverse gear and he's going to get back into the race, but the result isn't going to be what it looked like it may have been.
Wow, incredible. That's those magical rector cell barriers, remember. But meanwhile, still comfortably in the lead, just over 14 and a quarter second. It is Jordan Curnow and Tracy Kite. It's Alex Kite's mum. Says, come on, Jordan, Grant Motorsport power in that car. And I didn't realise that. I missed that fact. So great, because obviously we're not seeing Grant here at the circuit this year, sadly. But what has happened to Adams? Here he comes now. Yeah, it's not much damage to that car, so he's going to get away with it, but not in the position he was hoping for with just over 2.5 minutes to go. He's in 6th place.
Yeah, frustration at the result, but relief that the car's okay, I suspect.
He hasn't lost any places, by the way, in the Class F fight. That's the key thing.
Yeah, so he's still ahead of Sophie Morgan, isn't he? And Sophie Morgan has got ahead of Mike Wyatt in that battle they were having. And that, of course, is for 3rd place within Class F, isn't it? And she's quite a long way ahead now. So let's see. And Sophie Morgan actually is just behind Tim Adams, but Tim Adams should be quicker. His pace
has shown that. And yeah, if you didn't see the car go off into the rector cell barrier, you wouldn't know it, would you? By looking at it, it doesn't look damaged at all.
So you didn't believe me when I told you they were magical and filled with crushed bourbon biscuits, did you? Well, the cream from bourbon biscuits, I should say, because it's nice and soft, but they are absolutely magical. Will Self's still therefore holding on to that third with Stephen Jensen behind him, but let's have a look to see whether, Duffield is then the next car, the Mini doing a great job, but it is about whether Sophie Morgan, no, she's not. It looks like Adams just pulled away at the moment, but I lead her towards you for the penultimate time.
Okay, and he's got to lap shortly. That battle that you mentioned earlier for Class C third between Nick Mizzen and Simon Hughes, the Ford Fiesta and the Honda Civic. I think actually Jordan Kernow's just lapped them now, so Jordan Kernow's passed that battle. Second is Tony Cooper. Third is Will Self. Stephen Jensen still pretty much with him, but not challenging in the way that Tim Adams was. Tim Adams, by the way, is challenging Darren Duffield to try and get into fifth. There's a slower car right on the apex of the S's that they have to navigate their way around. They do so eventually, but that's lost Tim Adams a little bit of time. But he may still get fifth position away from Darren Duffield before the end, with 1.5 laps to go for them.
Yeah, whereas Jordan Kernow's just rounding Quarry as we speak. I think that was him up there. Yes, he is about to come to you all for the final time. Over 15.25 seconds over Tony Cooper, 47 in second. Will Self, 34 in third. Stephen Jensen, 69 in fourth place. All of those guys leading their respective classes. 119 Darren Duffield and Tim Adams still holding on to sixth and second in class.
Yeah, past me goes Jordan Kernow then, the leader of the race. And in the Hot Hatch Series this year, at the first meeting, Chris Southcott won both races. At the second meeting, Josh Harvey won both races. At the third meeting, Gary Preble won both races. And it looks like at the fourth meeting, Jordan Kernow is going to win both races. We've had 4 different winners, but each of the winners have come at different events over the course of the season.
Yeah, we kind of almost want all of them together because it's going to provide one titanic tussle at the top of the times. Hey, there's a lot of T's there. But here comes our leader, Jordan Kernow, coming towards us, ready to take the checkered flag. Paul Bird just ahead of him. Now, he does take the checkered flag there, but officially will need to carry on for another lap because it's the leader that's taking it. Hopefully, they'll take it into account that they had to waive it because there was no gap between them. But we'll let those guys go. There's Tony Cooper takes second. There was, by the way, the class. Which one was it? The Class C battle. Nick Mizzen does hold off Hughes to take third place there. But Tony Cooper second and Class B victory. Here comes Will Self, the number 34 car. After the disappointment of race 1, he comes through in third and wins Class A. Stephen Jensen slowly across the line, fourth on the road, first in Class E. Then we look coming down towards Camp Corner now comes Darren Duffield, 119. He's going to come home fifth on the road and take second in Class E. Just behind him, the recovering 81, Tim Adams, is going to be disappointed with that little mistake at Tower as he was pushing hard, but still gets second in Class F. So no different on that front as he would have been during that fight. Just behind him, only just under 2 seconds, Sophie Morgan, 24, takes seventh and third in Class F. Mike Wyatt in the number 9 car in 8th place. Lewis Clark, great job in the 117. That Fiesta with the retirement in race 1, got it sorted and finished in 9th position. So that's a good performance there. I'm trying to remember where he actually started. Started in 16th. So well done, Lewis Clark. Paul Bird, now hopefully they will acknowledge that he finished in 10th position and won Class C. Because, of course, he received the checkered flag early because it had to go out at that point. There was no gap between himself and the leader. So, of course, he's seen the checkered flag, assumed that was it, and he's going to come into the pit lane, and I hope he doesn't get penalised for that one. He is the Class C winner by quite a margin. 113 is the Sean Deacon, the yellow Peugeot 106 GTI. He comes in 11th place and second in Class C. 12, Lee Waterman in 12th place. He loves 12, doesn't he? That's his favourite number because he finished there again. And second in Class B. In 13th, number 68, Nick Mizzen, third place in Class C. Then it's 71, Hughes. 987 is Pope in that Ford Puma. 79, Campher actually comes home third in Class E. Mark Sutton comes home in number 26, third in Class B. 55, Graham Cox. Great job to get that sorted. 265, Franks. And to take you through, then it's 575 Georgia Speed, and officially 23 Barrington did finish that one as well. But what a fantastic race that one was.
Yeah, it was good that it went through smoothly, wasn't it, after the earlier race? And
which we didn't think it was going to be with Sean Deacon's blow up, though, did we?
No, that could have turned very nasty, really. So all went well there. Don't know if the circuit might need a bit of dressing before our final race of the day, but that ends the Castle Combe Racing Club series of races, doesn't it, for 2020? And the 4 meetings, I think when they were all scheduled, nobody really knew if they'd all go ahead, and they have done. It's been a good season.
Just hang on, anybody watching, don't take that as that's the end of the race. We've still got another race to go.
Out of the CCRC races.
Yes, absolutely. And I knew what you meant, but I need to make sure everyone watching knew. We have one more race to go, and that's the 750 Motor Club's BMW Car Club race. And so we do have one very exciting race left to come, a 20-minuter for the BMWs. But you're absolutely right, is that the Castle Combe Racing Club stuff has finished. Congratulations for those. And the driver of the day has been put in as well. And I won't necessarily announce it because they may well be doing it downstairs. Although he probably does know, is that driver of the day, it was a close run thing. But it's also a sentimental thing as much as anything else, as well as a great drive. But it is Barry Squibb, 45 years of racing. He put in a great performance in race 2 of the GTs. Several others running very, very close, I have to say. But add on the sentimental element as well, is that a deserved winner of driver of the day. So congratulations to Barry Squibb. And we're going to miss him out in that white Mitsubishi Evo, aren't we?
Yeah, had so much success as well here at Castle Combe, hasn't he? And he had that really close battle with Bradley John, so a great end of his racing career as well. An enjoyable race for him, I'm sure. It was brilliant to watch. We did. It was a shame that Bradley went into retirement, but it was a thoroughly enjoyable race to watch. So I can see the van doors are open, and I can see John Moon running to grab the masks for the drivers, such as the COVID considerations needed for this. And I hope everybody up at Quarry Corners enjoyed being able to watch the racing, and that you've kept your social distancing and kept everybody safe. But it's so good to have you all back, and I hope that everybody at home has been enjoying the coverage that we put on. And thank you to Kevin from Bristol Sound for technically hanging it all together, and Greg downstairs driving the cameras. A lot of work that I have up in here. I've got a massive mission control. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different monitors here, 2 laptops and an iPad and various other things, as well as what's being driven from downstairs. John Moon is ready, so let me just quickly, where's my cursor gone? I've lost my mouse cursor. There it is. Let me bring him into the stream. Let's bring John Moon in. Hang on, John. It's just pausing. Let me take that up to full screen. Off you go, John.
Thank you. I love to be brought into the stream. Jordan, another great race. A bit more hectic this time, perhaps?
It was less hectic, if anything.
Oh, really? Oh, right. Okay.
It was a nice start, getaway, and managed to keep the other boys behind. And then it was just a case of pacing myself throughout the race. I picked up a few faults, a few little niggles on the car, had a vibration and sorts, but I decided just to back it off and, take the win.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Well, a good end of the season, really, I guess.
Yeah. Start and finish for my season.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well done. Thanks very much indeed. Okay. Where's Tony? Here he is. So, hello, Tony.
How you doing?
Yeah. So, one better this time.
Yeah, I'd be honest with you. I wish I was third and Sean had got his second, because if there was one guy on the grid that deserved a good ending to the season, was Sean, and he almost got it, bless him. So yeah, I got second by default.
Did you get caught in his fog? Because it was a big blow up.
I was ahead of him by then, but
right, okay.
He left a lot of oil on the circuit, so there's no fast laps after that point. To be fair, I think the race stagnated for me. I just held my own, and I don't know how far ahead John was. But after Sean went, it was pretty boring, to be fair, because I always have a good scrap with Sean. So no, I'm sad for him. But there we go, it's racing.
Well, it looked expensive, which none of us like to see, do we?
He's got the winter to sort it out now.
Yeah. Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, and a new face for today. Will.
Yeah.
So yeah, not so good in the first race, but this time made up for it.
Not great at all. We got involved in that incident at the start, which was a bit of a wound there. And I wasn't sure about whether we fixed the car or not, or whether we could. And the boys got on it and convinced me, and we all jumped on it and we got it sorted. It's actually got a shorter arm on one side than the other side, but hey ho, it felt right. And yeah, had a mega battle with a white EP3 Civic, which unfortunately I think all on his own he ended up in the tyre wall, which was a shame. But yeah, that was awesome. Really enjoyed that.
Well, you did really well to bring it back from what happened this morning, and we didn't see it. We kind of knew there was some kind of.
Yeah.
You must have got a very good start, I guess.
Yeah, I think what happened is the guy on P1 on pole, he broke a drive shaft as he went into second gear, and I was on the third row, so I couldn't see that he had slowed down. So I moved out right of the second row, and then he came across in front, and that was that. It's just unfortunate, really. No one's fault.
Bit like the Grand Prix restart at the last Grand Prix.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh well. Anyway, you survived it, and it was a good show.
Great result. Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Cheers.
Excellent. We got something here. I'm not sure why. I don't. How's your race and so on? Tell us all about why you're so happy.
Well, first time ever first in class, I think. You know, I have a 2-year layoff due to a couple of health issues. We've done 4 second in places out of the box, and now first in class. So I'm
excellent.
Really quite happy. Really
yeah,
happy.
Good way to go into the winter.
Oh, it certainly is. Absolutely.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, well done.
I was wishing for the flag to come out quite quickly, to be honest.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Quite warm.
Yeah. Well, I think the sun is hot today, even though the daytime temperature is cool. The sun's hot, and that pens in the car, and you're working pretty hard as well.
Oh, yeah, not half. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hard work. It really was.
Good. Excellent. Okay, thanks for coming to talk to us. Okay, that's it for the hot hatches, Chris. Just one more race to go. I could mention driver of the day if you would like me to.
I've just done it actually, John.
All right, okay.
But say it again, say it again, mate.
I will say it again. Barry Squibb, driver of the day, retiring today after many years. And enjoy your retirement, Barry. He was pretty cut up about it. If anybody saw the interview at the end of the GT race, and mixed feelings, I think. But anyway, good luck to Barry.
And I think mixed feelings for us, because it's just always been great seeing both him and that incredible white monstrosity of an Evo, and it'll be sad for him not to be here, won't it?
Well, it's certainly a weapon, yeah. Not always one that lasts the battle, but certainly an effective weapon when it's in use, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, he's very heavily linked to the likes of rally. Is it rallying and rallycross, or just rallycross?
Well, rallycross, really. Yeah, I actually competed against him in the Western Supermare Sandacross in 1982.
Wow.
That was big. It was in his big rallycross days. I won't tell you who won, but it wasn't Barry. Anyway.
Really? Wow, fair play, mate. That's the point. That's a big scalp, isn't it, to be honest?
Well, I suppose so, yeah. I'd never even driven the car before. It was my brother-in-law's car. It was a 2-litre Pinto Escort. He had a full works BDA, and I was pleased. But I came from Autograss. It was a wet day, and it was just easy for me, to be quite honest. It's just my natural sort of home, loose surface and all that. And that was one of my early best results, really. Didn't do much, but it was good.
Love it, mate. Well done. Well, thank you very much for that, and we'll see you for one last round of interviews after this race.
We will. Look forward to it.
Thanks, John. Right, put him back, and then bring that back to there. It kind of messes about with the cameras a little bit. Thank you for this comment, by the way. Paul Price, huge thank you for all of you involved with bringing this weekend's race into the internet. I've missed coming to the racetrack this year. Really hope that next year will be better. Paul, I can assure you, so do we miss you all being here. It's so weird. It's lovely looking up and seeing the sort of the bodies up at Quarry Corner, just round the corner up there. But I really want to see all of these banks full. They're being able to look to my right and seeing, Camp Corner bank full. I can see the Tower bank and probably pretty much the Bobby's bank as well. And obviously yourself over there, Josh, you'd normally see people all around you on the old paddock and all the way up towards Quarry on the straight.
Yeah, it is a strange situation, but everything about this year has been strange, hasn't it? So, it's been good, like you say, to get people here for the first time this year, and I'm sure everybody's enjoyed it. We saw the comments yesterday, didn't we? Thanks to Castle Combe, there was lots of comments that like that, saying thanks for all the hard work, and it has been lots of hard work, hasn't it, to allow first of us all go racing, and then secondly for people to be able to come and watch.
No, absolutely right. And I mean, it is still funny times. I was supposed to be commentating at Snetterton next Saturday, and I've had to be, I volunteered that it was me out of the two of us. One of us had to be stood down because it's just one commentary box, and it's not very big at Snetterton. And now with the new rules in place, that we just weren't able to have two of us in that box, and so. Matt Sucklin's going to have to work very hard on his own for that day. I know because I did 2 days at Snet at the start of July, and it is hard work doing it on your own. And, yet again, more earnings being lost for myself. So it's still very strange. I'm hoping that doesn't stick for 2 weeks after, because I'm supposed to be there doing British GT, and I don't want to miss out on it. But I also thinking that's a busy weekend to try and do that on your own, Josh.
Yeah, I think they probably have a pit lane commentator for that one, hopefully, won't they? So.
I hope so, mate. I hope so. Otherwise, it'll be very, very busy, and it's. But let's just. I mean, crikey, let's not forget. Of course, we're still hoping that all of the race meets carry on for the rest of the year. Everyone's got in their mind going, who knows what's going to happen next. We'll have to see. I mean, the latest murmurings I was hearing just sort of caught a headline today is that where we're talking about possibly having a 2-week national shutdown, and they were thinking about the October half term possibly making up half of it, but actually they're talking about possibly, if they can get to Christmas, is a logical time, or that might be another one where everybody kind of goes into a degree of shutdown. But you got to remember the hospitality industry and so many others. So our thoughts are with every single one of you that is finding it tough, and I hope that all of you also spare a thought for the circuit. I'm not employed by the circuit. We are freelance contractors. So we're in the same boat as you, of fans of this circuit, lovers of this circuit, and just seeing firsthand the difficulties faced by everybody here running this circuit and the Castle Combe Racing Club. My thoughts definitely go out to them, and they've been working so hard to try and make it possible. The first job was let's get some racing back on for the racing drivers. That was done. This is the first time we've managed to get some spectators in board. Plus, of course, we've been putting this effort in to bring you this, no additional cost stream, so that people at home can watch it. And I know, thank you so much for the comments that we've had over the time. It's been lovely to see that. And it's stretched around the world quite amazingly. So thank you very much for that. Right, the final race of the day, incredibly, where has the time gone? Most of it by the hot hatches with their double red flags, to be honest. But we're going to get this underway now, and it is the BMW Car Club wonderful series with a degree of reverse grid. So it means pole position goes the way of the 140 car of Jazz Sapra. He's going to love that being up there. Alongside him, 28, Brad Sheehan. Now, we got to hope. Yeah, there's Brad. Now, where is Jazz? Jazz possibly isn't coming out, actually, by the looks of it. He was out, of course, in the GTs. So that would be a shame if he's missed out. We'll wait and see if he definitely doesn't appear. Brad Sheehan, number 28, of course, he had the momentary issue and then got going. Well, he starts on the front row this time. Second row, 47, Neil Bradley. 146, Michael Pensaval. And I know that we had... Go Michael Pensaval from Carl Lee Wilson, so getting the cheer there from Carl Lee Wilson. And third row, 26, Paul Cook. 1, Adrian Bradley. Fourth row, 67, Adrian Williams. 7, Kevin Denwood. Fifth row, 59, Jim Benson. No, that is not the order that they're lining in out there at all. That looks like, has Jim Benson been removed because they've suddenly all squeezed up one? I'm not sure that's what's supposed to happen. Now, I did refresh to see whether there's a revised grid. Let me just do this again, because it does look like with Jim Benson's absence, but they haven't done that for the front row. So let me go to that. I don't have an amended, so it never helps when they do this, sadly. I'm going to read it as it is on the paperwork. It's 6th row, 30, Dan Harborough. So all of these are actually one place further forward as it stands. 76, Stuart Pywell. 7th row, 43, Stephen Schweikart, and 21, Andy Abrams. 8th row, 66, Mark Colmer. 37, Cavan Granger. Row 9, 60, Carl McMillan. 10, Clive Watson. 10th row, 77, Paul Travers, 72, Matthew Smith. Row 11, 31, Paul Larami, and 44, Michael Cutt, all the way back there. That's going to be so intriguing, like Josh said at the end of that race. 12th row, number 80, Mike Eustace, 23, Thomas Singleton. 13th row, 64, Gareth Montgomery, 40, Sean Jackson. And on the 14th row, it should be number 83, Gary Burstow, but wait and see whether he's definitely there. So, going to be great fun, and I know that there was someone watching earlier that kind of went like, oh, shame when you're supporting someone in the Cup class. I know, apologies, there's only so much that we can be following, and I do apologise that. And I know they also say, oh, pesky backmarkers. I didn't mean it like that. It was like, oh, we're watching this race, and I don't get to see it until they come back into our view and not know exactly what happens, but apologies for that one. I know you were watching, and we can only cover a little bit, and we've not got the full editing suite, as I'm sure you can appreciate. We're trying to bring you as much as possible. Green flag lap is underway, and I don't know whether there was that amended grid that we didn't get, but it doesn't matter because it means that we get another bumper field of these BMWs in reality, which I know you said is lower than they quite often get, but it's still a cracking field, Josh.
Yes, it's not bad, is it? It's a little bit down on Brands Hatch, but it's still nearly 30 cars. And if, like you say, Jim Benson not there, he's out the back, isn't he, Jim Benson? Now.
Yes, there he is, yeah.
Does that mean he's been penalised from the earlier race?
And a very late decision, presumably, if we don't have a revised grid for that one then.
And it is a drama because he's a championship contender. Assuming he didn't get excluded, this is how the championship stands after the earlier race. Dan Harborough leads it. He's on 57 points. Stephen Scheichart is second on 56. Jim Benson is third on 55. Graham Crowhurst is fourth on 54. And Kevin Denwood is fifth on 53. So that's the top five on 57, 56, 55, 54 and 53 points. So it can't get much closer than that, really, can it? So you score points within your class. And it's Class M2 and Class 6 drivers that are amongst that front group. Within Class M1, which would be the drivers battling for the win here, it's Michael Pensaval, the Race 1 winner, the only double winner of the season that leads the M1 class on 41 points. Brad Sheehan, second on 38. But we shall enjoy this race with the top four cars reversed from the grid. But obviously, we've lost the pole sitter, it seems, Jad Zapra. And we've got this question mark over why Jim Benson is starting at the back of the grid. But so he's one to watch from the back for sure, but even more so is Mike Cutt, who was battling for the lead in race 1 in the E36 M3, car 44, so watch out for him. But it's Brad Sheehan, Noel Bradley, Michael Pensaval and Paul Cook, four quick drivers right at the front of the grid. The championship has been to Brands Hatch and Alton Park so far, and yet to go is Snetterton and Donington Park. So where the Castle Combe Racing Club championships are all completed, we're only halfway through in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2020, the official BMW Car Club of Great Britain racing series. It only started a couple of years ago and did start here at Castle Combe, and they've come to Combe every season since. And like Chris was saying, this is under the governorship of the 750 Motor Club.
Oh, and I was going to say I wondered if it was the case because I thought I might have seen it. Is that apparently Jim was excluded for overtaking under yellows, and I had wondered if I'd seen that.
Yeah, Darren Ball, he's a 750 Motor Club competitor who's commented there. So that changes the championship completely and is a real drama for Jim Benson because you can't drop excluded scores either. So where Jim Benson was one of the favourites for the championship, it has to be said, that is a big championship drama for him. It's a real shame for Jim Benson, the driver that won both races within Class 6, the six-cylinder class, at Brands Hatch at the beginning of the year. Well, I say the beginning of the year, it was only last month in August, which is a slightly strange thing to say.
It really is. Well, clearly they're trying to get some heat into these temperatures. You said it's treaded tyres they're on, though, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. So,
well, the lead few actually stopped quite far back on this grid because they got here early enough and stopped and then accelerated not to lay anything. They were too far back from their own boxes, but they're trying to obviously get some temperature. Now, the problem is they're now sat at the front waiting for a good while as the rear of this field is still getting into their positions. So Yeah, that's a real good idea, but they're all cooling straight back down again for them at the minute. But the last handful of rows just making their way into their positions. There goes the Z3.
You do like that one, don't you, Chris?
I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the car, but I just like the fact that it's in it.
Yep. Because there's lots and lots of M3s and 3 Series, aren't there? So it's just something a bit different.
Exactly.
It's a shame Rick Kerry's not here in the 1 Series, the V8 powered car. So that's a real...
5-second board goes up. Final race of the VP Racing Fuels finals weekend. 1 light, 2 light, on goes the 3rd, the 4th. The engine notes go up as the 5th light comes on, and off they go, and off goes the field, and it's another blinder of a start from Paul Cook. It hasn't managed to move up through the places in that Dayglow yellow and black car. Look at number 44 Cut. He's cutting through this field from the back. That was just like a cut cat as he got released from the back of this field, and he's going up through this order quite incredibly. Wow, and he's still going up Avon Rise. Keep an eye up, everybody, at Quarry for this red number 44 that had the spin and failure to finish at camp in the first race. He's come up through this order. Amazing.
He was on the grass for most of it, wasn't he? That was dramatic stuff for sure. But the leaders turn their way through the S's on this first lap, and it's Brad Sheehan leading Michael Pensacola. Of course, that was the way it was in race 1 before Sheehan had his dramas. In 3rd is Noel Bradley, 4th is Paul Cook, Adrian Williams is 5th, Graham Crowhurst 6th, and Mike Cutt is 7th. So that's 7th on the grid from 20 seconds. That's 15 places gain. It's only done half of the lap. So an extraordinary first half of the lap from Mike Cutt as they make their way then through, and problems here right at the back for Dan Harborough, who's the championship leader.
Wow, okay, so it's all happening as the leaders come into our view. 1, 2, 3, 4, all line astern, fairly equidistant. It is the white car, number 28 of Sheehan, that's got the lead, but Pensacola closes in under the braking in towards Camp Corner, but that seemed to then unsettle him through the corner onto the straight because Sheehan pulls away. Bradley now was with him initially. Don't forget that Dayglow yellow 26 that's just behind him 4th is actually an M2 car, so the speed's just not going to be there. Cut's trying to make a move through and get himself up into 5th place, so he's up into 6th after 1 lap. He's now up to 5th by the time he gets to Quarry, and watch him reel in these lead 4.
I think this is a definition of a man on a mission, isn't it, Mike Cutt? So he's almost with that lead in battle, which is quite remarkable. But it is Brad Sheehan that leads, and it's the 3 E46 M3s up front. Michael Pensacola, Noel Bradley and Paul Cook are the others. Then it's the E36 model of Mike Cutt. Then Adrian Williams is 6th. 7th is Graham Crowhurst. 8th is the car of Adrian Bradley. Then in 9th position, leading Class 6, is Kevin Denwood. And 10th position is Stephen Scheichart, who's another driver in the championship contenders. Well, we wanted to talk about the Cup class. Well, one of the cars are on the grass there. That was car number 60. And 60 is the car of Cole McMillan, one of the drivers that's won 3 races so far this season in that class. He was on the grass, but he's back on the tarmac again.
Sadly, into the pits has come 30, Dan Harborough as well, and it doesn't look like he's going to be going back out. Lead 2 have put a mini break over Bradley, so Sheehan and Pensacola, they're going at it, glued together up over Avon Rise. Such speed they take up over Avon Rise in towards Quarry Corner. Pensacola not necessarily lining up a move yet. I think he's just trying to get himself so close that he scares the bejesus out of Sheehan. It would work on me, I've got to be honest.
Let's see if it works on Brad Sheehan. They make their way through the S's and down towards me. Old Paddock, big slide out of the S's for the leader Sheehan, but didn't seem to faze him too much. And if anything, he's just stretched out a small bit of a margin over Michael Pensacola. Then through is Bradley and Cook and Cutt. That completes the top 5. Then Adrian Williams is 6th. Graham Crowhurst is in 7th. Then you've got Bradley, Denwood, and then Scheichart in 10th. And he is under pressure from Michael Eustace, another driver who started from the back, and he is going to make his way into the top 10. The head of the Cup class, by the way, that's Clive Watson, who's just ahead of Cole McMillan.
Yeah, fantastic to see that, those two. Here come the lead 2 round the final corner onto the start-finish straight to complete their 3rd lap, and it is still Sheehan that's got the nod at the moment. Pensacola with him. Cutt has got past Cook now. The 26 car lost a lot of ground on the top 3 that time round. We know he would do speed-wise, but I wonder if that was a tiny little mistake by him there. New fastest lap of the race. You talked about man on a mission, 1:11.049, but there's smoke up there.
That's the leader. He spun. The leader's chucked away the position. Brad Sheehan, he's led both races here at Castle Combe, and it doesn't look like he's going to win either of them. So he's spun there, I think, all by himself up at Quarry Corner. He's left Quarry in a cloud of smoke. Not sure if he's got any tyres left after that. But yeah, he's down into what is now 5th position. He's had another big slide. I think he's rather overheated his rear tyres in that big tyre smoking moment up there at Quarry Corner. So it's Michael Pensaval who leads again. He won the second race at Alton Park. He won the first race today. So can he make it 3 in a row? Well, he's being chased by Niall Bradley, but perhaps the driver to watch is Mike Cutt, who's now in 3rd.
Yeah, and he is so fast at the moment. He's cut now. That was intriguing. It looked like the erstwhile leader Shin didn't even bother to lift off the throttle when he was throwing it sideways, and he just kept it pinned until eventually he was pointing the right way, and off he went again. But Pensaval, as you say, 146, the dark red car in the lead. Bradley behind him. Let's have a look at Sheehan. Across the line he comes now. I'm sort of like still glued to see whether he actually looks out of shape. But all of a sudden, the top 3, including Cutt, are actually sort of fairly equal on their lap times.
Indeed they are. And like the earlier race in the second half of it, we're being to lap traffic, so that'll be another moment. Mike Cutt just put his lights on full beam, I think, by the looks of that, as he's the one now trying to intimidate the ones ahead. The ones ahead in second is Noel Bradley, and the race leader is Michael Pensaval. Leading the M2 class is Paul Cook. Guess who's gone off again? It's Brad Sheehan. He's gone off at the S's. I think he's just pushing too hard, isn't he? Trying to make up for lost ground. He hasn't lost a position in that, but is even further behind. In the other classes, class 6, that's been led by Kevin Denwood again. So he's looking for a second win of the day. Second in that class is Stuart Pywell. And from the back of the grid, Jim Benson up to 3rd.
Well, the lead 3 fairly equidistant from each other at the moment. So Bradley's doing a good job in that 47 car, the white car with the green and black flashes on it, still trying to keep Pensaval honest. But Cutt, he suddenly has gone basically a second quicker than the cars behind him. So he's now up with Bradley as they go up Avon Rise. Keep an eye on that red 44 car, desperately finding a way. And he's already having a look on Bradley, even though he was quite a long way back there.
His pace is amazing, isn't it? In the low 11s, where the others are only just squeezing into the 11s throughout this race. So Mike Cutt flying along, the former Northern Saloon and Sports Car champion in this BMW M3. I think he won the class last season, M1 class in the BMW Car Club. And he's had a poor start to the season. He didn't finish at Brands Hatch. He crashed there in the wet. At Alton Park, he did win a race there. He got a first in race 1, but retired in race 2, and obviously retired in the earlier race today. So it's not been a great start to 2020 for Mike Cutt, but he is chasing Niall Bradley as they come back into your view.
Now we talk about the Cup cars, the 60 car of Macmillan under massive pressure from 64 Montgomery. That's actually a class 6 car. So it's great fights, even though they're not in the same class. I'm loving that. Leaders across the line, it is Pensaval in the 112s, but still the 111s for Cutt. He's trying to find a way. He's across the grass on the apex. Just took that very, very tight there because it was a great defensive line from Bradley. Cutt needs to be careful of that one. He definitely is still on the mission. Is he looking up the inside at Quarry? He is. He's thrown it up the inside quite late there, but I think they're still side by side.
Yeah, we run a little bit wide because of it, but he is just about hanging on ahead. No, he's not. No, Bradley down the inside into the S's. He's back in front, but he runs a bit wide. No, he's still on the road, so that's all good as we make our way into the traffic for the first time in this race. The first car to be lapped is 31, which is Paul Laramie, one of the Cup class cars. Already gone ahead of him then is Michael Pensaval. There he is into tower. Second, Bradley. Third, Cutt. They are together. They've got to lap the Laramie car. Up the inside they go into Bobby's, and they both slot past with still Niall Bradley ahead of Mike Cutt. So he's got to try and do it again, Chris.
Wow. And they're now about to start lapping these cars. Pensaval's about to make contact with a couple of back markers here first, but the battle for second and third, they've got a moment before they get there. At the moment, there's a small gap. Cutt had that opportunity in towards Quarry. Didn't work come the exit, so it's compromised him slightly. But again, he's carried amazing speed through Folly. Up Avon Rise he goes. He didn't cut it so much there. Is he going to throw it up the inside at Quarry Corner again? There's yellow flags.
Yeah, the car in the tyre or in the Rexel barriers down there. Yellow flags. I'm not sure who that is. We'll have to watch that on the timing screens, I think, to see who falls down the order. It was someone a bit further back, but it's green flags on the exit of Quarry, so they can continue to race in this traffic. And it is still Bradley ahead of Cut. They go around the outside of the Z3 of Matt Smith, and real bravery there from Noel Bradley has put himself a little bit further ahead of Mike Cut. Behind them, Paul Cook. He leads Class M2. Second in that class is Adrian Williams, but he is under pressure from Graham Crowhurst. But we've got the red flags out for that car off up at Quarry.
Oh, what a shame. We were just about to reach half race distance. And of course, it means we're not entirely sure who it is there. But it is a kind of a key spot there, sadly, isn't it? That and we talk about off cars being magnets. That is a prime spot on the exit. And it's hit the rector but that doesn't look like excessive amounts there. And I'm trying to work. I don't know whether because the timing stopped now, hasn't it? So we're not even going to work out who it is.
But if anybody's down there at Quarry, they can get in touch with you, can't they, Chris? Which hopefully somebody's got Twitter or can get onto the stream. And,
yeah, please do. Either on the stream, and you can drop a line to either of us and let us know, or at Dawes Racing, DAWES Racing, if you wanted to let me know on that part, because it would be good to understand. We're not able to get this one going, really. No, that's not able to get this race back underway. It looks like it's obviously going to be too much repair work for the section up there. Obviously, as you'd expect, the medical crew's up there, but they always will be if there's contact. But yes, sadly, that means that this one peters out. I'm just looking to make sure, because that was the race directors that have let us know that it's there's no way we're going to be able to get this race going. I'm just looking to make sure, which is a shame because it was getting real exciting. Cut was really lining himself up to have a challenge, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's a shame that the finals weekend here at Castle Combe has to end in that way too, because it's been a great weekend of racing, hasn't it? Over the 2 days. Normally, it's just a finals day, isn't it, at Castle Combe? But we've been able to have these 2 days. It wasn't planned, but it's been a good, fun race weekend here at Castle Combe. It's been great to be here for it. The first time I've been at a finals event at Combe, and it's created some great racing and some very deserving champions, as well as some great racing in all the guest categories.
It genuinely has, and yes, it definitely is over. All the marshals moving off post now, so sadly that does bring to conclusion. Pensaval, therefore, is going to be the winner of that one, with Bradley in second, Cut in third place. I'm not sure whether we're going to get interviews. I don't know whether John's making his way over to the interview area, or whether, because it's kind of cut short, whether they're going to do the interviews or not. I didn't see if John was running, so I keep half an eye on it. Either way, I'll tell you what the easiest thing to do, Josh. Let me bring that one back down to that. I'm going to put you up to full screen, and you know, there's no need for you to hang around necessarily. I'm just going to say, Josh Barrett, thank you so much for coming on COMBE TV on Thursday, obviously, to preview the weekend and bring in not just your 750 Motor Club and MG Car Club knowledge from travelling around with them, but obviously for your fantastic commentary, mate.
Thank you very much, and thanks to some of the comments we got throughout the day. That's very kind, and it's always a pleasure to be here at Castle Combe. It's a great venue, very well run, and the local championships are a lot of fun, and it's a type of club racing which there isn't really elsewhere. It's a really great mix of cars, which is just fantastic, and the racing is very enjoyable here at Castle Combe, and it's a good old school circuit, which sometimes causes problems like we've had here, where if you go off, you're in trouble. But that is what motor racing is all about, isn't it? If you make an error, as Tiff Nadell always puts on Twitter, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it is one of those ones that, therefore, for some people is Marmite. John Moon is making his way down there, so I'm imagining he's going to see. I'm trying to make sense to see whether the cars are stopping or not, so we don't know whether he will be able to grab a word with Pensaval, Bradley and Cut. That's a dodgy sounding firm of solicitors, isn't it? But we'll see whether he's going to be able to. But Josh Barrett, thank you very much for that, mate. And if I don't see you again later this year, because I can't remember whether we're together or not, then
change or anything.
Yeah, exactly. We'll should see you back here next year with a bit of luck.
I hope so. I look forward to being back here sometime in 2021.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for that, sir. So I'll bid you adieu, mate. You can now get yourself packed up over at Old Paddock, and I'll leave you to it. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Chris.
So there's Josh Barrett. We're just waiting to see. John Moon is making his way down. He's sort of peering around the corner to see. Hopefully, he will still fire up the mic. Thank you to Sammy Nudd that says, great days racing and coverage. Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate it. As I say, I know it's not like a full TV production. It was never meant to be. It is just to make sure that we get some footage to the people here. And we'll just keeping an eye on John Moon, see whether he's going to be there or not. But I hope you have enjoyed the weekend's racing. Oh, there's John Moon. I'm going to pop him in. Hello, John. Do you know whether you're going to get any drivers, mate?
I doubt it. They seem to have forsaken me, so I'm here all on my own. I just thought I would come up.
You need to stand by the mic, mate.
Oh, that's a good idea, isn't it? That's what we call your voice, not that. Yes, you can tell I'm just so on it. It's not true.
Well, I think the problem was we always get thrown by that, don't we? Whether it, the fact that it was finished, we were hoping they'd get that back underway, and then unsurprisingly, the drivers don't necessarily feel like interviewing when it's cut short like that, do they?
No, they don't. No, I guess they're just annoyed at not finishing the full number of laps. And other this part is probably not that important. But it would have been nice to see them. But never mind. It was a cracking race, actually, wasn't it? It was.
It was. It was building to a fabulous crescendo, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, talking of fabulous crescendos.
It's just John Moon. But yeah, thank you for your work down there, John. Much appreciated, buddy.
And you, thanks very much. See you at the Autumn Classic, everybody.
Yep, so John Moon will be here. Thank you, mate. So I'll pop you down there. So that's John. I'm not, as it stands, I'm going to be at Snetterton for British GT that weekend. Bikes next weekend, don't forget. And October 24th, we've got Classic Sports Car Club are due to be racing here. All their meeting, they're running it, everything happening. So, I'm due to be over at the old Paddock commentary box, I think, for that one. And fingers crossed it'll all go ahead and it'll be great. So, please do join us. Remember, take it steady driving away. Thank you to everyone up at Quarry. I hope you've had a great day's racing and it's been great to see you back. Great 2 days if you came for both, of course. Keep your eyes peeled on the website and social media to see what's going to happen for the bikes next weekend. We'll be doing a preview show, 7 p.m. Thursday evening on the Castle Combe Circuit Facebook page. Go and set yourself a reminder. As soon as I set that up, it will notify you that we go live, and we'll have some of the people from the motorbike race meet that will sort of give us some information about the upcoming race meet. So tune into that. It will be able to preview it nicely. Keep yourself safe. Thank you for social distance and everything else. Thank you, Peggy Spatman. Well done all today. Thanks all Combe team for the stream and for getting racing back this season. Thanks Orange Army. What an end of the season. Please don't end Combe TV. I believe we're probably keeping it going through the winter. I don't think we're streaming the remaining race days because they're obviously slightly different events, not run by us, so to speak. So Autumn Classic is, but we'll have Marcus Pye here, and I think Clive Woodward over there, and John Moon down there doing all they know what they don't know about the historic cars isn't worth knowing. So, thank you very much for all of our sponsors. VP Racing Fuels, of course, being a massive one there. The VP Racing Fuels Finals Day has been, such an honour. Obviously, we've had the stuff there, so thank you very much for that. I'm going to play us out now with an advert from VP Racing Fuels, and then we're going to close out the day. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Please keep yourself incredibly safe. It's been a privilege. From Josh Barrett that was over there, John Moon that was down there, Clive Woodward that was with us yesterday, myself, Chris Dawes. Thank you to the Orange Army. You've been absolute stars. The maintenance crew, the recovery crews, the medical crews, everybody, and of course all the drivers and organisers that have made this day possible. And of course a big thanks to Kevin and his son Greg as well. You've all done amazing. Thank you guys. I'm going to play you out with a message from our sponsors.
Today we're at Castle Combe, where VP Racing Fuels is the official fuel of the circuit. Taking a look at the best way in which to use racing fuel, and that's not just a question of picking a fuel and pouring it in. You really have to make sure that the car is mapped and tuned, especially to get the most performance. VP maintains that racing fuel is a performance component. There's a
Fiesta ST180, and we normally run this on 99 octane fuel. We've done the 99 octane dyno test, we've got base platform power figures. Today we're going to add the VP octane booster. The octane booster is now in the tank. I've made the changes to the code to take advantage of this octane. We're going to just increase the boost ever so slightly. We don't have too much headroom with the turbo to increase much more. However, we can be more aggressive with the rest of the parameters with fuel and ignition. So now it's over to do a dyno power run and see what difference we've made. Dyno's coasting down, calculating the transmission losses from the wheel power to calculate engine power and obviously torque to see what gains we've made over the normal 99 octane. Before and after results, a fairly significant increase in ignition advance. Peak power having increased from 350 odd to now it's 374 horsepower.
Making power is really what the company is about. VP offers a huge variety of different blends, of different fuels, for different occasions, different vehicles and different races. Anything from 2 wheels to 4 wheels to no wheels, VP has a solution for everybody.
What makes VP's fuel so high quality is the 40 years that they've put into production, into development. They work constantly with manufacturers and with races. They have some of the best blending there is. The chemists are fantastic and it's always fresh every time.
Second test of the day, 102 octane fuel's in there. The new ECU map is in there, just completed that. So we're going to do some more dyno runs. This fuel, it's a premium product. You will need your car tuned for it, but the results you can get from it are certainly worthwhile. There you go, 1.6 1600 turbocharged engine featuring the 102 octane fuel, and we've just hit 405 horsepower. Final results with the 102 octane, really big gains in torque, quite amazing to see a little 1600 turbo engine break 400 horsepower and 330 foot-pounds of torque.
The results from today's dyno test were absolutely fantastic. It really proves the product works. We have tangible dyno results that we have graphs for, so we can show progression from our octanium boosters all the way through to the high end of the unleaded fuels that we are able to supply to racers.
VP Fuels is a world-renowned historic brand. It has a huge pedigree in the States, and I believe that makes it a standalone, standout brand in the UK.
There's a lot of ways in which you can spend money improving the performance of your racing car. There's practically infinite means of doing that. VP gives an option where you don't have to commit to an enormous sum of money. Really just pick the right fuel for the right purpose.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years, but VP isn't just race fuels. VP's Stay Frosty high performance coolant is perfect for your street legal vehicle. It contains glycol for freeze protection and reduces coolant temps up to 14 degrees while protecting against corrosion and scale deposits. VP's Stay Frosty race ready coolant is 100% water-based coolant designed to be track approved and ready to race. It reduces coolant temps up to 30 degrees while also protecting against corrosion and deposits, making it the best coolant for your race car application. For more information about VP Stay Frosty Performance Coolants, visit us online at vpracingfuels.com.
Hey VP fans, as you know, we at VP Racing Fuels take great pride in the quality of our American-made product. I'm here at our manufacturing facility today to give you a behind-the-scenes look of our improved production processes on our motorsport containers. Let's take a look inside. With the innovative use of a robotic arm, we can now ensure the exact placement of our exclusive VP logo while also improving operator safety on the production floor. We've developed an air pressure leak system that allows us the ability to assemble and install the jug's cap, followed by a full system seam integrity and leak test. Every single motorsport container produced on our lines is leak tested before it's packed in a box. Multiple times per shift, we use specialized tools in our quality lab to test wall thickness, color readings, container weights, and seam measurements to make sure everything is still within quality specifications. Over the last few years, we've stepped up our game with cutting-edge automation, robots, equipment, training procedures, design enhancements, quality improvements, and our ISO 9001 certification. It's our top priority to produce a quality product that you feel confident purchasing. So along with the improvements we just showed you, we also offer a 3-year limited manufacturer's warranty on all of our containers and caps. Thank you guys for watching today, and we look forward to seeing you at the races.